Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, number 59 or episode 59. And this is the last open mic, last DPA Open Mic of 2023 of this year. And I welcome you guys to the open mic. So I hope you guys had a great 30th of December. And I hope you guys are ready for the DPA Open Mic. And the haircut haven't really changed like for like the past 3 weeks. So in case you guys haven't realized, so you guys must be curious. No, the first thing before we start, we're gonna need to talk about the open mic speaker of the year. So I have mentioned in the previous open mic, the voting has started. We have did a live nomination count, and we have the last the five most nominated speaker for DPA Open Mic, and they are Von, Mehdi, Waka, Prata, and Archimedes. So and we have the results. People have been voting over 267 votes. So you're going to share the votes, and we can confirm now that the winner of the speaker of the year for DPA Open Mic is Von. Von won with 49%, and the closest is Waka at 20, Prata at 14, Archimedes at 9, and Mehdi at 7. So yeah, congratulations to Von. Hopefully we'll get to see him later, and of course our other finalists, hopefully they can say something nice, or they can just lousy voting full of full of things that is not so good. I don't want to say the wrong words. Later YouTube think that we are talking about American elections. So yeah. So okay. So that's it. That's it. Vaughn, congratulations. And so I'm gonna drop the link to join for those that are watching on the main channel or Twitter or Twitch. Yes, for those that are wondering, this is live. Okay. And so someone on Rumble was asking, is this live? Yeah, it's live. And so for those that are wanting to join, come on screen and talk and chit chat, please come to the DPA Open Mic channel, and DPA Open Mic channel, and also the link will be there, and also just adjusting them, and also for those that are watching on the main channel, the link to join the link to go to the open mic channel is actually in the pin, and for those that want to join the link, it was now posted in Rumble as well as on the DP Open Mic channels, both Rumble and YouTube's Open Mic channel. And so welcome to the episode 59 of DP Open Mic. So I'm going to adjust why I feel like it's a bit weird. So, and we have Shadow V. Hey, Shadow V. So this is open mic. Is the last one, so we can talk a lot more about the review of the year. Of course, as per usual, DPA open mic, we can talk about anything. And we have Darth Vader. Darth Vader is here.
Darth Dunya.
Hi, Dunya. So in case you guys are wondering, mask is actually not allowed on screen, but because Dunya is a regular, so which is why there is special rules for regulars, because we already know who are they. We see the environment, the room, we already know who is it. Oh no, his head is so ugly. He burned himself.
Sorry, I gotta take that off, man. I can't breathe in that thing.
Okay.
Hi, Leo.
You ever watch Spaceballs, where Rick Moranis is in the helmet and he takes it off? He's like, I can't breathe in that helmet. That's what I felt like in that.
So what do you guys think of the Speaker of the Year award? Do you think it's fraudulent?
The question is, do you know if Von is going to be there tonight?
He's already in the chat. So
excellent.
So he's already in the live chat. So
yes, he's there.
Should be coming on. I guess, or maybe he's shy now. Or maybe he's now combing his hair. He's like, oh, I'm the winner. I have to comb my hair. And look nice. Wear button shirt.
Are you going to send him some kind of trophy, a symbolic medals, a nice cup or something?
I'll probably do one digital graphic, like I did for Putin. Yeah, shipping is too expensive, nowadays.
Okay.
Remember, we still have the stupid Houthis, blocking the Red Sea, causing shipping to be very expensive. Voss is looking very intellectual today.
Yes, except the t-shirt.
He's only here for the blowjob. So.
Leo, don't read that. Don't read that. You're not old enough for that. Please stay away.
I mean, what kind of job you mean?
When you make glass, right? You need to blow through the pipe to make the glass thing. That's a blow job. So
because there's also second meaning, if I'm not wrong.
There is a second meaning, but we are not going to speak about it there.
So for those that are wanting to join who have never joined the open mic before, please look at the private chat. Because that's where I talk to you and do verifications. So because there's one now in the backstage, so I need to ask. Do you need to say that? Because the people who come on never look at the private chat, then it's very troublesome. And
actually, isn't the
congratulations?
Oh, you are the best.
You're muted.
Thank you very much. It's very, very humbling, seriously, because everybody that's on this channel puts in a serious effort, and everybody that is on the channel that goes behind the scenes knows that everybody here is always talking about what's going on and figuring shit out. We're always on it. I mean, even if you only see Wyatt once a day or us once a week, you can be rest assured that the DPA army is on this shit all the time, everywhere. And like I said before, we really could use some more people around the world. I mean, we got Asia, Europe, Africa, Canada, America, parts of, all over some places in the Middle East. I mean, if you want the coverage, you come here. And I mean, I love this place. I love hanging out with everybody here, talking every week, and then on the sides, on the VC, I mean, we get shit done. We talk about all kinds of stuff. We go through what we're seeing on the maps, and everybody's spitballing and throwing things in there, trying to figure it out. So, I mean, like I said, it's very humbling considering everybody involved. But like I said, it's a total team effort. Everybody here really, really does put in the work and does the time to talk and figure out stuff and try to explain it. So, I mean, I'm very happy I won, but I'm really just part of a huge team of people here. Any one of these other guys could have easily won because they all put into this show every week, and all through the week we're always posting and asking questions. So, like I said, it's very, very, very honored and humbled. But you guys are what makes it. I'm just one of the pieces in the puzzle.
No, not the best.
Just want to say one thing. Congratulations, the best Yankee we ever seen in open.
And do you want a blowjob?
No from him. And for the people of the family, you're part of the family. What the fuck is that one?
Next year, whoever wins the open mic gets the bronze butt plug. I of course will not be accepting this award this year as it's a new award. I'm merely showing the next year's winner what you got to look forward for. It's textured for our somebody's pleasure.
So okay, there is some echo. I wonder, is it from Vaughn?
Yes. When I talk, there is echo. I don't know why.
So Congress.
Maybe you have 2 tabs open. I don't know.
Yeah, one refreshed. Yeah, is it better? Looks like.
Because I had a live stream in this and the YouTube one open at the same time, and it was giving me an echo.
There's no more echo now, right? Because I think Von muted himself. Yeah. So
yeah.
So Rila, you're
What
new
about
here.
me?
Introduce yourself.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, Rylar.
Yeah, everyone is okay now. There's no
I'm
more.
a real
no more
Lambo,
echoes.
whatever. Yeah, from America. Wanted to come on one of these for a while, but never had the time. Yeah, just looking to
it away.
Talk about.
Welcome to the Open Mic.
Yeah.
You want to introduce a bit more about yourself? A bit more.
Yeah, I don't know.
Please
Kinda
don't be another Putin puppet, please.
Come on, come on, bro. Come on, Slava Ukraine. Or wait, no. Slava Karabakh.
Lava. I don't know.
Kazakhstan.
Transvaal.
By the way, I was joking. Yeah, I was joking. Be whatever the fuck you want to be. If you want to say Slav Ukraine, go ahead.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Here, you can have all the opinions you want. They can be as crazy as you want. We embrace it fully and enjoy it.
There is just one exception to this sentence. I'm still looking for a Democrat in the DPA forum, Telegram, everywhere. I'm looking for a Democrat, but I only find Republican from the USA in the DPA community.
We just put Petraeus in whenever you need a Democrat or something.
Shadwi, if I was a Democrat and come to this panel, I would never say I was a Democrat. They are fucking nuts, They are fucking nuts. I would be ashamed to admit that that's the party I'm following. They are fucking nuts. Whatever they say is about democracy. Whatever they say is about democracy. And when I see the news that come from America, I ask myself, what the fuck is democracy? Because wherever democracy is not in America at the moment. That's not democracy.
I'm from France, so I know the problem about that. Okay? I have Macron as a president, so don't speak democracy to me.
We've lost democracy.
In the next couple of months, all the Republican states are going to kick Biden off the ballot, and all the Democrat states are going to kick Trump off the ballot. Because Maine just kicked Trump off the ballot, and I know Texas is trying to kick Biden off.
Yeah.
And,
None of that matters. They know it's got no legs. So he'll be on all the ballots. This is just political games. But the real scary thing for me is we don't live in democracies anymore. The United States is not a democracy. Canada is not a democracy. UK is not a democracy. France is not a democracy. Germany, I could go down the list.
There is a bit in the UK,
There's not, man. There's totally not.
I still trust the system in the UK. I still trust.
Vaz, you've got more
I think you are making a mistake, Nunya, in your analysis. Nunya, please, you are making a mistake in your analysis because you think the democracy is some kind of switch, or it's on or it's off. That's not the case. Democracy is a percentile. Okay, you could have 80% of democracy, 60% of democracy, 5% of democracy if you are in North Korea, and so on. It's some kind of score. And today, the score in France is very low. In some other country like North Korea, it's very, very near zero. And in some country in Scandinavia, it's very high. In Switzerland, it's a very high score of democracy. I think we have to understand things like that. And each time the government make a decision, it could increase or lower the democracy score of the country.
Yeah, I never said it was a switch. What I'm saying is, what I observe is we're losing our democracy in these so-called democracies.
Yes.
That's it, right? Like, any way you want to spin it, all of the main parties that we have in each of these countries, when you look under the hood of what their policies look like, the big ticket policies, I mean, they're virtually identical. So, you know, you can talk about Democrats versus Republicans, or Labor versus Conservative, or Liberals versus Conservative, or whatever the parties may be. Ultimately, all those parties are pretty much the same. I was funny, we're talking about this now because I was just talking about this with somebody yesterday, because, you know, next election we have coming up, I'm just going to vote for a fringe party. I'm not even going to bother voting for the, well, what's the point? What's the point in voting liberal or conservative in this country? They're all the same. I'm just going to take my vote, if that's all I have left, and I'm going to choose a smaller party to place it to. I know it's not going to matter, but it'll matter to me because, you know, that's all we have left.
Yeah, like I was saying, you know, people in the chat is saying UK had 3 unelected prime minister in a row. That's true. But when I say I still trust the system in UK, is there's still a bit of democracy. The problem is the people running. Yeah, they are all fucking the same. Like Nonya say, they are fucking the same. But
anything that matters.
Yeah, these people in the United States, they're making Saudi Arabia looking so fucking good, you know?
Oh, don't go too far.
I mean, think about it. I mean, if you look at, like, if someone says, "Oh, I'm a Republican American conservative," you know, or the GOP. I mean, you got dudes like Dan Crenshaw, and then on the other spectrum, you know, in some ways you've got Lindsey Graham. And those are all considered conservative party people, even though they're completely uniparty warmongers. I mean, Rand Paul is in the same party as Mitch McConnell. They're both senators. They're both considered conservatives. Obviously, I mean, it's a big tent.
Vaughn, when you look at it really under the hood, there's not a whole lot of difference between what Graham says and Chuck Schumer. You're virtually identical.
I mean, you got a few.
And that's the problem.
I mean, you had let's say on the Democrat side, you had a Tulsi Gabbard, and then you got a Rand Paul. But those are anomalies in the party, and you know they ran her out. And Rand Paul, you know, he's good, but he's never going to get any kind of power, and other than just being a senator, because of what he believes. So
anybody in this system, if you have any sort of imposing voice whatsoever, they will marginalize you to the point where you either don't get elected, or if you do get reelected, you're so fringe that, you know, eventually nobody pays you any mind. And that's what they do in our so-called democracies. I mean, the fact that they're trying to get Trump off the ballot alone is just nuts, right?
A few years ago, I had a follow-up about Bernie Sanders.
One thing I don't like about the Republicans in America is that they are not, when it comes to their fucking God, you know. They always claim to be a Christian and stuff, but the thing they do, I don't think they believe in God. They just use God for power.
Please. They believe in politics and in themselves. Behind this Swiss bank account.
I mean, there's probably honestly very few politicians on either side that are actually truly religious, that would actually, you could go, you know, I mean, I hate Mike Pence, but Mike Pence would probably be one of the few guys in DC that walks the walk and talks the talk. Even if he betrayed Trump, he still, you know, he doesn't put himself in positions to where he's compromised or someone can say he did something. You know, he you know, he's a guy that does that, but look where it got him. You know, he's marginalized. Everybody hates him. But he's probably one of the few guys that was a legit Christian. You know, maybe Rand Paul. There's probably a few here and there, but you know, you don't hear about them. And if they ever propose like pro-life stuff, you know, it just gets kind of shuffled off to the side.
When I see that guy saying that we should attack Iran and stuff, I was like, what the fuck? You're supposed to be a fucking Christian. Why do you want a war? That guy is nuts. I don't know who voted for him, but fuck me. And he's not the only one.
Think about it. Lindsey Graham's military experience is that he was a JAG lawyer. He was a military lawyer. So he's obviously eminently qualified on combat operations against a country like Iran or Russia. Because he was in court a lot prosecuting. Probably his claim to fame is he prosecuted American soldiers for war crimes or something. I mean, think about it. I don't remember hearing any stories about Lindsey Graham prosecuting any terrorists. And JAG lawyers, they usually bust soldiers, so that's what he did. That was his job. He's such a great guy. He busts soldiers and then he calls for war so he can, I guess, bust more soldiers when they commit war crimes in the war that he supports. It's kind of a cool little trick he's got going there.
So what do we do in this situation? Serious question. Because I'm feeling pretty down and pretty depressed with the state of my own country, as you guys know. And when you get to the point where you feel like your vote doesn't matter, you don't have much left, So what do we do in this situation where we live in these just god-awful shit countries that stop caring about everybody about 40 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever it was. And what do we do in this situation, guys?
Heroin.
How do we make it? No, I mean, how do we make it matter again? You know what I mean?
I don't think you can. Because
I agree with you, Vaila. I think it's too late.
Yeah, I do too. And that's why I'm asking the question.
I mean, it would have to be like massive cultural changes and stuff to get the politicians to be in the place you want them to be in, or get the right people in place. I mean, there'd have to be massive changes because, all the guys that make money off war have to go away, and all their little underlings that make money off war have to go away, and all the bureaucrats.
The problem for that, you need to lose the war.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to take years to even do something like that. So it's a massive project to ever get back to that. And that's only if you can continually keep putting the right people in. Like in America, it's fucked up. We have, you get Trump 4 years, you get progression, then you get Biden and he rescinds everything and steps back. And then the next guy will come in, we'll start over and progress forward. Then the next guy will come in and set everything back. So, I mean, that's the problem. It's just you'd have to get that process under control to where you can control who's getting put in and then make the changes over time. But
honestly, do you think a US leader is going to try to lower the tension with China in the next decade? It's not going to happen. The tension with China and with Russia is only going to increase. That's the problem.
I mean, has there ever been a civilization in human history that hasn't been dominated by, rich people and defense contractors who wanted to get rich off war? It sort of feels like that's something just completely ubiquitous.
I don't know. I mean, was there a MIC in Rome that people profited off? Well, you know what I'm saying, though? But I mean, that was more like conquest and territory and.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's people just trying to make money off new territories or whatever it is.
But I mean, there wasn't a guy making money probably off the sword production.
Oh, yeah. Maybe nowadays just because it's so expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
You get it's more of the profit comes from actually fighting the war than winning it.
I do remember that one historical thing real quick where the one time Caesar was complaining about a shortage of swords. And that the legions had sword hunger. I think his name was.
It's more than that. The temples in Rome were associated with military production. So the Julian clan that Caesar came from were also pretty dominant in most of the temple trade. But all of the temples were they were basically supplying the state and the proto-state in the glorious Roman Republic.
Would that be where like all the blacksmiths were and stuff? So they would just produce the swords and the shields and helmets and stuff. Okay. Well, I was just thinking maybe way back then it wasn't such an organized thing. You know, I thought maybe, you know, hey, you make swords, we need swords. Okay, great. You know, I'll make you swords.
Arguably, if you don't have a military-industrial complex, you can't have a functioning state and an organized society. I mean, if you don't have people making weapons and making war, what are they going to do? Sit around and eat fried chicken? You know, like if you want to have a great thing,
yeah,
conquest and all the good stuff, and progress, you got to go fight for that stuff. You know, otherwise you're just sitting around eating chicken and complaining. And you
need to check your audio. Can you plug out and plug in your headphone to see if it fix it, because there's an echo. We can hear ourselves when you unmute yourself. It's quite bad. If not, then you can just remove the entire headphone. I think it works pretty well without it. Hey Drew.
You know what I'm going to say?
China.
Yeah, China. Because the civilization that you talk about that isn't ruled right now, at least isn't ruled by MIC is China. That the current the politicians that are that have power in China don't start off rich.
Please.
There are a bunch of them that are very rich now, but they didn't start off rich, and the rich unable to buy their way into the political power, right? So all the billionaires are scared of the politicians. So, and all the MIC are also controlled by the politicians, but the politicians don't come from the rich, because it's such an arduous process to get political power in China. You actually have to join when you're young, and you're there for your entire life. You know, they don't actually have a way to buy their way into political power. There's no such thing as lobbying in China. So China is the one country today that the MIC and the rich people don't have a control of. The politicians do.
Also Singapore, right? all the
Singapore too. But Singapore's a small country.
I don't think
the question was, is there like a large power?
Yeah, it's
Singapore
not a civilization.
is
Russia.
Tiny. Yeah.
Russia. Yeah. Stalin wasn't rich. He only had power as president of Communist Party, leader of Communist Party. He had a power. He didn't have money. Putin still don't have money, a lot of money. No matter what Western propaganda says, there's no Putin doesn't have much money.
According to the Daily Mail,
well,
Vladimir Putin.
I'll be surprised if either Putin or Xi are not actual billionaires. Like on paper, they don't have money.
Yes,
but I'm sure they have some bunch of money.
What is important, and you are right,
what that means on paper. What that means on paper, whose paper is that? I mean, a newspaper like Daily Mail, or what paper you're talking about?
No, not on paper. Actuality, they control. Okay, like I'll tell you a story. Like I have
as a
business partner. I had this business partner whose dad was a declared bankrupt, right? But every day he was chauffeured around in the nicest BMW. He ate at the best restaurants. He goes home to a mansion, but he's a bankrupt because so the whole point when I got to speak to him, then of course I asked him why, and then he said, well, they can't take your money if they can't find it. So all his money is in the hands of other people. That kind of
So does Putin has like stash of stash of dollars? Does he have?
Can't find it.
Does he have like Western accounts? Account somewhere in the West that's full of money? Does Putin have an account in the West?
The richest money in that household is the guy, the maid that sweeps the floor.
What you're saying? He has a stash of money loaded, like a room full of money, of cash.
No
like
room.
Something like that, or
the
gold.
richest person.
Okay, does he have properties? Does he have a
He has nothing in his name.
Does he have
his mate? His mate owns a mansion. His driver owns a fleet of BMWs. His other mate owns a bunch of other things, like a small
based on what?
Island.
Based on what you're saying that, I mean, about Putin. Based on what you're saying that about Putin. Based on what?
No, it's not about Putin. This is my own personal experience.
Okay.
I know a guy that does this.
Okay. I know a lot of that, those. That's
so you know.
I'm talking about
like
Putin. I'm talking about
Xi's wife is
Putin
rich
is
beyond imagination, right? Xi's wife is fantastically rich, but Xi himself is not rich. So no, the whole point is the politicians.
That's usual. That's how. That's how it works. So, but you cannot say like Stalin. Did Stalin died with the properties left after his death? How many properties were in his name? Yeah, none. Tito, president of Yugoslavia for 45 years, he died with no property in his name. Okay.
What a dumbass.
He died. Okay. After he had died, the state had to gift the villa that was presidential villa to his wife in order to have something, because he was using presidential villa that was in a property of the state. So they had to gift it in the end. Otherwise, she would stay without any income. No income, just pensions. So there is a huge this misconception based on self-reflection, that what you're talking about. So this is, but when you really consider this dismantling propaganda and just to see how many people, presidents or died without any property. So basically they come from the traditionally communist states. Okay, so that's why the communism is such a danger to world elite. That's why I had to destroy it in all kind of ways, any way imaginable. So because that's the deal, that's the theory of communism. That they don't deserve. Nobody deserves so much money. So
I must have missed something, because we went from like bad rich people are in government, and so things are bad, and then it became rich people are in government, therefore being rich is bad. I mean, what is it that causes bad leadership? Is it poor moral character and an anti-human agenda based on philosophy, or is it the money itself? Is the love of money the root of all evil, or is money the root of all evil? You've got to, because otherwise you end up revering.
It's gonna change. It's gonna change. Sometimes you see, America was like this in a Gilded Age in 20s, but then it turned. Even though the FDR was aristocrat, member of the aristocrat family, means rich elite, they changed the tune. They did the good thing. They changed everything, the philosophy and the economic knowledge. So it changes from time to time. You just get the whole group of people that come into power. It depends on them, mostly on their leader, how they're gonna act. They'll try to, let's say Orban. Was Orban rich? Yes, he's rich, but he did improve his society and financial standards of the whole population. So that's because they do, no matter how much they risk.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I think bad politicians are the result of a bad system. Every country has good people. Every country has bad people. Every country has people that are smart but will eventually be corrupt. Every country also has smart people that are good, that are incorruptible. The whole point of a political system is to select the people that are good, smart, and incorruptible, that will actually do stuff for the people. So the result, if you see a bunch of bad politicians always being cycled over and over again, that's a bad system. So if you have a system that doesn't prevent the bringing to power of these bad people, or a system that when the person who is there is bad and that you can't get rid of him, then it's a system that is flawed and will result in bad politicians if you leave it long enough. So that it's just a bad system.
No system
Every country
can be
has good people.
No system can be
but there are
left alone.
systems that there are systems that are better. So, for example, a system like in the Western liberal system,
you always have to be vigilant. Democracy is like that. Economics is like that. You always have to be vigilant. You cannot relax and leave it alone, and it's just a system you're going to mechanically drive it in.
In a bad system, even if you're vigilant, you can't do anything about it.
Well, did Genghis Khan have a good system?
No, it was horrible. He went around killing them. He went around killing a bunch of people. Then
but he was a strict legalist. He did it by the law.
No, but Genghis Khan was one person. His along with a lot of other feudal systems, didn't last past a few generations. A good political system lasts past and is detached from the first guy that starts it. Right? Genghis Khan's system fell apart 2-3 generations after he they all fell into little states because it was a hereditary system, right? His sons and whatever, that never lasts. That's a bad political system. A good political system is where a guy that is competent and does the right thing is elected and left there for as long as possible until he does something silly or he retires, and then another good person that's unrelated or could be related to the guy, but the relation is irrelevant, that is then elevated to power and can continue.
So Genghis Khan was a bad leader because his dynasty didn't survive, not because he murdered a whole bunch of people.
I didn't say Genghis Khan was a bad leader. I said it's a bad political system.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's actually Genghis Khan was cool. It's just that it didn't last, so we don't respect.
Yeah, he was very effective. But the political system.
Well, so this is where the definition of good and bad gets pretty fuzzy. Because if you can kill a quarter of the human race and still be a good dude, well, then what are we complaining about? Let's just send the nukes flying, and whoever survives wins.
No, a bad political system can still.
It was best known at the time. You see,
and a good political system can still end up with a bad leader.
You can't talk about good and evil in terms of systematic processes. There has to be some kind of philosophy behind it.
What are you saying?
Otherwise,
like you say,
I don't agree with you, Toby. We are speaking about politics. In politics, there is no such thing as a sentiment or about emotion. You have to be very hard and very cold. It's a very sad fact, but
that's in France. It's not that. No, in the rest of the world, people have morality.
I think what you guys are talking about
in
is
politics. Seriously, Toby, you believe that?
Do I believe what?
You believe that the politician has ethics and things like that?
Hitler had a dog, right?
So
everybody has a personal morality, and personal morality informs all human behavior.
What I expect from my politician is efficiency.
Well, then you end up with Genghis Khan, won't you?
I think for the Mongol, Genghis Khan was a really good leader. For the rest of the world, it was a rebel, but for the Mongol, it was really good.
Right. Well, so like the most efficient thing to do would be to have a nuclear war and see who wins.
I think this was very French, actually. The fact that Shadovi said, I expect my politician to be efficient, because the career of a French politician grows through there. They have special formation, they have special schools, and a public servant, which is also a politician in France, has to be very efficient in whatever he does, and he normally follows a path where he actually can present himself as efficient. I don't think all the political processes are democratic. Political processes demand an efficient politician. Some countries have a political process where they demand someone with charisma. Some demand someone with high morals, like Toby was talking about. If we talk about the American one, for instance, is someone that is more, well, it's not the case with Biden, but the idea of the American politics, for instance, is to do, someone that can make consensus or aggregate the society with itself, because it's a very different society with a lot of different sectors and so on. Some societies like the Portuguese or the French one, they don't need someone that keeps everybody together, for instance. So we tend to ask for a politician to be more efficient. But it depends on the countries and depends how their system is done. We also have very different political systems in the sense presidential, parliamentary, and they all have their little nuances. So where does the moral stand? Is it with the parliament? Is it with the president? Portugal, for instance, has a semi-presidential system. You always expect the president to be the moral judge over all the politicians. So this is a very big difference. And we look at the parliamentaries, and they are they are always fighting, and they seems like very moral people, and also some ministers and so on. But the president, we always look at him like the moral, but he doesn't have much of a power. So it depends a lot. I think you guys are all correct. It just depends a lot of other variables that are also important to take into account.
I think what you guys were talking about earlier is sort of the difference between.
What about first? We should declare.
Wait, Ryler, let the new guy speak. Ryler, no, Euro, sorry. Let Ryler speak.
Yeah, I think what you guys were describing earlier is sort of the difference between a descriptive, more realist approach to like the idea of a good government or a strong government versus a more normative or humanist, universalist approach. Because on one hand, you could describe a strong government as one that sort of does what's in the best interest of its people, even if that's at the expense of other nations. So in that sense, someone like Genghis Khan would be a leader of a good leader, a leader of a strong government, even though other countries were harmed by his actions because he made Mongolia stronger. On the other hand, if you take a more normative approach, when it's not realist in that sense, more of a adhering to a universal code of ethics, you would say that Genghis Khan was a bad leader and that he did, unethical things. So that's sort of the difference between what I think you guys are getting at. That you can just like what he left, I think, but what the guy was saying about how Genghis Khan might have been an unethical leader, but he was a strong leader in the sense that he made Mongolia stronger.
Yeah, it was okay.
I was going to say.
How about
I think it's Rutan.
First declaring what politician job is. We should clear that out first before we discuss what's the job of a politician. By my knowledge and by definition, is job of a politician is to make. Supposedly, in a first look, opposing parties, groups, to cooperate together. Basically, two enemies to work together, basically to organize the society to work cooperatively with each other, even though one is losing in that position, another one is winning. And then switch later that other side is winning, while other one is losing. Let's say contracts with the state. That's where the richest, easiest, and fastest riches are getting accomplished. So the politician job is to make supposedly, in a first look, opposing sides to cooperate.
I think that this is a very old discussion. The Greeks had lots of books written about that. What does a politician really is there for? It's that cooperation as well, but much more than that. And so you guys have been discussing different things that were lost in the time. We don't have as many politicians nowadays that need to create an empire. So yeah, Genghis Khan, he was there to create an empire, was extremely efficient for that. But Hitler as well. But we don't need a Hitler. We don't need a Genghis Khan. So Von, sorry, I took your time.
Oh, that's all right. No, I was just going to say a perfect example. I mean, I'll say a politician's name, and what's the first word that pops in your head? Mitch McConnell. Good, evil. I mean, sometimes he's good. I vote for him every time he's up for re-election, because if he's not there, then there's a Hillary clone there. which is worse than he is. When it comes to the judges on the Supreme Court, Mitch McConnell good. When it comes to funding endless wars, Mitch McConnell evil. I mean, there's a conundrum right there, and he's a good politician and he's an evil politician. I'm still going to vote for him because he does the good things I like, even when he does the evil things I don't, because that's the kind of shitty choice I have.
And that's why I'd like to. That's why I'd like to vote for a different representative, a different party next go around. Because, as I was saying at the very beginning,
you see, I won't do that because I can't afford to get a Democrat in his slot. So I'll take 50% good Mitch versus 100% evil Democrat. So,
but fun,
that's the way I play it.
Like what if there's a difference between one and the other? Just vote for the Libertarian.
The only thing Mitch has done for me in 10 years is the judges, and that's enough for me. That's enough to keep him there. Because if he wasn't there, Obama would have got a judge, and God knows what would have happened after that. So, that alone saves Mitch McConnell from 100% trip to hell. And there's probably a few other things, but overall, he's still a piece of shit. But he's my piece of shit.
Okay, can I go?
This is
I
where
got
you guys are wrong. You need to find a third party, someone different.
I know. Trust me. They're trying to find a Rand Paul replacement. The problem is where he's at. They got a fucking whole wardrobe full of fucking Hillary clones just waiting to take that motherfucker's job. And the last 3 elections, they've run the next Hillary Clinton. Hell, they even ran a fucking female fighter pilot who bombed people in fucking Iraq, and she couldn't beat him. I mean, they want that spot. So, I mean, like I said, he's a piece of shit, but he ain't 100% piece of shit. There's still a good little gold nugget in there somewhere, while the other side's full of corn and peanuts.
Can I go?
That's why
Drew, go ahead after. I'll try after you.
Okay. All right. I got 3 things to say. I've been waiting a while. So, what the response to what Prada's point that different political systems ask for different characteristics. Like some political systems actually require politicians to be charismatic. I would argue that particular political system that requires a politician to be charismatic is a bad political system, simply because most charisma has got nothing to do with policy making. Policy making is policy making. It's a skill in and of itself. So for you to require a different skill to get elected to the primary skill of you actually that you actually need to do. For example, it's a bad system. For example, a fighter pilot will make a horrible brain surgeon. A brain surgeon, even though it's a great job, will make a horrible politician in many cases, right? So the selection mechanism in a political system needs to align with the job. It needs to be able to select people that are going to be incompetent in the job. Okay, the second thing is in response to Vaughn. What you described is exactly the sign of a bad political system. The fact that you don't have a good choice means your political system is broken. The fact that you can't vote for a person that you actually like and you have to settle for 50% evil, it's a bad system. The system is wrong. So you need to have a political system that actually puts people that you actually want to vote for up for ballot. The system that keeps all these good people out means it's a bad system. You don't get the politicians that you want or can vote for. Bad system. Okay, the last point is
when you say bad system, it's
yeah. So the last
go
point
ahead,
is
go ahead. Finish. Yeah.
Last point was in response to Euro's point. Okay, I forgot the last one. Never mind. Too many.
So what I'm hearing is Christ is
okay.
king.
Comment on one saying when I said the job of a politician is to make 2 opposing groups cooperate together and form a state and form a society, right? Create a society where they're gonna work together. Okay,
I remember what I wanted
not
to say.
necessarily together, but not to destroy each other. But when one says, "I cannot afford Democrat," that says everything. His politician forced him to think that way, that they cannot cooperate with other Americans. They cannot cooperate with other Americans. They cannot accept other Americans to rule.
I mean, I can accept them. It's just I don't want them calling shots.
Both. No, you cannot.
Can I?
You just said it's something you cannot afford to have Democrat, but there will be no change. But such beliefs are what politicians forced into them, propagandized into them, so they hate each other. They cannot cooperate on both.
I mean, I agree with you to a point.
He only has two choices on the ballot.
I mean, I agree with you to a point. It's propaganda, but at the same time, I mean, I live here, and I mean, I just know democratic policies are bad for me overall. So, I mean, yeah, it is propaganda and making me choose a side, but at the same time, I mean, the evidence is there for me to pick a side too. I mean, it's not great, but it's better than the other. And I mean, you're right too.
Supposing that the politicians created the dichotomy when it was not the politicians who created it, coming from a long line of
It's about hating
political
other
plays.
side, not about choosing. You always have to choose. Hello.
No, you don't
think you
know.
guys are
See, again, you're trying
forgetting
to say the
something,
politicians
because I-
created the concept or the idea when they didn't, right? This is coming from a long. Hello. Anyway, this is coming from a long line of like deep propagandization, not from political parties, but from operators above them and below them. If you're trying to say that, oh, the Republicans made you think that way, Vaughn, that's just inherently wrong. That's not accurate whatsoever.
I'm not saying they made me think that way. I'm just saying, I mean,
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm not talking to you, Vaughn. I'm
the differences are highlighted, and I mean, I can see what policies work for me and which ones don't.
Exactly, but it's deeper than that.
But
Both of
I
the
don't think the
parties are
politicians create it, but they definitely feed it and nurture it because it's beneficial to them because they want to stay in power. So if they can do a few good things to stay in power, then they're more than happy to play that game and act like they're down with the people to stay in power. You know, they throw us a few bones and everybody. I mean, look at American politics. Every time some motherfucking liberal says something red meat, oh, I like Kanye or Cardi B, like, oh, taxes are bullshit. Oh my God, Cardi B's red pilled. Who the fuck does want like taxes? I mean, nobody likes taxes. You don't have to like be red pilled to not like paying taxes.
I know some people who like taxes.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though, but it's like people latch onto these like, you know, write once a day clocks and act like there's some great change going on, and it's like a lot of times people don't realize you just got to take what you can get. Mitch McConnell sucks, but at least you can get something off that motherfucker. You ain't getting shit off Chuck Schumer.
I just want to say one thing. It's going to take less than 10 seconds. You know, I'm a Labour voter in UK. I will never, ever vote Conservative, ever. Yeah. But the way things are in the UK, I decided I'm not going to vote in the next election because there is no fucking point.
Then why don't you move?
The Labour, there is no better choice. Trust me. There's like 6 or 7 parties here in the UK.
Well, no. Then here's my confusion, right? If you claim that there's no good choice and you're not going to vote, right? So you can't do anything to better your social system. That means you are voluntarily enslaving yourself. You have made the conscious choice that you are not going to do anything to change anything around you.
I gave up. Conservatives are going to win. Trust me. The way things are at the moment, with this Palestine and the Israel thing that's going on in the Middle East. So people just say, if you don't go for
Why are you so short-sighted? Why are you saying we can't change anything now? Can't you understand the fact that through a long-term investment, you will change, things will change, the system will break itself apart? This cannot go on.
I know what you say. I know what you're saying, but the thing is, the opposition part at the moment is the same. Is the same. They only gonna change the colors, you know, but the shit is the same. They believe
not
in
disagreeing with you. I'm not. No, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you.
Vaz, what Alan's saying, and I agree with Alan, both Vaz and Vaughn have both touched on something which is disturbing to me anyway, and it should be troubling to them as well, when they both basically said, listen, we've got no choice. Like Vaz has told us that he's given up democracy. He just said he's quit democracy because he's got no choice. Vaughn is telling us that he's basically quit democracy because the choice he has is pure shit. So what Alan is saying, and I agree with Alan.
No, I mean, I don't.
Hold on,
What I'm saying.
Change takes time, right? So you have these little parties now. In order for these little parties to become bigger parties, people have to vote for them. That takes a number of decades. So what I would suggest, what I plan on doing next election here, I'm looking at the smaller candidates, the libertarians, the parties like that, the PPC, things like that, that aren't getting a whole lot of traction, aren't getting a whole lot of media. That makes me want to like gravitate towards them because maybe they have something to say, and that's why they're not being mentioned in the press. And like I said, if you want to throw away your vote because you don't think that any of the candidates are good enough, look at some of the other candidates. That's what we have a democracy for. To look at all the candidates.
Yeah,
Just not
okay. No, you and I are looking at it in a relatively similar way, but you're looking at it in a way of. I want to let Vaughn touch on that, but just one thing that I wanted to kind of add to that. Nunya, you're looking at this in the sense of maintaining a democracy, right? Where I think where you and I then that's where you and I differ because my long-term vision here is that this democracy is not a permanent structure that should stay. It's something that gets us somewhere. The objective where I'm aiming for ideally is a theocracy. So we need to move away from democracy using democracy. That's the simplest way to do this. No, we have a long way to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with the theocracy, but I agree with you. I think that we're slowly evolving towards something. What that something is, who the hell knows? But it's not democracy.
I don't throw away my vote, and I do vote. It's just that my choices are I have to vote for people that are going to do things that I need done. And a Libertarian Party isn't going to get nothing done for me. Mitch McConnell's a piece of shit, but I will extract things from Mitch McConnell. So the game I play is what can I get from this guy? Because to me, at this point, I'd rather have a little bit of something than all or nothing. And that's the game I play, and that's the way I play. It's all about me surviving and navigating. And I vote how I have to vote to enable that. And in the process, I'm also trying to get better people in, more people like Rand Paul and stuff, but that takes time. In the meantime, I've got to keep the people in place that are going to roadblock shit and stop shit that I don't want to go forward, and in some cases, advance things I do want to go forward. And as much as a piece of shit Mitch McConnell is, he fits that build right now. He can get things done for me. Sometimes I need done. Other times he can block and roadblock and hold up shit that I need held up. And that's all I need him to do. I don't need him to change the world. I just need him to keep the pressure off me for as long as possible. That's all I need that motherfucker to do, and that's all I look at it now. And it may be a fucked up way to look at it, but I'm looking for breathing space and survival. And I don't really give a fuck about a whole lot of else or a politician's shit other than that. What are you going to do for me? How's it going to benefit me? How long can I use you before I got to throw you away and get somebody else? That's all it is to me right now.
Can I please circle back to one specific thing you said, Vaughn, at the very beginning, and that was a matter of taxation. Because I'm kind of in the belief, because what you all are saying, I'm generally agreeing, and Norway is no different. We have plenty of parties, but generally they fall under a two-party system in effect through coalitions, and after which all the voting, we are completely detached from any sort of a democratic process or anything like that. And, you know, the frame of democracy is also not ours. It is set by our rulers. They set a very limited frame of what democracy is. So, for example, Vaughn, you pointed out taxes. I have one big issue with taxes. It's not necessarily that I have to pay it, but it is that in everything else in life, there is a receipt for it. But for the taxes, I have no idea where my tax money is going. I have no choice either where the tax money should be going. And of course, that is perhaps an argument by itself on the side, but that argument is also never had. We don't have those alternatives to how do we, for example, decentralize facets of our economy and our political authority in a manner that is, has Alan has little theocracy in his little, there can be a part of the United States is huge. So it's no problem to actually arrange it in a way where people who would like to have a theocratic, domestic autonomy, then you can have certain laws. Let's say they don't want to have people that are gay. Fine. Gays don't simply have to show up. That's it. And then there could be people for gays, for all the woke people, as an example. Now, I'm not really offering a solution here, as you may have noticed, but I do think that one of our problems here is that our framework is so confined, and it is but the discourse is like, this goes through the media. This is why us here is actually like an effect of democracy, not only because we are generally kind of in a democratic fashion operating with each other, but also because we are discussing these facets of society that are never put on, let's say, mainstream media or on documentaries. You're not really presented with, what other options have been, because let's not forget that the things that we have now, they didn't arise in a vacuum. They came from somewhere, right? And so we are not having the discussions had to be going forward. So I don't know, like if we want to be talking democracy, maybe our specific policies, are we talking about fundamental changes? Should the whole electoral system be revamped in a this becomes suddenly very risky. So that's why I understand a lot of people when they say, no, democracy in the way we have had it, the way I know it from the back in the days when, we had debates where they seemed orderly and some of our policies were pulled through and we had the veneer of everything being okay. And also sorting our problems. But it's not really there. Most people are sensing, like increasingly, even here in Norway, people are sensing that, maybe we can't take everything so seriously and something is wrong. Like, how come everyone is struggling, but you're suddenly seeing a whole bunch more people driving around in the smaller towns or cities, I should say, with Ferraris and stuff, like something we usually haven't been seeing much of before. And this is not because people are getting wealthier. On the contrary, some people are getting wealthier, but it is not discussed. There's no discussion on corruption in Norway. No, people will think that Norway is not corrupt. I can assure you, corruption is skyrocketing at the moment. It's been doing so since COVID, unchecked, and it's just going to keep getting worse. I find that lack of discussion on that alarming. Whenever I try to address that to my fellow citizens, and you talk Putin, you talk COVID, you talk whatever. But what about what our oligarchs are doing? No, then I suddenly start becoming an enemy. That's alarming. Then you're not following the main line of what the accepted discourse. That's not democracy.
I would like to pick up something that Jordan said, which is to understand the political system as an arena where there is a political fight. And different groups try to pick up resources from the state where they can actually bring up their policies, their interests, and move things forward in their interest line. So the problem about democracy by itself, the problem of modern democracy is that there is little participation from the society as a whole. So in a way, lobby groups substituted people. People are not very interested in what's going on, how Coping was saying, how their money is spent, how to participate in the discussions for certain policies. Actually, many policies are made without any under the table, without public discussion at all. And this happens because people are much more comfortable to sit on their sofa and watch television, Netflix, and whatever, and care very, very little to what's happening in their local city hall, in their state, or in their government. They participate very little, and that's how all these other groups, which are more organized, go into all political parties, not political parties, and make their lobby and create and bring their interests. So the problem, which I would appeal for everybody that feels a bit distressed, that feels that it doesn't belong, that the system doesn't represent it anymore, is go out, go join a pressure group, go join a political party, make something. If you feel that the system is not there for you, it's also your fault. Yes, there is a lot of propaganda. There is a lot of this and that, but if people just sit and complain, I'm sorry, Voz do Povo, you are right, because we are all, the system as it is made to now, it's all to push you not to go to vote. And the best you can do for them, or for their interest, is not go there for vote. It's the opposite. We should go vote, but much more than just vote. Democracy is not just going to the ballots and put your vote. It's much more. And you can participate, and there are many instruments in democracies, most of democracies, well, almost all the guys that are here. I think Leo was here. Leo he's from Russia originally, so there you don't have that many instruments, but you have a lot of instruments at your hands that you can use to also at least be a part of the system, not be an outsider.
That Prata.
We have a new speaker. I believe we have a new speaker here on the open mic, Daniel Kinyo. Please introduce yourself. Welcome to the open mic.
You're muted.
Oh,
you're muted.
You're muted. You need to put press the mute button.
Oh, sorry. Hi. I hope you guys can hear me, because I think I was dragging or something.
Loud and clear. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. I was just so I'm Daniel. You can see my name. I'm from Kenya. Just been watching this for a while. Just glad to be here.
Welcome,
is there anything else you need to introduce yourself with?
Well, if you don't have anything else you would like to add on, maybe opinions or something.
Okay.
We tend to ask newcomers, and I forgot to ask Ryler, but Americans have been asked quite a bit already. So, but Kenyans not so much. And we have a standard thing to ask. One, general opinion on the ground when it comes to Ukraine. The Ukraine war, and the second, a general opinion on the ground and on Israel and Palestine in this case. And this has to do with, of course, not what you think or what you believe, but what is the general impression you get from where you are? Because we are always very excited to kind of, have people tell things from where they are.
Copy.
Where's he from? I didn't hear where he was from.
Ukraine, fuck Israel. I want to know what's going on.
Vosh, I want to have it heard from our new speaker.
Kenya, I hope you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah, I'm from Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, East Africa. So, if I got you correctly, Coping, you said my general opinion on Ukraine war and Palestine. Palestine. Oh, that is just a mess in and of its own. Okay, first of all, I 100%, including guys here, because I'm in a Christian country, and the one thing you notice about Palestine is that in Christian dominated nations, the narrative is completely different.
I forgot I left it open.
You can hear me, right? Like, the narrative is so different because of stations like TBN from the US. Like, they tend to have this pro-Israeli narrative that is quite destructive, but because also you have countries with channels like Al Jazeera and stuff like that, they tend to balance out the view. Because my own mother thinks Israel is being attacked by Hamas every day, but I already know that's bullshit. Like, because the way TBN, like, let me tell you, a channel like the Christian channels from the US, they, like, just the media itself, you're like, this is shit. Like, they have these pictures of Israeli soldiers killed every day. Like, they poster them out like he was a university student. And when you look at Al Jazeera, there's like 99 people like 99 people dead today because of a bomb, and you see nothing of that. Absolutely nothing. And I was just amazed at how powerful this Israeli thing is. Like, just how powerful are the Jews? Like, they can literally make a section of the entire world think a certain way just because they want to. And I was actually amazed, because you cannot convince most, like here in Kenya, you cannot convince most people that Israel is evil, because that goes against their religion. because this is the land of God and everything. So I think Israel, while it is evil, my view is that they can't win, but they already have won in a way, because you can't remove religion from Israel. So no matter what happens, they will always have this giant Christian population that will always back them, no matter what they do, no matter how evil they are. They'll always be they will always be this giant 2 billion Christian population that can be able to always get on their side, and that kind of puts.
That's. I would like to interject there. I wouldn't say it's all Christians are on Israel's side. I think it's very specifically Western evangelical Christians.
Yeah, not just that. Like the you see, there's a difference between the elite, the governments, and the population. Like guys who don't know much. Like those guys tend to be
the government
dictated.
are, the people are.
Yeah, I think Daniel is very correct. Daniel is very correct. My mother also today told me that so many people died in Israel, and I asked him who killed them, and she said Hamas as well, and she's Catholic. So, but the thing is that if we inform ourselves, actually Christians are very badly treated in Israel. Not as extremely bad as Muslims, but Christians are also very badly treated. Let's not forget what's happening to Bethlehem, where people are closed in the city and they can't get out. But on the other side, I think Alan also said that very true about.
So I was wondering, Daniel, because I get the impression from you that the Israel-Palestine thing, that's a sufficiently big thing for people in East Nairobi to be talking about. And if I got it from you because of whatever Christian biblical leanings and all that.
No, don't get me wrong. Like in our parliament, there were parliamentarians coming in with like free Palestine flags and stuff like that. Like Kenya has a huge Muslim population. Like a huge Muslim population, but it's just that you realize that, like I'm speaking from my personal experience. I was shocked at just how the same thing can be. I was shocked at just how good propaganda is. Like I was shocked when I was watching. I think I was watching. It's called Family TV here, but it's called TBN in the US. Like I was shocked by that. Like they were, like on one side we had Al Jazeera, and a guy was saying that I think 50 people has just been, like an apartment has just been bombed, 50 people are dead. Like it's live, like they can show it. And then on the other side they're showing this like Israeli guys in his home saying how his life is so miserable because he's afraid, he doesn't know where his future is going. And I'm like, you're in a very nice house, seated online, talking about how inconvenient your life would be, yet 50 people just died, and this media is showing this guy. Like and the media is showing the guy who's like seated in his house with some coffee, complaining about how inconvenient it is because he can hear the bombs getting dropped. Like, what the fuck? Like I just thought, I was just shocked at just how good propaganda is. Because if I had not seen Al Jazeera and like wasn't like vast with all the stuff that's happening, I would have actually gone with the TBN version of things. If that's all you're exposed to, like it's pretty strong. Like it's really hard. It's really hard to like get over what, like, all I've realized that if you need to control people, you just need to control what they see. And then the rest, and then they will just, their minds will do the rest for you. If you control what people see every day, they will think exactly what you want, when you want, how you want. And I was just shocked at just how good propaganda is.
So, what Prata was mentioning lobbying, it's one of the point of the huge difference that it made is Citizens versus United Supreme Court decision, which basically allowed unlimited funds from corporations for the campaign, while the personal limitation for the donations is $2,400, while corporations have unlimited. There's no limit. And the funniest thing about it is when soon after the Supreme Court decision was done, announced, there was a huge, I would say, a panic in democratic circles in United States, and I knew that decision is gonna completely cement kleptocracy in United States. And when Obama in his annual address said that Citizen versus United decision is gonna change, is gonna allow foreign countries to meddle into their democracy, to pay into campaign donations, and Roberts, Supreme Court Judge Roberts, said to him loudly, "You lie." That shows how radicalized right is in United States. It's really radical. That's the first time that it happened after 100 years that somebody interrupted annual address of a U.S. president. But if you wonder why AIPAC is so strong, it's because there's no limit to their donations from anywhere in the world. All the Jews of the world fund AIPAC. I mean, AIPAC had a lot of power before that, but after Citizens versus United, it's all over for U.S. democracy, because persons can only fund $2.4 thousand into the campaign funds, while there's no limit for corporate donations. That's why they increase suddenly for like it was before Citizen versus United. I think it was about $1.7 billion total campaign election fund, and after that turned to 4 for each party, for each side. Total was 8. It quadrupled in 4 years. It cemented the kleptocracy in the United States and stopped any economic discussion between the parties. They just talk about social issues. They don't talk about anything else but the social issues. When Trump came in and started mentioning economic problems, of course, that's the first time after 10 years that somebody mentions economic problems in debates. Everybody goes for it because everybody feels that's the main problem, not social issues. Those are important things, but not for politicians to decide so much about it. It's not their deal. They shouldn't be bothering and directing social issues with us. Who's how to declare home and so on.
Mr. Lambo,
when talking about
Mr. Lambo,
yes,
you live in the capital of EU. What the fuck are people there saying or doing to change things? Because the EU is the big part of this problem at the moment.
But there's Belgium involved to do all the EU decision. They just have the buildings of the EU in Belgium. That's it. Belgium decided nothing.
Yeah, but people there vote for.
Yeah, but who are the lunatics? Who are the lunatics that are sitting there? That's the biggest problem.
The capital.
If you're looking at the fucking von der Leyen and the other shit that are busy drinking coffee and beer and the Euro Parliament.
These people weren't voted. They just. I don't know how they go there.
I don't know. I don't know
the
either.
Capital of
actually,
the EU is in Washington D.C.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think there's any reason to have any sort of deep philosophical or political discussion on who actually has control over the EU, when ultimately strategic, like nation-sized decisions are made in Washington for the Europe. Europe is a colony of the United States. I don't think anybody on this panel or anyone watching is going to disagree with that. So when we're sitting here bickering between, but von der Leyen did this, and Macron thinks this, and Duda wants to do, I don't think it matters. Their local what's the term? Like the local court politics of the little micro kingdoms in Europe, they do not matter on a grand scale, right? Maybe the opinions of the people may influence a local politician to institute a new law that makes gay people have to pay a fine for being gay, but like that does not affect anyone on a grand scale. We're still seeing a massive importation of Middle Easterners and Africans into Europe as a simple objective statement of replacing the population because it's cheaper than having them all reproduce, because no one wants to reproduce.
Yeah.
You can ask a million questions why. It's pretty simple why. We can get into that later though. So
just looking after the decisions they're making with the conflict in Ukraine, it's all decided by USA, and they just keep sitting their ass, and that's it.
There is no Europe United Front operating to the betterment of Europe or the people.
You're
around.
just
No,
ass
that's not
lickers
happening.
of the United States.
There is a
That's
new
the
a new
reality.
thing. There is a new thing going on in Europe.
And the thing is, they can be critical too, right? You can be critical of the United States and still be a colony of the United States, because we're allowing. You have the guardrails up, right? You've got guardrails to say certain things, but when you start getting too far, you get cock slapped and you get sent back to the middle, right? There's definitely permission for criticism because America.
By the way, can I just ask one thing? No, can I just ask? Coping. Wait.
But you do get cock slapped because it's funny to watch you get cock slapped too. That's unrelated.
But can I just ask one thing, because I just have maximum a half hour the time to speak, because after that I need to leave, and because it's the last open mic of the year and the last time from this year I can be able to participate just for 2023. I come back, next year. Is it possible to speak first and half hour about Ukraine? Is that possible?
For fuck's sake.
Yeah,
open mic is I'm joking. That's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Let me just make one point on what Alan just said, and then we can move on to Ukraine.
This open mic to last into the new year. Okay, so
yes, that I am meaning. I am from Belgium. My English is not that good.
Hey guys, I want to pick up on something Alan just said, because it's important. What he said about the cocksmacking around of the vassal states. I 100% agree with that. I think that the guardrail analogy that he set up is perfect, because that's what is set up. And I think that America allows the vassal states to have a certain amount of criticality against it, because it actually helps the narrative that we're all democracies and stuff. So I think anything that doesn't matter a whole lot, if there's a bit of division amongst the West, I think that that the rulers see that as being a good thing, as long as Alan said, as long as they don't stray too far, you're okay. But I think that that's a perfect analogy for it, because that's effectively what we're living in.
Well, I mean, look at abortion laws in Europe and abortion laws in America.
Ukraine.
I mean, Americans would never want the same laws there.
Ukraine. And so can I segue, because I had one question left for Daniel, our new speaker, pertaining to Ukraine.
Let me make a bridge to Ukraine. Follow me.
No, we're going over to Ukraine because Mr. Lambo needs to leave in a short while, and he wanted to have a conversation.
I'm doing the bridge to Ukraine.
We're doing it with Daniel, not with you.
Please. I had one question for Daniel.
You can fuck off.
I have one question for Daniel, our new speaker. Same as I asked regarding Israel-Palestine. What is your own reports, but also a bit first, if you could. If you could please, what is the general perception of the people on the ground in Kenya regarding the Ukraine war, and for that matter, if you have a context of change, that would be also cool.
Okay, so about Ukraine. Okay, first of all, like the war in Ukraine made Putin very popular. Like I haven't met a single dude who doesn't like Putin now. Like that thing made Putin more powerful than before. Like pretty much every person I know is like Putin. Putin is like he's the OG.
He's a person.
But can you hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like even I used to like Putin. Now I love Putin. The war in Ukraine is not big of a thing. Yeah, I can see like Vaughn is with Prigozhin and everything. Yeah, he was an idiot. He was an idiot. You don't fuck with the boss. when he can kill you. But I just the war in Ukraine.
I mean, he's already winning so much. I mean, how much
So what?
more does he need to win? I mean,
He
he's
was
like
an
Trump.
idiot.
You know, you're
He
so
was an
sick
idiot.
of Putin winning all the time. You're like, please, Putin, please stop winning. I can't take any more winning.
I mean, it is dramatic, though, when you look at Putin or Modi or leaders like this, and you compare them against the leaders in the West, like a Trudeau or a Macron or a Schultz or somebody like that. It is so dramatic to see the difference between the two. You know, I think it should be clear to anybody who follows anything that these guys say, who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't.
If I may, like taking into account what Nunia was just saying, that about the vassal states, and understand Ukraine and what Daniel said about Putin. The thing is that why is Putin a hero for so many people in the countries? Because he presents an alternative of independence. This is the multipolarism, the polycentral world that they have been talking about. They offer the promise that actually you can get out of the interval of criticism you're allowed to talk it and go away. And now we see as well how things are getting so much out of the railway that they are derailing is the fact that with these secondary sanctions and these threats, these open threats to all countries that don't follow through the US, not anymore in the intro, but just a single line, the world realized that the US looks more like a dictatorship than anything else. So everybody is partying about Putin winning. And the world cannot stand. The Ukraine has to lose in one side for the world to be free. And the West, especially some European countries, they are getting really crazy about Ukraine because if this happens, they lose this integration. So we see they giving weapons to Ukraine, although they don't have anything else to give them at the last minute, which is their last reserves. It's so suicidal and strange. So, Mr. Lambo, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm going to continue. I'm going to change everything now because I really don't have time anymore. I just hope to speak about it. So it happened, for me, it happened two very big things this week. There was a very big airstrike attack. But first, I want to start with a very sad video. They are busy now in the comments. So, well, that's why I want to start talking with it. Vaughn yesterday sent me a video of in the trench, a guy filming another guy and laughing with that other guy. But that other guy was a guy like in the 30s with syndrome of Down. You know, a handicap, mentally handicapped born guy with the mental maybe of 10 years old, sitting in a fucking trench with just Ukraine military suits, with nothing about protection or something like that. But it doesn't matter. It's what the fuck is that guy doing in that trench and fucking Ukraine? Why are they filming that guy? Is Ukraine getting fucking mental? After seeing pregnant women, we're seeing mentally sick, born guys in the Ukrainian trench. For what? To sending in the meat to catch drones, to try to catch suicidal drones? What are they fucking busy doing? Every Europe of the world are fucking supporting Ukraine to be able to put these type of guys in the trenches. There is something fucking wrong.
Yeah,
and it makes me fucking angry.
Sorry, but I think that's Russian propaganda.
No. You can say everything what you want, but Ukraine is fucking ill.
Jokes aside, this is actually being done. There are military leaders making these decisions, permitting this to happen. Right? There are recruitment officers running around who decided to collect this person. Right? I don't know if everyone's seen this video. I recommend everyone if you can try to it's not graphic, it's not brutal. It's just there's literally a 30-year-old guy with Down syndrome in a Ukrainian uniform in a Ukrainian trench. No, but it doesn't matter, right? So if you have recruitment officers
about
collecting
medical
people's
decision.
Down syndromes,
It's not
what?
recruitment officers. It's medical decision to do that, to allow them. It's a medical decision. Before you
if you have a bad back, you're not allowed
We're
to
not
fight.
getting sidetracked on no bullshit medical decision. They're
guys,
putting fucking mentally
have a
retarded
medical-
people into the fucking trenches.
Let's first
It doesn't fucking matter how it got there. That motherfucker has no business being there. Period. End of story.
Zero.
He should never even fucking be. If that guy actually wanted to help and volunteer and help his country, they could have put him in a fucking uniform, stuck him somewhere in the office in Ukraine, and had him get coffee for Zelensky and pretend to be a little aide to some military guy and fulfilled all his fantasies. They stuck that motherfucker there because he's retarded, and they probably figure, hey, you run this way and the drone will chase you. We'll get away. Hey, stick your head up. Hey, go out there and fucking climb around in the minefield. Fucking sick ass motherfuckers. He doesn't even have a single rubber band for a fucking tourniquet. When's the last time you seen a Ukrainian or a Russian that doesn't have a tourniquet kit strapped to every fucking arm and leg, plus a couple on his chest, plus probably some more in his backpack? No mag pouches, no first aid kit, no canteen, no protective helmet, no plates in his plate carrier. Fuck Ukraine.
When I
Fucking
was just saying,
monster.
not even right shoes. Yeah, just fucking boots. Yeah, not even right shoes on his feet. You don't put people like that in the trench. Never. Let them at home.
And you see the
with his
conditions
family.
on the front line, and they gave him fucking galoshes. He doesn't even have fucking boots on.
When I saw the pregnant
Are they
woman,
even
I said,
feeding the guy? Does he even get to go inside and warm up? Or do they just make him sit outside and play with his fucking stick?
when I saw the pregnant woman, I said to myself,
Fucking nasty motherfuckers. And every fucking soldier there should fucking die. Because they should take that motherfucker and take him back. With or without the permission. And the fact that they're sitting there laughing about it and letting it go on, they all deserve to fucking die.
Every officer who allows this to happen.
Every motherfucker that let that dude go from wherever the fuck they picked him up to that trench deserves a fucking bullet.
Guys, actually, people, hey guys.
Hey,
only
you
the
just
job
can't go
of
on
Hello.
and straight
the
away.
medical
Come on,
commission.
people are waiting to speak. Okay, go on.
Andrew is black. It's okay.
No, I just wanted to quote a law on disability.
Come on, let's not get sidetracked.
There's people with disabilities of the third group.
Because they're based.
Andrew, just start talking. Andrew, just
They're
start
based
talking.
on
No,
bribes.
let's try and do talking.
You know,
Please don't cross.
They're based on bribes.
You're please let
It
Andrew.
just
let
shows
him-
how
but
they
Euro,
demand
please.
the bribes from
Jordan,
those
he can't
people,
hear
right?
you. You know,
Euro.
he's 20 seconds behind.
The thing is, recently about disability and the mobilization, there's been laws being approved in Ukraine. People with disabilities of the third group, which is not exactly defined, have been proposed to be drafted into the Ukrainian army. The corresponding bill has been submitted to the Verkhovna Rada for consideration today. This was on the 26th of December. And there's also Zaluzhny, a quote of Zaluzhny saying, whether a person is eligible or not is not decided by the disability group, which I believe is a sort of disability group, like kind of a union for disabled people, something Vaughn would need, but by the military medical board. So he's basically saying that disability will be decided by the military medical board instead of this kind of this okay.
Yeah, just continue.
Yeah,
but actually,
and this is not the first instance. This is not the first instance of mobilization of the disabled individual in the Ukrainian army, because we have another video. There was another video published months ago. There was another video published months ago with a young man, a woman crying out about a young man. His son was there with him, crying at an officer because he had been called for mobilization despite his evident disabilities, both mental and I think also physical, because he was moving weird. So they were just saying this.
Yeah, but like
So
the
see,
third
can we
group
appreciate
that
that
Mic
actually
is too
you're
close.
correct?
Just push it a little bit away.
Thank
you so much, Andrew. Andrew, thank you so much for reading that out, because that actually clarified a lot. Because that means actually that Euro was what we had not expected. He was actually correct. It was indeed a medical decision, but a military medical decision. And yeah, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yeah, but the third category group is like maybe you lost a finger or something like that. But somebody that's born with the syndrome of Down, that is mentally born dead with like 5-time difference in age of mentality, that's never going to enter the army. And I said before also, I was saying pregnant women are able to go on in the trenches until they are 7 months pregnant. A few months later, what do we see? Pregnant woman. Wow.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, even if he was a higher functioning person with Downs that could hold a job and stuff, like there are people that do that.
Put him in the kitchen.
That guy's not one of those guys. That guy looked like he was a child sitting there playing with his fucking burgers on his
That's the thing, though, right? We're all kind of bouncing around this topic. Again, back to center it, right? Bluntly, blanket statement. A person with Down syndrome should not be in the military.
That's
it.
Or maybe just in the cooking canteen, and that's it. Helping cook potatoes.
I'll push back on all on you with the devil's advocate here, because you say he should not be there, but you have to define why. Because if you just from a moral perspective,
no.
I mean, I can tell you real quick. He's a child.
Don't get a very good reason why they will let him come in there, because he may not have any utility in the civilian society, and he can do very well as a decoy for drones and whatnot. No, that's not good or bad. That's just exactly what it is.
Okay, can I just
Coping,
say something?
There's 2 things I want to put onto that. And Daniel, I do want to let you talk.
Can I just say something?
It's a moral decision, right? But
it is
no morals.
Hold on. Coping. You cannot separate this, right? Because the concept of bringing someone into the military purely to have them die is a morally bankrupt decision. That's a statement of fact, right?
Right. But it doesn't matter.
It goes against every
the actual
rule that
argument
exists.
on this.
I'm sorry,
right?
but let me say this. You see,
finds
if you
themselves
can't
in
put
an intellectually deficient state, right? This is not like if you want us to go into detail, then it's pretty standard. A person with a mental disability cannot operate in a hierarchical, teamwork-based structure. It is a detriment to the military if you want to be kind of this pragmatic.
Sorry, can I say something? I just say a short
Daniel,
one.
yes, I'm sorry, Daniel. Go ahead.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
If you can't put someone with Down syndrome in a ring to box, you shouldn't give them a gun. Like if you can't put them in a boxing ring, why the fuck are you putting them in front of soldiers that are trained?
Because they're not giving him the gun. They didn't give him the gun. That's the point. They didn't give him a gun. You know, I'm not agreeing with this. You see, Alvin, like what you're saying here, it doesn't matter if I agree with you. That just means that I agree with you. But the morality of right and wrong, you know, I can agree with you smart, but that's why the moral argument doesn't work. Because that's actually why you can have also wars getting started. Now, the moral argument they will put here is that, well, this is the defense of our country, and we can disagree with them. We can disagree with each other. We can please wait. Because what Daniel was saying here is exactly the point. No, you cannot give him a gun. You cannot put him in a hierarchy. You're absolutely correct. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. But that's not the purpose of him having him there. Is it immoral to have him used as cannon fodder? Absolutely. But that's what they're doing.
Someone put Medi super shot, please. Come on, copy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Coping, if you're, no way again, you can defend this
you can't
it does not matter. It's a moral decision.
Coping, if you're operating from a general concept of relative morality.
Stop this philosophy. Stop the philosophy part. No,
you can't.
No. What Maddie said. What Maddie said here. Listen to Maddie's super chat. Maddie's super chat.
Can we all do one at a fucking time?
Wait, Maddie's super chat. That's the exact point here I'm making. I'm not defending this. I'm explaining what I believe to be the rationale. That's it.
No explanation.
You just say what they're thinking to be planning to do.
Doesn't matter what you say. It's not going to change the fact that they put that guy in front line. Can you imagine that guy with a fucking grenade?
Maybe not.
What's
No,
gonna
they're
happen?
not going to use them for that. They're just going to say, "You see that
Yeah,
drone?
but trust
If
me,
you see drone, try to catch
that guy is basically brain dead.
Unless
He
it was
can
a
find a
decoy.
grenade somewhere. He can find a grenade somewhere, and you can see the result of that shit. Come on, wherever is running, the Ukrainian army needs, like
I
God
mean,
said,
you know,
fucking
if
bullet
we're
in
gonna
the
sit
head.
here and speculate, let's speculate more because it's Ukraine that's evil that's decided to do this. What if Ukraine's going around to people with disabled kids saying, "Let us ease your burden, let us have your kid"?
You're going to
I mean,
give
they've
the
already
ticket to
been recruiting
Europe.
out of fucking orphanages. We already know they had the first 17-year-old orphan die last year or earlier in the year. So who's to say Ukraine ain't going around to people with disabled kids saying, "Hey, we'll get rid of your kid for you. You don't have to take care of them anymore. Give them to us." I mean, fuck, they're already doing that shit. You don't think these evil ass motherfucking Nazis wouldn't do that?
Matter of fact,
I don't know how much more fucking proof you need. They're fucking Nazis. They got retards in the fucking trenches for fucking nothing more than to kill them. I mean, they ain't even decent enough to just put them on a train and go kill them. They just, hey, here, go fucking die so some Nazi can live.
I kept asking myself when they say they're willing to fight to the last Ukraine. Now I know what they mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Finally,
Be sure.
I know.
They're going to do that also.
Now I know what they
They
mean.
are.
If
Yeah.
they're willing to put a pregnant woman in the front line,
Yeah, the
and
last
fucking dead
Ukrainian.
brain, they willing
Yeah,
to
good.
kill all of them.
I'm going
That
to
tells you
close
a
that
lot
discussion
about
because it's too.
That tells you a lot about the leadership of Ukraine, the fact
Yeah.
that they're not actually Ukrainian, doesn't it?
Just give them the bullet and Zelensky, and it's enough. But I'm going to close our discussion because it's just we just can't talk about. It's just fucking disgusting. I just wanted to point it out on the open mic, have a subject about it. No, I prefer to talk because I just have 50 minutes left. Sorry, guys. But the planes, they did a fucking amazingly good job 2 days ago. Congrats to Russia for that.
That's too
Fuck
bad.
off, they did it.
Well,
good.
hold
They're
on,
not done
hold on.
yet.
You gotta be consistent. You
Innocent
gotta be
people died,
consistent.
you know.
The Russian strikes were effective, yes, but also the Ukrainian strikes on the 5 or 6 aircraft that were shot down. That was a tactically very good move. They
Yeah.
did very good. I don't think they're going to be able to recreate
And
that.
I think that's why they forwarded to that bigger attack. And also
Yeah.
they have a certain points. They
Well,
saw
they
more and more defense
supposedly
system.
they lost the SAM that was involved in that ambush, and they
Yeah.
lost the NASAMs in the strike.
Yeah.
They were supposedly they were trying to load the Patriot up onto a train to get it somewhere else, and it got hit by a Kinzel or something.
Yeah. So that was what
You know-
getting to. So these 4 or 5 Russian planes had been shot down. Was probably shot down by a Patriot system that came in closer to the battlefields. That the Russians didn't really know about it. They were still thinking to be safe and launch their fab bombs as close as possible to the danger zone. So that was a bad luck. And then you had the strike with the 2 Sukhoi 24s that hit that ship in Crimea. That also was a big pain. Not such a big pain to lose that ship, but just to know they were able to cross with the. I don't think it was a Storm Shadow. I think it was a Taurus system because they didn't have they don't know shit about the Taurus system. So that's actually a Storm Shadow, but the German version. So actually equal system.
French.
No, Taurus, Scalp is French. The Taurus is German. They have more than 600 of them,
Scalp
by
is
the way.
French, yeah.
Yeah, Scalp is French, Storm Shadow is British, is actually exactly the same. And then Taurus is another system, but equivalent as cruise missile compared to the Storm Shadow and the Scalp. So my thinking is because Russia doesn't know nothing about the Taurus and they know everything about the Storm Shadow because they have completely intact Storm Shadows in their research center in Russia.
The UK media keep saying that was the missiles.
Yeah, but they don't.
They
They're
claim
not going.
straight away.
No,
They
the
claim
thing
it
is, they
straight
don't
away.
going to say it was a Taurus system because that's something bad to know if it's really that.
This
because
is
Germans
something-
always say they
this
know
is
that
something
they were
bad,
going to
There's
send
a chain reaction.
Taurus missile is
Yeah, but let me
primarily
continue.
used by
Let me just-
Eurofighters, and I don't think
There's a
they've
chain reaction, as I recall it.
I just want to continue
there's a chain reaction, if I may describe
yeah, it was
fully.
a chain reaction.
So it was first thing was that those Ukrainians set up the SAM systems near Kherson and shot down the planes, Russian planes that were using same trajectory of approach for weeks and weeks, if not for months. Basically, the Russian pilots or commanders were directing them to use the same approach on targeting and delivering the bombs. So finally, after months of doing that, Ukrainians set up the SAM systems, probably Western delivered, not Russian type. And then after that, the revenge was destruction of Western operators of those SAM systems. Okay, you didn't include that what the Ukrainians lost. There was even Zelensky was complaining how the Russians hit a railroad station in Kherson and killed the civilians. But a report from Ukrainian civilians is that civilian trains don't enter Kherson train station. They stop outside on the edge of the Kherson. They don't enter it because of fear of the Russian bombing of the train station. That's where the Western operators of those NASAMS, IRIS-T were killed. After that, for the revenge,
well, that ties into that brings credence to the rumor that the Kinzo
Jordan, can we give Mr. Lambo his 90 minutes left because he's gonna leave?
I was to try to just make my little conclusion. It can be also like a closing. You can compare it like closing, maybe just don't have time. So like you say, it's the thing that you say are very correct actually. But the thing that all happens, so a big airstrike like Russia did is not something they're planning in 2-3 days. They're planning that in a few weeks' time. And I think they just saw it was very necessary to do something, and they started to send some planes coming from the north, like just next to the Baltics and the what is that? There's in Murmansk region, whole upside and the north of Russia, where also you have the famous submarine bases. It's like a few thousand kilometers flight. So they're starting to send Tupolev 95s from there. After that, they start to send some Tupolev 22s, so like the supersonic bombers. And they did, I think, in total, they did more than 4 attacks. Also from the Baltic Sea and from the Black Sea Fleet, they started to shoot also with the cruiser. The cruisers were there.
Caspian,
cruise missiles. Yeah, sorry. Always Caspian Sea. They launched about more than 150 missiles and drones in total. And they started doing that also with drones first. Why they're using drones first is just to try to empty the air. I call that emptying the air defense. Because at that moment, you just don't have a choice as Ukrainian or as a mercenary from the United States busy with the Patriot. They don't have a choice what to shoot first, because they see just these drones coming first. And after that, they also had spotters in Russia that tell to the Ukrainian government when these planes are leaving also the airports. So the Ukraine also know coming the thing, but they don't have any not many choices, because these drones are attacking maybe the air defense themselves, so they need to shoot them down. So that's the tactic of Russia. Then they're sending the Tupolev Bears first with the cruise missiles. Why? Because they're carrying up to 8 smaller cruise missiles, and maybe not even armed, just also to fuck around with the air defense. And then coming the Tupolev 22s with the bigger, heavier, I think there's weighing like 5,800 kilograms with the 1,000 kilo warheads, the X-101s. They're sending these ones. The KH-22s. They're sending these ones, and then after that, they also send some MiG-31s with the Kinzhals to just making a little cherry on the cake. Like, it's for me, is a perfect tactic to first trying to empty the air defense.
You do the MiG-31s with the Iskanders at the same time, right? The ballistic.
The Iskanders also are today some Iskander launches. Yeah, actually also. But they did just a beautiful tactic and a good organization of launching all these drones and then the cruise missiles and the different type of cruise missiles to able to take some big targets. And I know I heard, I think it was in Lvov or something like that, you have an air base and some people saying
tank factory
in Lvov it was, and then you had another one where you have storage, and some say it was some F-16 spare parts.
You know, I could be wrong about this, but I heard in a documentary once that the largest cruise missile attack in history before this was during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, where coalition forces used 100 cruise missiles. And so if that's the case, then this would actually be the single largest cruise missile attack in human history.
Oh, no, we broke that last year. That record was broken last year by the Russians, actually. When you look back last year, around, actually it was December time as well. No, excuse me, February of 2023, so almost a year ago, the Russians were doing that like weekly campaign of missile strikes, if you remember that.
Yeah,
but it actually built up. By February, they had launched, I mean, it was like a 12-hour continuous stream. So they had, I think 28 bombers had been cycling that entire night. It was ridiculous.
Something like that. And something that I was really surprised to see over the weekend was this article that was put out by a Ukrainian military officer, and I think it was Ukrainsky Pravda. He said that Ukraine hadn't shot down a single Kh-22 missile during the whole war out of like 300 that were launched at them. And I was just super shocked to see that, because that missile was pretty much the bane of existence of American carrier groups during the whole Cold War. And if modern Ukrainian SAMs can't shoot that down, then what does that say about
that? Makes you start to question the 24 Kinjals that the Ukrainians shot down too, huh?
Well, I mean, I think the other thing is too. I mean, they said they fired like 160 drones and assorted missiles and cruise missiles. You figure maybe 50 drones, 100, 110 cruise missiles of assorted types. I mean, it's still, for a single strike, it's big. And with their production ramped up, you might see these big strikes just start cycling through maybe every couple weeks, maybe every few days, just depends where they're at. Because, I mean, no one honestly knows how many they're building and how many they had before it started. And,
that was just a Christmas gift, and the New Year's gift.
I mean, that could have just been payback for the ship. And tomorrow they might, and it goes along with the whole thing too of turning up the pressure. I mean, you've got the open fighting with Zelensky and Zelensky. You've got, I mean, I've been following the shit in the comments and stuff with these units. There's people asking questions about why people are dead and they can't get them back. What happened to all the people that disappeared in the trenches? Why can't these people contact their families? No transparency, no assistance. People on the street saying, I'll go when Zelensky goes. Now you're going to start bombing them and taking out their heat and electric and water as the winter keeps setting in. Make it as miserable as possible for the average Ukrainian, so they want to go down the street and kill Zelensky.
And it is a hard winter, and it is becoming a very hard winter too. This is not like last year's winter, which is.
And that's pretty much what the Russians are saying: get rid of Zelensky and make peace.
Yeah,
I mean, we're going to turn up the heat, so to speak.
Actually, the weather is not too bad in UK this winter so far.
No.
Well, you got to remember in Ukraine, since Ukraine is deep within the European kind of funnel or steppe, right? You get a lot of that moisture buildup, which is why you're seeing snow like every other day in Ukraine now.
Yeah. But
you're
just
getting
a side
all
note for
you're moving east or west.
Ukrainian sources have said that Russia's producing like 100 to 120 cruise missiles each month, and so this last attack was pretty much a month's worth of their cruise missile production. But I mean, something else I was thinking about, and I've never heard anyone talk about this, in the media or anything else like that, is that with the number of surface-to-air missiles that the West is sending to Ukraine, mainly Patriot, but I'm sure there are others like NASAMS. Those missiles haven't been produced in, compared to say what Russia's making, they haven't been produced in very large numbers. I think in total something like 10,000 Patriot missiles have been produced in the whole history of the system. So if Ukraine is using, a couple hundred of those missiles a month, it could, start to drain Western stockpiles after a while, especially given that they're sending the PAC-3 MSE, which is pretty much the most capable variant of the Patriot available.
The biggest difference.
I feel like that's going to be a pretty big problem coming up.
No, but the biggest difference you had between Russia and the rest of if you just compare it to the NATO countries, is that Russia always puts most of their money in defense and electronic warfare, and then maybe in the planes also. So in strategic stuff. So Russia always had a lot of missiles. Always been their first priority, putting all the money in the missile system, and you just can see that. Who is first now? It's hypersonic missiles. Russia, not the United States. It's Russia. And that's a big problem for the NATO, because the NATO is not, even with the Patriot, they are not allowed to shut down hypersonic because themselves doesn't have hypersonic. So they are not allowed to make something against hypersonic because they have nothing to train or to learn the lessons with.
Yeah, and that's something else
big change for them.
And something else needs to be pointed out is that, sort of Soviet and later Russian doctrine has always revolved around having, sort of quantity over quality. You have, tons and tons of ammunition, tanks, what have you. Whereas Western doctrine, definitely since the end of the Vietnam War, has been sort of this, shock and awe doctrine where you have, really intensive war for, a couple months to begin with, something like the Gulf War 91. And that's how you would fight a war. And the problem that poses a conflict like this is that you're having Ukraine use up huge amounts of different munitions over the course of multiple years, and so that's something that's been creating problems for the Western ammunition stockpiles. And that's definitely ammunition is definitely a bigger bottleneck in this regard than the actual systems themselves. People always say, why doesn't the West then 1,000 fighter jets to Ukraine or something like that? And basically the biggest problem with that, the biggest bottlenecks would be training and the ammunition, the actual missiles themselves, which would be used up very quickly. And so that's something I think people need to keep in mind.
I saw a documentary about the Russian air defense forces in the VKS, and it was like from the 70s in the height of the Cold War. And it was put out by the US government or NATO, and they were talking about how the Russian air defense forces have more surface to air missiles than any other country in the world, and I think more than NATO combined. And this was in the 60s and 70s. It was specifically talking about their air defense and how many varieties they have and the quantities they have. And it's just another red flag. All these Western analysts, experts that have been out here saying shit, they're going to run out of missiles. It's like, motherfucker, you guys made movies about it in the 70s, how they had more missiles than God could imagine. And now all of a sudden, in 2023, the Russians can't make missiles. They don't got no missiles. They ran out of missiles. It's like, even if they got old shit, they still got a fuck ton of shit. I mean, it's like the guy, I think the guy said 60 or 75,000 surface to air missiles at the time. And that wasn't like man pads. That was all the, S2, SA2s and S125s.
No. You're making a great point, Vaughn, because if we're sending F-16s, right, what was the anti-aircraft missile designed to shoot down the F-16? You guys remember?
S-300.
No. The SA-3.
The SA-3.
The SA-3. The Russians still have SA-3s, dude.
That's like 10, 15 years older than the F-16, though.
And it still shot them down.
Yeah. I just want to. I'm going to make my closing because I'm going to leave. I just going to wait, Juro. I'm going to make my closing. I'm going to leave. Just about planes, you need to watch the DCS channel of Growing Sidewinder. Yesterday he posted a video with the dogfights. They have a new pack in that game, so the Russian planes are not fully correct compared to the reality. So now for first, they have the Sukhoi 30 SM with the 3D thrusting vectoring system. He made a clip, dogfight against an F-18. You really need to watch it because the F-18 had zero chance. Zero chance. That is a true capability about an F-18, an F-18 compared to a Sukhoi 30. is like an F-18 has just zero chance. Now I do my closing. I'm going to stop. I just speaking, and
Mr.
then
Lambo, Mr. Lambo, before you go, before you go, I want to ask you something. Have you watched the movie Firefox?
No, the last one I watched was Top Gun 2. That was very funny.
Please, it's an old movie with Clint Eastwood. Please.
Yeah, I think I watched it, but it's long. I need to rewatch it. But also, I just want to say, if you have even F-16s, if you have F-16s in Ukraine, and they need to fight it against other planes are never going to happen. I hope they're not that stupid. They have zero chance even in a dogfight situation, even in distance. Don't forget, Russia has fucking good air defense. It's so good that they even shoot their own planes with it. Yeah, it's so good. It's so effective. The thing is, the F-16s is just the biggest propaganda bullshit is going ever to happen. I have just another list of planes that NATO can maybe put inside of Ukraine. That's maybe a bigger solution. I am still thinking is going to happen. Tornadoes, Mirage Type D, and maybe the Saab Gripen. Why the Tornado and the Mirage Type D? These are Storm Shadow or Scalp Carrier planes. And that is something that Ukraine is needing. If they really want to still continue to use the Storm Shadows and they don't have Sukhoi 24s anymore, then you have the Saab Gripen. Why the Saab Gripen? The Saab Gripen is designed in the mind of the Swedish thinking. And that's meaning Sweden has 120 highways where they're able to land their planes. That's meaning they don't actually using in priority their own airfields. They have a good mindset in this type of planes to be usable and a bad condition for landing and taking off of a badder situation like that. These are just the 3 planes. The F-16s, yes, very good plane, but not as good as the Russian ones and not effective, and certainly not good for the situation you have in Ukraine. You need to watch a video we made a few months ago about the F-16, where also in the 15 last minutes I speak about my way of thinking with the Tornado, with the Mirage Type D. I didn't put in it, but I know the Ukrainians are already training for more than 1 year in France. So for me, the logical way is that they're going to send Mirage Type D. Also, I just want to end with a little conclusion, like Ukraine is losing very hard. They're doing the most stupid stuff. We just spoke about the syndrome of Down type of... It's a war that really needs to end now because Russia is going to win it. If you still believe in Ukraine has possibility to win it, you need to think in a very different way. And I just want to wish everybody here on the panel that's watching DPA a very good New Year's Eve. I see you next day, so maybe next year, so next week in 2024. And I hope you're going to enjoy. I have a very good open mic today. Thank you very much, Wyatt.
Happy New Year, fabulous guy.
Yeah, thank you, Wyatt, to have that fabulous open mic channel. And I see you never going to lose it because it's fucking awesome. And congratulations, Von, with your nomination. And also Putin. Yeah, you deserve it, Von. You really deserve it. I fucking like it. But you're all awesome. Thank you very much,
bro.
And Von, I have
wait, coping. Dan wanted to talk.
Can I say something? I have a question that might digress. Is everybody closing, or can I just ask it?
No, I'm just closing.
No, he was closing because he was leaving.
So I'm leaving. Bye-bye, guys.
I wanted to ask something because we have like military guys here, like Vaughn and stuff. Like, since we're talking about military technologies and hypersonic missiles and stuff, okay, I'm a software developer, so I was thinking you know the new AI-powered machines that are coming up, like those electric dogs that China is building.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, how do you think that's going to affect war in, let's say, a decade or so? Because I'm just thinking, if you have like 1,000 of these things, then doesn't that detach the soldier from the field?
Oh yeah.
I
mean,
think about it this way. I mean,
let me finish.
I want to go.
Let me finish.
That's the purpose.
Let me finish. Like, I'm just thinking, like, if you're a weak country and you have to put people on the field to fight, and the other country is stronger and it's going to put these electric dogs and stuff, and you have a single soldier maybe controlling like 5 or so, then don't you think that this is a catastrophic? Like, doesn't that mean that casualties of war will just blow up by 1,000? Because if I can just take a trigger somewhere and have like 5, autonomous like military units, and it's just supposed to detect human beings, there's little empathy. Like I'm detached, so less PTSD. Don't you think that's gonna make soldiers kill more innocent people over time?
Well,
oh yeah, I mean, think about it. They've already got tracked robots with guns. They already have robot mules that carry ammo. I mean,
special forces stuff.
some of the ones that you see, like the size that DARPA makes, could easily carry a cornet on the back and just walk around and shoot cornets.
Well, actually,
I mean,
it's actually
you're gonna have a lot more people killed, but you'll have people also figuring out ways to counter. I mean, think about it. You say, "Oh, here comes 5 robot dogs." Something simple as a fucking generator and a water pump and a fire hose might be what you need to take care of that. I mean, people might get creative. Instead of putting a minefield in front of your trenches, you put a pool of water that the robots can't walk through because they'll short out. I mean, people will get creative, even if you're poor. I mean, you'll probably take more casualties, but people will adapt.
With all that respect, you don't need to think about You don't need to be thinking about robot dogs and all this kind of stuff. You got to look at what the Russians are doing now. The Russians are using Lancet drones, right? The new Izraeli-53, which is just Object 53. This is supposedly a drone that has AI built into it, so that it just knows what to target, right? So it's got a pre-built accounting software built in. It can identify through images and video different objects on the battlefield, and that's how you see them targeting these vehicles and these defensive positions and these artillery.
There's a difference, but there's a difference between a drone, because a drone is given a probability of a target and then blow up when you get there, like hit it, blow. But when you talk about these autonomous like military units, they have to navigate so many more things. Like they're much more complex than a drone.
Well, are you still talking specifically about like these automated like?
Have you seen them?
Dynamic
Like China
dogs
making
that jump around and all this kind of stuff. Like what
I
precisely?
even had that the US
if I
using
may.
them on like special forces stuff. Those tiny attack things, because you never know what those guys are doing. But like they have this.
I'm gonna head out. See you guys.
I'm not talking about special
I
forces.
hope I'm alive
if you're
to
talking
see
about,
that,
I'm talking about like
if you're talking about mass adoption, first, if I may, about you're asking about is there gonna be mass adoption in the military of
like,
AI
is
powered
it even a viable thing?
Transport military? Yeah, the presently that's not really planned for the mass adoption. What's presently the biggest issue for the individual soldiers and local problem is evacuation. But they talking about quick evacuation presently because the FPV drones are such a problem for the exposed units. But units are on the front are not so exposed. They're in trenches, in bunkers, who is exposed is those evacuation units. They are exposing themselves. They have to evacuate wounded. They have to bring in supplies. Those units are only what you see, the mostly exposed from FPV drones. So they're looking for the solution of that, because at the present time, the frontline evacuation of the wounded guys is waiting for the night time. They're waiting for the night. They cannot evacuate people during the daytime because of FPV drones are seeing 4 people carrying 1 wounded. That's a big issue. So at the present, there's individual solutions about that. There's a TT carrying electrically motivated 2-wheeled stretcher that 1 person can drive, carry out wounded. There's that robotic, the tracked vehicle that was bringing in supplies to the front line in Avdiivka and carrying out the wounded by itself. No present evacuation human was there necessity. That's a first order of the problem needed that to be solved. evacuation points, because wounded have to wait for the dark. So if somebody is wounded in the morning, they have to wait for the evening to be evacuated from the front line and then help medically. So there's a huge talk about it, and the Filatov is offering that electrically powered stretcher on 2 wheels. One person can drive 250 kilos on it. Okay, so they're doing that, and individually they're costing about $300, but the military is not taking it over and producing it en masse. It's just a private initiative, and 2, 3, 4 garages are making it.
Well, nuclear weapons.
Garages
Wait,
with
what's
people
the
doing
maximum
it,
weight?
voluntary
Hold
work.
on, Euro. What's the maximum
And that's
weight?
gonna be a big thing.
Euro, what's the maximum weight for this stretcher?
300 on a solid surface, but in a mud, it's it's 150
All right,
kilos.
Wyatt, can you put up my
300
my shared
pounds
screen? I need.
on a soft.
Would this person be able to be transported on that?
No.
On a hard surface, yeah.
No, I was
but
going
they're
to
not
say.
gonna be in
I
the
was just
military
going
in
to
the
say
front line.
with like you've got the FPV drones doing their thing, and then obviously you're going to see more drone systems for different things come in line, and then you'll have. I mean, if you look at the way the Russians clear trenches, at some point you'll probably see the infantry hanging back with the drones up front scouting, and then mobile little AI units clearing trenches and attacking bunkers. Like storming stuff where they can avoid casualties. Why not send out a robot? I mean, I've seen robot tracked vehicles with AT-4s on them and machine guns like PKMs and stuff and Cornet launchers or whatever their version of the AT-4 is. So, I mean, I could see building little armored assault tracks that you could just send out to suppress the enemy, and then the infantry moves up and finishes off whatever's left. Plus, it would be terrifying because you got drones buzzing around, spotting you, flying into you, and they're coordinating with drones on the ground to attack you with machine guns or rockets. You could have grenade launchers mounted on them. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you could do, which would actually increase the casualties quite a bit, but that would only be on the side taking the hit, not the side deploying the asset. So,
yeah, and
before
also
we move on, can we let Brianka? Can we let our new speaker introduce themselves?
Rockstar.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm here for a case. I am here for just. I'm a stranger, from all this discussion about weapons and things like that. And what I think is that I don't like weapons. But I know that that is an important thing,
Don't say that loud because there's too many Americans here.
You are all Americans.
No.
We go 2 so far.
Okay.
You hurt my feelings when you say you don't like weapons.
Extremely offensive. No. Hold on. Before we get off track, Brianka, please introduce yourself.
I am Brianka. I'm from Italy. I am a musician. I like you can see. I don't like weapons, but I don't judge weapons. The father of my girlfriend got a lot of weapons. And I don't want to judge anyone to this kind of things. But I think that we don't have to concentrate on this kind of level things. You're talking about the mood, and we have to make like this or like this. The better way is don't shoot anyone. Don't make anything. I know that weapons you can defend with weapons, and is good. I know that is good. But I think that the technology that we use for weapons, we can use better. Maybe the weapons for escape a tunnel under earth. No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about shit.
Without you say you were Italian, I knew straight away. It's not because of the accent. It was because of,
Okay. But sometimes many people tell me that I'm Russian for my accent.
But you definitely
a lot
have
of people
Italian,
tell me, no,
you
are
have
not
Italian accent. You speak like a soprano.
I appreciate that.
So welcome to DPA chat. Brachia, welcome to DPA chat. So if I can understood you. So if
I don't want to spam
you
myself.
Like guitar and your girlfriend.
Feel free to play something.
I have
you
to
like
play
music.
something.
You like music, and your
Can I please ask a question to our Italians here?
Yeah. Maybe as a closing, you can do that. Your girlfriend likes weapons, so you're really European, really Italian. Good.
Maybe I explained myself bad because wait a second. Maybe I explained myself bad because also me. I like weapons. I like to think about weapons. I like this is a powerful thing. I like a simple gun. I like, but I don't like violence. Okay, this is my point.
Just
this
like
is my
that.
point.
Yeah, I mean everybody gets that. I mean weapons are cool, but it sucks when they got to be used to kill and fight a war.
Exactly.
Yeah. But sometimes if people have gun can make if violent people have gun can make more violence, and I hate this, but I know this is part of the world. Okay.
Can I ask Andrew and Brianka and the new speaker here, because I always like it when new speakers come on the open mic, and especially when we have two people from the same nationality. One thing I'm interested in, because I can sort of pick out a fellow Norwegian by his English accent due to his dialect. So I was wondering, are you, Brianka, able to pick up like Andrew, where in Italy he is from, and Andrew, can you pick up where Brianka is from based on his can you read it through his English?
Through his English, no. But if he spoke Italian, I would understand that. I think.
Andrea, tu sei italiano, quindi?
Sì, sono italiano. Te sei del centro-nord?
Centro-ovest.
Yes, so italiano.
Ho capito. See, yeah, he's for central Italy, because I got that from his accent. But I have a very neutral accent myself. Like all my classmates in my classmates, they all have a very heavy Apulian accent. I don't. So I have a very neutral accent in Italian.
I have another question for the Italians.
Branca, can you sing this song? Can you sing this song from Italy?
No, I had a question next. Is it true that the further south in Italy you go, the more likely you are to get stabbed?
Yes. No. Well, depends.
Yes.
The further south you go.
Wait a second, Andrew. Sorry, I don't understand the question. Can you translate me?
Ha detto, è vero che più a sud vai, più è probabile che vieni accoltellato.
No, this is not true. I think this is not true. I think
okay.
Milan is also the north of the Italy is dangerous on
a lot of stabbings.
But they're all little people down south. So, like,
in general, I would say kind of.
Which one?
But
which one is close? Which one is close to France?
Which?
Yeah, north is closer to France.
Turin.
Huh?
Turin.
Turin is close to France.
Yes.
Oh, so Turin is dangerous.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
In Turin, there's actually a lot of people with illnesses because it's a very industrial city, so they have a lot of smog. And so they have high cancer rates.
Yeah.
Oh, you want cancer rates? Bud, let me introduce you to my hometown, just a few miles away from Chernobyl.
Chernobyl. Okay.
And
maybe you can have superpowers, you know.
Yeah.
And your second town, Alan, is close to the place of birth of our Lord and Savior Christian. I remind you that, you know.
What?
Your
what?
You don't know Christian Wyatt?
He had to leave.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
Branchia, can you sing that song for me, please? Yo soy
What song?
un italiano, una guitarra en mano.
I know that song.
Give me a second.
Love me some l'italiano.
Ma only the ritornello, you know. Only the.
What were you singing, Boz? Holy Netanyahu?
Von is Netanyahu.
Play some solo note. You got a guitar, dude. Come on.
I also get a piano. Lasciatemi cantare con la chitarra in mano. Lasciatemi cantare una canzone piano piano. Lasciatemi cantare perché ne sono fiero. Sono un italiano vero.
This is why I love DPA.
Thank you,
Come on.
Flipping this. Oh wait, Brianka, do you have a YouTube channel?
No. I
Andrew
hate social things.
Andrew can sing Baggira Rosa.
Andrew, ma sei turco? Ma che cazzo fai?
No, sono andato in vacanza in Turchia e mi sono riempito di roba.
You can sing.
Okay, sorry for Italian. I say, but Andrew, you are Italian. Why are you showing Turkish things? You know, this is
He's in Armenia at the moment, I think.
Greater Armenia.
He's visiting his gypsy uncle for Christmas.
Andrew is
He
what
was
we
in
call
Turkey
in
last
English a shit disturber.
Andrew is what we call located in the capital of Christendom right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Hook him up with Taylor Swift.
Yes.
Is that a dervish's hat?
Yes.
Okay, Toby.
Double.
Double fed up
Double
today.
head.
Okay, Toby, give us something to talk about because you always go something good.
Me?
Toby.
No, not you.
Yeah. The kangaroo guy.
Oh well, you know, like
Yeah,
beat
Toby,
Pakistan
tell us
in the
about
cricket
furries.
this week, so there was that. That was like a big national highlight here. I don't know. I was still thinking about what you guys were talking a long time ago. Everyone was complaining and having a big cry about this political situation in the world and their politicians all suck. And it's like, what rock are you going to look under to find the good people who are going to like run a good political system? It's like, I think you're setting yourself up for failure if you think politics is a source of joy or if you think it can be fixed. That's a hard road to hoe, man. Like, there's actually something pretty pathetic about tying yourself to the political wagon where your emotions depend on the behavior of politicians. Like, that's like chasing bad women. It's going to end badly, you know. Like, you've got to get out of that shit. Find other things in your life to tie yourself to.
Not only is it pathetic, it's also depressing. Like I'm
it's a road to misery, you know.
I think if we stop voting,
see all the guitars. If you have a look at Brianka here, see the guitars on the back of his wall. That's going to make him a happy man, and it's going to make the people around him and his family happy because guitars are a source of happiness. You know, politics is not.
Okay, can we break down? Can we make a spectrum of what is a source of happiness and what isn't? So guitars are a source of happiness. Toby's poetry is not a source of happiness. So we need to eliminate Toby's poetry.
I don't write poetry. I write
If I may ask
prose.
you one question.
The thing, you know, I think if we stop voting,
Toby, if I can ask you one question,
you know? Because they can control us no more as a voters.
Whom you would contribute to the present the development of the society, of the advancement of the, whom would you contribute to the last 60, 70, 80 years? Was that what system would you contribute to success of? Because we advanced really enormously in last 80 years, and now we are slowing down, not just slowing down, going back. Backwards
You
a
can't
little
even
bit.
ask that question. You establish what advanced
depending,
means.
but
what does
slowing down.
advanced mean? You say we advanced. What does advanced mean? We killed 100 million people?
Well, I think I know what Gilles means. He's talking about technological advances that have made life easier. Look, the Green Revolution was a real thing. We learned how to make nitrate fertilizers from the air, and that basically ended world hunger. We ended pandemics because we ended world hunger. That was a big deal. That happened. Now, the same guy that invented that also invented chemical weapons. So it's been an up and down road. But then we've got the internet. There's been a lot of ending of poverty. So I think Gilles is right. There's been a lot of advancement. And I don't know, I'm pretty radical on this because I kind of think truth is mighty and above all things. And at the end of the day, the truth fundamentalists are the ones who dragged people out of a superstitious age and into an age of scientific and technological advancement. And I find it odd because we're returning to a superstitious age. Superstition is when people believe things which are manifestly ridiculous. And that's going on now all over the place. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it was like that when I was a kid. You didn't have like public debates that were manifestly dishonest and ridiculous like you do now. And I think it's because we don't have truth fundamentalism anymore. And what I mean by truth fundamentalism is like a deranged, passionate belief in the truth.
So we can ask you something. What do you define as fundamentalism?
Fundamentalism is like a weird extremist belief that like something's important.
I think it's a lot simpler. The reason why the technology and the advancement is slowing down is because all the people that did it are dead and dying.
Like even if it's not.
I mean, think about it. The people that built the Western civilization, they're all old men or dead. The greatest generation is gone. The engineers, the vast pools of engineers and welders and shipbuilders, they're all gone because no Generation Z or Y or whatever is going to want to build a ship or climb up and build a skyscraper. So, I mean, I think that's probably the easiest explanation. Progress is slowing down because the people that created the progress are all dying off and the legacy is garbage.
That's a bit of an
overgeneralization. They left behind don't want to do what their parents did.
Look, I'm
More
sure
like I
Andrew
meant,
and I can come to the agreement and generally state that our generation is
with
pretty lazy and
numbers.
doesn't want to do a lot of shit. But there is also a
Yeah,
lot
well,
of hard workers in our generation that's going to have to pick up the slack when shit gets hard.
The world is also a little bit more global than that. I mean, like people don't like to admit it, but most of the internet and the modern technological age was built in Asia. I mean, like the Asians have been working very hard. They've been picking up the slack that Vaughan's talking about. The Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Koreans, they've all been contributing a vast amount of work and material wealth into the world that's built the internet, built most of our PCs, built a lot of our machinery. So, the work ethic and the scientific advancement, it's a global thing. Westerners like to sort of like be nostalgic and live in the past and say that it's all them because like some British dude built a steam engine back in the day. But the reality is that for the last 50 years, most of the work in the world's been going on in Asia.
I think
And a lot of people out of poverty too.
So I think the flaw here is the thought
That's
that,
advancement I meant.
all human advancement I think that the flaw here is the idea that like the Western world has an idea that all human advancement would come from them, which is not true. Like history didn't stop. History did not stop moving just because like Britain is no longer the biggest, the superpower. History will not stop. Human beings will not stop being human beings just because
shit about UK.
I don't think I'm like saying anything about Western.
Have been human beings and will be human beings going on. Just the West developing all these things was just part of human beings doing human being things, and there will be more human beings to do more human being things in the future.
That's true in a spiritual aspect as well as technological as well. Like, for all the degeneration and all the spiritual degradation in the UK, all the furries and the the disgrace that is the UK right now. All of that nonsense.
Leave UK alone. Come on, guys.
My whole point
There are a lot of people, even in France, who are having like a spiritual awakening, Vaughn, and it's a glorious thing.
No, it's
I never said it was all the West. I mean, my whole point is the men that built the modern world, whether it's in China, Asia, or the West, they're all dead and dying. And the legacy they left behind isn't continuing the progress they created. It isn't building on to what they did. It's just leeching off the system that they put in place, whether that's the Asian system, the Indian system, the UK system, the American system. The men that built those systems are dead and gone and dying off. And that's my point. And it's worldwide. Now, granted, maybe some countries are doing better because they're still in a heavy process of development like India and China. But at the same time, they're going to have the same problem. The people that did the work are gone, and the people left behind are lazy and don't want to keep it going. You know, they don't want to maintain the streets. They don't want to maintain the sewers. They don't want to build new buildings. They don't want to do that shit. It doesn't matter if it's in China or America. I mean, it's just not. The world's changed, and in some ways it's gotten worse. And there's a lot of lazy ass people that don't want to do. I mean, they're more than happy to mooch off grandpa's infrastructure, because they ain't going to go dig a ditch and put new fucking pipe down so the infrastructure stays up. You know, because grandpa said the pipe will last for 100 years. I mean, that's all I'm saying is I just think that the people that built the world are gone, and the new people left behind aren't really all that into keeping it going.
If you create a society where there is less need, there will be less necessity to invent. Like, this is what happens. Like, the Chinese have a higher necessity to invent because they have more poor people, they have more things they need. But let's look at a Scandinavian country.
What have they invented?
The Chinese?
Yeah.
They pulled 800 million people out of poverty.
Okay, what did they invent?
Yeah, but what did they invent?
Okay, maybe invent is the wrong word. Like technologically, like advanced technologically. That's the right word. So I'm just saying that, like, where was I?
Oh, like they industrialize.
Yeah, like
innovate.
Innovate.
You were talking about Scandinavia.
Innovate, yeah. Now Scandinavian countries, you do not expect they can have really nice companies that come up, but you do not. If you are asked in the next decade where the next big like technological advancements will come from, it will not be in a Scandinavian country where everybody is well, everybody has food, a house, social security, police everywhere. Like, it's probably going to come from people who need it, like India, like China, like ASEAN countries, African countries, even South America, you see, because those people have the necessity to do so. Like, America did not become what it is today because it was a rich country all through. It became because it had a necessity to do so. If someone is attacking you, like even Britain, like I had that way back. The reason
America became the way that it did because it was full of Puritans who thought that truth was
like
all
the countries you mentioned.
Sorry,
all the countries you mentioned is full of malaria. You know, they need vaccine.
No, I'm just saying, like, the more
Daniel, if I may interject here, Daniel, I am actually from Norway. I am from Scandinavian country. And I can actually give you a very concise example why Scandinavia is not a good example. The example you actually want to go by is continental Europe. And The reason is actually twofold. This is because Norway actually brain drains much of continental Europe for a variety of reasons, and that enables us to actually have quite a lot of technological output way above our weight. We are kind of similar to Israel in that way, but it is a very different dynamic, like in the sense that we are punching above our weight. We are similar size in population and whatnot. And also, I would like to say you should really look more into the continental Europe as an example rather than Scandinavian countries, because there's a completely different dynamic going on there. Slapping that Alan referred to earlier, because I just want to go back to that. I know it's 2 hours old, but Alan definitely loves it when his country is cock slapping Europe. And this is true. Think about it here. Per November 2023, 17%, I think, or 14% of Russia's oil revenue came from the EU. What does this mean? Well, this basically means that down the line, Russia is going to be arm twisting the balls of the EU until the EU starts singing the correct tone. So but that's the continental Europe. You see, we become then the lesser of two evils. That is Scandinavia for you. And this is Norway in specific, though. And it kind of pertains to Sweden to a lesser extent. But I just, since you mentioned Scandinavia, I just want to say Norway is not a good example in that regard. But the rest
that's not a good example at all.
The idea that the logic I was putting across was that the less people have, the more they innovate to get.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Like let's say, let me give you an example. Like, let's say where I'm from. Let me give you an example that's home.
We draw the continent. We draw the continent and have the innovation that there is in Europe. That's why Scandinavia is not a good example. But Europe, if you stick to continent, then
the country in this particular scenario is irrelevant. I was just trying to put across, if you have a society, even if it's, I don't know, wherever, if you have a society where people have pretty much everything they need to have a stable life, they're less likely to innovate. That's just a fact. If I can sit at home and make money enough to have a car, to have internet access, my children can go to the hospital, why do I need to go and sit down and invent Tesla, for example? Like, why do I need that? Like you're going to have less and less people who want to innovate, because, like it or not, humanity does not advance unless there's adversity. It's just a fact. Like, if war stops
usually
today, and
the
all
inventions,
around,
if I may, usually inventions come from a need of people. Somebody sees that there's some a bad process of creating something like construction or going on, and personal need for the people is to change that. Logically, they found a better solution, thinking about better solution, and they will spend 20, 30 years doing the better way. And that's how the inventions come, usually from the personal desire to improve someone's lives. When they
this
see
sounds good, but it's horseshit.
Hold on.
That's where the problem is. Who's gonna problem is who is gonna incentivize them and help them do that? You see, problem is who's gonna help
let's hear
them
from
there.
Turkey.
Why you interrupt me in the middle? The problem is is there a system to help them develop that, and is there a system that will help and those innovators that won't help people?
Let me just give you an example.
That's always been like that.
Let me just give you an example. Like the systems don't matter. It's the individual, because systems don't invent anything. Human beings do. Like, we don't use cars because somehow systems were created to make cars. It's because Ford was like, people really need to get somewhere faster than this, so he made cars. He made not cars, so to speak, but he made the idea of having mass-produced cars. Like, that necessity is what I'm talking about. But having systems I will tell you, if you're in a Western country, you have more than 90% of what the rest of the world has. So if it's about systems being there to make things, you already have them. But
yeah, and that's where most of the inventions come from as well. I mean, what you're doing is you're proving that like Africa is making a lot of cars and that India is responsible for the internet and like.
No, I'm just saying. No, I was just saying.
I mean, everybody has these necessities, right?
Exactly.
That's what I was saying. Some people invent things like the internet, and the internet was invented by a bunch of people in California who really didn't need anything at all. What for? To look at cat pictures.
Yeah. The internet was mostly created to connect. Was it DARPA? Like they needed to connect this universities together so that they can have like a central, like a way to transfer knowledge easily.
Yeah, but I think that's stretching the definition of need. It's not like that fed any starving people. Anyway, Andrew, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say that actually I think that, well, in the field that concerns me, and I think also concerned Alan at one point at least, in the field of astrophysics, for example. Let's take that one as an example because that is probably the future of mankind, right? We see that the man hasn't landed. The last time man has landed on the moon was like in the 70s, and since then, what have we done? Jack shit.
What?
We haven't done much. We haven't done much.
Domestication of bacteria.
Yeah. Okay.
We are domesticating
bacteria. The thing. What has changed?
That's the
next
big
then?
thing.
What has changed since then?
Domestication of Euros, Mom.
Yeah. What has changed since then?
What gives, Alan? What's wrong with you?
I'm just
teasing you. I'm not trying to be nice.
Andrew, we do have the James
No, you're not
Webb
teasing. You
telescope
hate
like
what
that.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
hate what I'm
makes a
saying.
good point.
That's your problem.
Yes.
Like
Please
the
don't
reason
hate
we
what I'm
haven't
saying.
gone back to the moon is because we already know what's there,
accept it,
right?
You don't have to accept it.
My point
At the
wasn't
present,
really
we are
that. My point was
domesticating
rather
bacteria.
that the competition between great powers on Earth incentivizes technological advancement and not cooperation between countries. It is competition, it is war, it is hatred, and it is multipolarity that leads progress. That is very simple. That's my opinion, at least.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of historical evidence to support that.
Yeah, and I mean, society hasn't changed much since the 70s. I mean, technologically not technologically speaking, but you know what I mean. Like since the early 2000s, for example, what has changed? Well, now there's a lot of more, the genders is kind of like the stupid social stuff, but not much technologically has changed. You know what I mean?
I mean, you look at our study. You kind of brought me up when you mentioned astro.
That's your generation's fault.
Not at all.
Alan.
No,
it's
Andrew's fault. It's Andrew specifically. It's not. So it's not our generation. It's Andrew specifically did it.
Well,
what have I done? Hey,
it's you and your people, man.
Fucking your fault.
What do you mean,
it's my fault. It's your fault. You didn't do much. You didn't do nothing to stop us. You didn't beat us when we were children. It's your fault.
Andrew, you think that technologic don't go on in your in your age,
generation?
In your generation, you think that the technology don't go on in your generation?
I mean that in a way that there hasn't been great technological breakthroughs in decades.
What about AI?
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
I mean, AI,
No, but
okay,
it's
yeah. Well,
cloud
technically AI.
computing.
There's no breakthroughs. It's true. It's true. There's
what about the internet?
There's no technological breakthrough.
In the last 2 decades,
the advance. It's a huge.
The internet is the problem.
There's a huge
cloud
advance
computing
going
has
on.
been massive. Are you guys nuts? That's been a massive technological advancement.
No, the internet may be the most important technological advancement in the last 800 years.
Take it easy. One.
Yeah, I agree. The internet is like the biggest invention we've created so far.
I love the internet because of
like the fact that I am here.
But
the fact that I am here talking to all of you.
Daniel, can I ask you
the
one
internet is going to free us from England.
Please, Tommy. Daniel, have you read the private chat?
May I say something?
No, you may not.
You're please wait. Daniel, had you read the
Goblin,
private
may I
chat
say
in
something here?
to the lounge?
Again,
I
no.
think I can't. I'm not getting cooking. You saying? Can have I read what?
Have you gotten the
I'm
invite
gonna
to
let
the lounge?
Mehdi in. See you all.
Guys, please. Daniel, have you gotten the invite to the lounge? To the private...
Yes.
I can see the chat, but the invite.
Yes, he got invited.
Your email. It's in your
Check
email.
your email.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
get the
yeah,
email, you have to check your email.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
You can continue, please.
All right, let
Welcome
Mehdi
to
talk.
Maine, boys.
Yeah.
Hi, Mehdi.
What happened? There was
white man
hello,
in the
Mehdi.
house.
There's no technological advancement going. I mean, breakthrough going on. Nothing happening since what you said, going to the moon. But what's happening? It's a huge advancement that will enable next breakthrough, which is minimizing the technology, minimizing it, creating all the technologies that were ideally that were formalized and created are being minimized now. So now you can space everything in a smaller space, all of it. That will enable combination of different smaller systems to cooperate together, just like iPhone was doing, minimizing the computer, right? It's just a minimizing
Artificial
computer. Now you can
intelligence,
carry it. That's what iPhone did.
But
Yes.
my point is that
Now, that minimization is enabling next breakthrough. By minimizing it, now
Minimization
we
is
can
enabling
see
the
smaller
absolute
things.
enslavement of the layman.
But
What do you mean?
Yura, if you look at the distance in time between the last breakthrough and the yet to come breakthrough that will be enabled by this minimization of technology.
That's normal,
right?
Historically normal.
Yeah, it's like a curve. Think about
Historically
PS4
normal.
and PS5. They are similar, but if you think about PS2, is a very longer curve by
What
PS,
about like the
PS2 and PS.
I don't think
the flashlight
the sorry. Is someone talking?
There's
Okay,
a
I was
pretty
just
simple
saying.
question we need to ask. If the internet is such a powerful tool that we've created, we also have to acknowledge it's a very effective weapon. So, what is 80% of the internet used for?
Porn.
This question is huge. We should all know the answer to this.
Okay,
Right.
that's
yeah.
There's an
So,
S
where
curve.
are you seeing some sort of
There's an
massive
S curve.
technological advancement when all we're doing?
Porn.
There's an S curve of any adoption. So first, since the breakthrough, you have a long period of trying to figure out how to make it cheaper, right? Then you make it cheaper and sell it massively. So then comes mass adoption, suddenly goes up. And then when it's saturated, that's when all the possibilities of using it for whatever it can be used, that's
All right.
when that's when we see benefits of it. So the present,
Okay, I think we're forgetting. I think we're forgetting.
Now everybody needs to
talking
sit
about
back
internet,
and relax.
it's
Hold on, I
saturated.
want to hear what internet
Come on,
stock he
come
wants
on.
me to buy.
Drew got something to say.
I think what we're forgetting is that the biggest invention in this decade, in the past 10 years, has to be artificial intelligence. That's just a fact. Because pretty soon you'll have such just the other day they have an AI system that can teach other AI systems things. That means that you're going to have massive autonomous systems that can do other autonomous things without human beings. Like you can have an AI system teaching another AI system how to be an AI.
Just start talking.
All this
That's
talk
the
about
biggest
no
invention.
technological advancement is just nonsense. I mean, I remember I'm from the generation where we didn't have handphones, and I remember doing my homework on a typewriter, and it's all there's so many different things that have happened. AI, predictive analytics, optimization technologies have improved tremendously. They're all in the same family. We have high-speed
Virtual
rail.
reality.
We have 4G and then 5G. Our communications have improved so much. Our transportation have improved so much. Our planes have gotten faster. We have
Those are not
just sending
inventions.
probes
Those
to the
are
moon.
iterations
We're
of the
sending
current
probes through Mars.
system.
We have so many things, electric vehicles, personal mobility vehicles. Just imagine your life 20 years ago and think of it today. It's so different. Today, we can't, 20 years ago, we won't be sitting around talking in this forum. This doesn't exist. You know, computer
you
games
just
have gotten a lot
explain
better.
how everything
Right?
minimized.
You have VR.
Yeah, you explain minimization.
There's so many things that have happened. Just because you don't interact with it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Innovation happens every day. Innovation happens much faster today than 10 years ago. And 10 years ago was much faster than 10 years ago. And so on. The curve of innovation is...
So I think the best thing we've invented is having systems that can fasten the rate of invention.
Yeah.
Not S. S is like this. Technology is like this. There's no S. It's a parabolic.
Andrew, what do you want to say, Andrew?
I was just trying to say that
Yes,
while
saturation.
it's true that I was agreeing with Daniel that in the sense that it's improving already existing technologies rather than inventing totally new things. For example,
AI isn't an existing technology.
Yeah, it's already
20 years ago.
No, it's not. Okay. Actually, AI is completely different.
The AI is a completely different deal.
Artificial intelligence is a completely different thing in and of itself. That's why we didn't have it before.
Like every time, we have true AI, not real AI.
Just an example.
Like, before anything
not that kind of AI.
Sorry, before anything you needed a computer to do, you had to have almost like a trigger action and the result after it.
Yeah, to prompt
like
it.
that was the standard of everything. But when you're talking about AI, let's say ChatGPT, for example, all you give ChatGPT is a bunch of data. And then it relates that data to possibilities of what that data means, then gives you a result. Like that is in itself completely removed from what computers were before.
I don't know. I mean, maybe you could just look at it there are some technological innovations, but a lot of the innovation that's done faster is just done and added on to existing systems. Like people aren't really doing the original work. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like the people that built all this, they're going away. The people there, some of them are smart and they can innovate and add to it. But there's a lot of people that are just know enough just to add to what's already there. And if it wasn't there, they wouldn't be able to create it or, come up with the idea on themselves. So that's what I mean. I mean, I'm not saying there's not innovation and advancement. I just think it's slowed down a lot because a lot of people are just crutching off what's already here and not really trying to innovate.
I mean,
like penicillin, for example, like that's an invention.
Yeah.
Okay, but I have to push back on what Daniel is saying about AI. AI isn't that special.
Is revolutionary.
Yeah, it's not special.
Yeah,
but
AI
it's
isn't that special. AI also has all of that. AI also have all of that. That relationship they're talking about, from the data, how it pulls the information from the data to then present you an answer. These are all handled by algorithms in the backend. It just looks magical to you because you don't actually see the work that is being done because the computers behind are just churning away. But there is a bunch of guys that actually understand the algorithms and how it pulls the information.
Yeah, I do actually. What I'm saying is the concept of it is quite unique. Because like I said before, pretty much 99.9% of what we used to do in a computer had a trigger action and then a result after. Every single one. Everything.
But this is computing from 20 years ago.
Exactly. Even before. No, I'm saying like AI has. That's why like AI is unique in and of its own. It's pretty unique.
No like if you real AI, Daniel, it's not real AI.
Yeah, not yet.
Why is revolutionary? Why AI is revolutionary?
No,
if I may explain,
like what do you consider
why AI is
AI?
Revolutionary? If I may explain, previously for computing, you have a particular set of data and a type of processing that calculates through that data. So basically, whoever wanted to deal with it has to own that data and processing type or program, right? Well, now all of the information is available. And now you have contradictory informations that computer is using to delineate what information is going to use. Well, previously, if you have, I'll say in a computer, if you have contrary data, the computer crashes. Now it doesn't crash.
No.
It chooses which data to choose. It's
guys,
trained. It's trained.
I just
right?
read
Drew
a
saying-
comment
Drew
on
is like,
YouTube.
wants to say something. I want to hear what Drew wants to say.
No,
Huh?
Brianka
Well,
had a
okay,
comment.
I actually work with AI.
Drew, hold on. Just give it.
I want to see what Drew said.
You're reading comments on YouTube. A guy say CRISP is all the technology, really, and is this true? You know something about CRISP? Is like
Isn't Chris that thing where you inject and then you get the change in the genes?
CRISP is
Like
like when
biotech,
you are actual doing biotechnology. I don't
Biohacking.
know. Biohacking.
Yeah,
And we do about 20 years ago. We started to crisp things. You know the strawberries. We want better strawberries, and we put something in strawberries, and they will good.
The strawberries thing is just they just changed the.
Drew, I've got a question for you. What happened to Japan in the 19s? Japan in the late 19s, their technology were boom. Everyone thought that in 2000 we
the US
were
happened
about
to
to
Japan.
see flying cars because of Japan. What happened to their technology?
The US happened to Japan. They decided to shut down Japan's economy. So I forget the name of the thing, but
they stalled their
forced.
advancement because the economy was becoming too big.
Gentlemen, let Drew answer Brianka. Brianka had a question. Let Drew answer him. Vosh, fuck are you doing? Please stop that.
So what Brianka was talking about was the CRISP thing. The CRISP is a okay. This I didn't study this. I just know this from general knowledge. It's this technology where you can actually take a piece of RNA and then you inject it into yourself. You change your genes of one cell. It's quite useless because you only change one cell, whereas your body is made out of trillions of cells, right? So your body is made of trillions of cells. You only get to change one.
You're saying CRISP is useless?
Yeah, it is because every year the cells die.
Things, yeah, but it's like but the stuff that you talk about, like better strawberries, better grapes, that's basically your not CRISP, your typical biotechnology. Where they actually change the gene, the part of
joints,
the part of the thing that produces better grapes, so that it translates to the next generation. So if you want the same thing to happen with CRISP, you need to change the genes inside your sperm or your egg, and then that would actually be then translated to future generations. But of course, that's illegal. You can't do that in humans. That's that's banned in most countries. So you can change like one thing in your, but it doesn't really work because
we every day we eat things that made of biotechnology. You know, where you go the good grapes because someone inject in the semen of the grapes. And they will good. And sorry for the term semen.
But technology is good. Yeah, technology is like that, right? The reason we're all alive is because of technology. Because now there's enough rice to feed everybody. But but there's also cases where people do weird shit, and then the grapes become bad. You eat them and you fall sick, and then so it's a double-edged sword.
Wait, Drew,
but we're all like
Drew, you were interrupted. You didn't finish what you were saying. You said something. You were disputing that AI is not unique, and you went to say something, and then someone interrupted.
No, AI is just an iteration of.
You work in AI, so I want.
If
you could talk on it.
Well, I don't.
You and I had this conversation before about how the AI we have now is not true AI. I wanted to.
Yeah, it's not true AI.
Okay, I think you're saying true AI
compared to what? Like exactly, like you, like a human being,
okay,
or
so there's the two kinds of AI. The one that we have right now is called narrow AI. So basically, you have an objective. For example, I want this AI, like ChatGPT. I want this AI to be able to, if you ask me an open-ended question, it will answer you. So that's the objective. And then you build the entire system around this one objective, right? And then so that AI can only do that one job. If you change up anything, the whole system breaks down. The true AI that Alan is talking about is the kind of AI where it's not narrow, it's wide AI. Basically, something that takes in information by itself and then learns through a process, and then from there it creates other maybe algorithms that it applies to itself, that it then slowly grows from there. So that's the true AI, but we don't have that, and we're not going to have that anytime soon, because everything that all AI engineers build today is narrow AI. You have an objective, for that specific purpose.
So basically, all the AI we have is basically just man-created. True AI has to be sentient, and that's really
nowhere near that.
Not sentient. I think you would say sentient, because sentient would mean it knows itself as itself, and then it's able to do things for itself as itself. That would be.
Well, I mean, it can grow itself and teach itself and create things. You know, I mean, not trying to be goofy, but like Skynet, if it can learn how to put shit together and build things, I mean, and do its own thing. I mean,
Skynet would do that because it is built to do that. It would not do that because it wants to. You get what I mean?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I think if you want true AI, I would think it would have to be what people would understand to be like a sentient brain.
You just have to mimic the human brain.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. I don't think we'll ever have true AI. It'll always just be a mimic.
Aware that is different. It's basically that knows that is different from the rest of the computers. That it knows that is different, that is individual. That's what sentient means. The AI not necessarily needs that. It just needs to do its job, right? Just needs to do its job. Doesn't have to recognize and knows that is different from humanity, that is different from other computers.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it'll never be like true AI.
Skynet recognized that it's different.
It's true.
That's why it started the war.
That will never happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It won't be like true AI. It'll always be something somebody created. It'll mimic. You may think it's developing itself and building itself, but that's because it was programmed at some point to do that or teach itself how to do that. So it's not actually ever going to be sentient.
The only true AI we make is babies.
Yeah, if you think about it, it's a nice philosophical question, right? Baby's AI. It's just biological. All its makeup is from carbon instead of zeros and ones.
We're all grown up to AI.
Yeah, we're all grown up AI. So,
but of course, everybody. I know not many people.
You cannot blame the normies. It's perfect. You cannot blame the normies. We are all AI. You cannot blame the normies.
If you want to do AI,
the AI that you eventually create in this computer system,
we are not.
Have all things that we have. It might have more than 5 fingers. You might be able to access the internet. You might be able to, have huge computing power to do a lot of weird shit. So, it's right now humans are the little boxes of AI, but we are limited.
Yeah,
we
are not artificial. We are natural intelligence.
No, you're actually a natural
intelligence. Yeah.
Brianka, you're pretty artificial. Let me prove this to you. If you were told, if you wiped your brain today, and I told
you, gentlemen, we got a letter down here below from Wyatt. This is a black hole alert. We should heed it. We should definitely heed it. So let me get an advice here, because this is an advice.
Let's talk about.
Stop. This is an advice we got from our brother Dan, Wild Siberia. The channel Wild Siberia. He comes in here when the open mic starts getting a little bit too black hole-ish, and we start getting into deathless topics. And his advice, I think, is exactly the one we should take here. Have an endpoint from the get-go. What are you trying to find out? Have it clear for everyone. Let the other one finish the point. Try to keep it brief. We are having a discussion, not a wilder philosophical, how can we go out into the wider world? Because while the open mic does last for many hours, let's be respectful of Wyatt's time. He has to actually host this. And after we are 3 hours in, after 5 hours, we are still going to be on the same topic if we do not learn from this. So please, find an endpoint. Are we discussing this? Like, where are we going with this?
Someone
nowhere.
Coping is trying to cope.
I think we're all just trying to cope.
Basically,
this
is just how
dies.
innovation was created, and we've pretty much contributed.
Let's get back to mentally challenged soldiers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matter of fact. I actually got the Visit Ukraine Today article about demobilization and demobilization of Ukraine. What changes does the government propose in the new draft law? Essentially, the new draft law's proposals have been mobilizing disabled people of the third kind, which would be the least disabled, essentially, and mobilization of the women. So that is essentially what is being proposed in Ukraine, and what has already part of it has already been passed.
Actually,
I wanted to raise something.
That's actually minor news.
A little second for me, please. I ask a second for me, Andrew. Please, can you translate me what you just say?
I've read in the private chat. Don't worry.
Okay, I wanted to say, have you guys seen that article where the U.S. is trying to, I guess, stop a convention in I don't know which country it was, a convention about genocide or something, because it would then open up it would open up a loophole for American soldiers to be prosecuted, and now the U.S. is trying to stop that.
Can you share that article? Can you share that?
Have you read it? Yeah. I was looking at it today.
All of this is minor. The one thing that's going to happen that's going to screw with all of us, basically fuck up all our lives, is the one thing that they're trying to do right now, which is to steal the $300 billion of Russian assets.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Like that one will pretty
much. If they do that,
wait, hold on. 300 million or 300 billion?
Billion.
I've got a theory on that. Guys, because they've been talking.
I don't care where you are.
Well, my theory on it is they've been talking about seizing these assets for like 2 years now. And I think we're at the point now where even if they seize the 300 billion or they don't, the world has already moved on. So if they decide, no, hear me out. Oh, yes, you can't tell me. Yes, Drew, you cannot tell me that anybody is going to put money into the United States or Europe after seeing the end game. The mere fact that they're talking about it, so much tells is a signal to the rest of the world. These guys are fucking nuts. We can't put our money there. That's what's happening.
Money is still flowing. Money is still flowing to the US. That's why the US dollar is so strong. Because
it's not though. Look at US Treasuries. It's been declining.
US Treasuries is going down. US dollar is strong. That's the difference, right?
Yeah.
So the moment they actually do this and they say it's legal, that's where all the trust disappears. All the Saudi money moves out. All the Chinese money moves out. The whole system goes to shit in a handbasket very, very quickly. And when that happens, we're all fucked. I don't care where you are.
I agree with you, Drew, that would be the catalyst for the whole system to go to shit.
Drew, I'm saying we're all going to shit. I'm eating you first.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the decision. What I'm saying is the decision to move away from this dollar, that's already made. So the decision to go to shit is already there. Seizing the 300 billion. Yes, seizing 300 billion is going to do. It'll accelerate it. I'll agree with you there. But all these countries, they've already decided. Decided.
You don't get it. A lot of the money is still in the US and Europe right now. And
I do get it. It's all in Europe. It's mostly
a lot of the money from Europe got shifted to the US.
Touched. They cannot touch the money.
So, that's not true. No. It's still in Europe.
once
no, they cannot touch it.
Once they actually rip the 300 billion out, the trust disappears.
Let me explain
so all that
why
money
they
is going to
cannot
flow
touch
out of
it.
the US into the rest of the world. Yeah. So
Sorry,
it's,
I didn't hear
But it's
that
not
last
the
part.
first time that they did it. They did the same thing. It's not the first time. It's not the first time that they did that.
Yeah.
It was
And that's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that these guys talk this way tells me that the rest of the world is just going to move
first
away from them.
Iraq gold. Then the second thing that they did was they accepted Guaido as a representative of Venezuela. Okay, they had to do that in order to give him the right to take the gold. Okay.
No.
So they have to create someone. So they admitted him. No, don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish.
It's not frozen.
Yeah,
It's not frozen. It's taken.
it's not stolen. It's still in the same spot. Just who can
Argentina account
handle it
officially?
Who has the
Whether
right?
it's still there, we don't know.
Of course.
Officially,
Oh,
it's
come on! Don't interrupt, please. Please, it's not moved. Gold is not moved exactly. But in whose name is it? It's in the name of the Venezuela. And the representative of Venezuela is Guaido, so he can manage it. He cannot move it, but he can manage
a politician
the
anymore, but
investment in it and all of it. So he can take a loan in the name of Venezuela based on that gold. That's what they're doing. They're stealing that loan in a based on that gold. So in order to take the money from the Russian, these 300 billion, they have to create another Russia formally, legally, in order to give it.
That's not what they're doing.
Only
That's
like
not
you
true.
go to bank.
That's not true.
You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
Please stop it. Stop it. Let me explain. Let me explain.
I'll share the article with you. I was looking for it here.
Nobody else can do. Just like nobody else can go into your bank and take your money from your account. It's the same. Nobody else can go into the Fed and take the money out of it. Nobody else except they have to create formally, legally, Russia Federation, another one on another computer in order to provide a signal through the SWIFT. Let me explain. Through the SWIFT. Right. Let me explain. Right now, that money is waiting the signal from the computer that's named Republic of Russia, Russian Federation, in order to get that signal through the SWIFT, and then they can transfer it somewhere else. Okay, it's automatic process. It's like program. It's a program. It has to follow the stated rules. It's not a person coming in and just transferring the money from one. It's automatic.
Let's speak RL.
Jordan, I have a counter example to give you. Libya. You have an official government in Libya in Tripoli. You have Haftar in the east. You have rebels in the south. The money of Gaddafi in the pocket of Europeans. Okay, so here you have one example where they stole the money. They stole it legally, illegally, by creating whatever. The actual official government of Libya never get that money.
And that's my point too. Like at this point, whether they steal the money or not, whether they steal it or not.
What are you trying to say? So can you explain?
I'm just telling you, Jordan, that it is possible to steal the 300 billion of the Russian. It is possible. It will have drawbacks. It will have drawbacks.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying
okay,
how it needs to be done. How it needs to be done. I'm explaining.
One at a time.
Too, right? I guess that's been my point all along too. Right at this point, with the 300 billion, whether they technically or officially seize it or not, what I've been saying is the damage has already been done because of Libya, because of Afghanistan, because of other things. Like if they don't take the 300 billion, whether they do or they don't, The decision's already been made. Moving away from the dollar.
There's a big
difference.
And then you have another.
The decision's the same.
And then
it's how they do it.
And then you have another example.
Euro was just describing.
You have another example, which is Syria.
How they're going to do it.
And
they are not going to create another Russia.
Look how they did with the money of the Syrian regime in Europe. They
let me agree with Ariel. Let me agree with Ariel.
Confiscated. That's another
the money
way.
Is in dollars. I'm sorry. Okay, can I speak? The money is in dollars. Only the US creates dollars. So the US, and the accounts that we're talking about are in US, somewhere that the US government can get to, because it's the only one that actually owns all the dollars. So it can take those dollars if it wants. Like, there's nothing preventing it. All dollars are created by the United States, nobody else. So the US can take them back if he wants.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean all the dollars are owned by the US.
You can't say
they are. That's why they return.
A big part of the 300 billion Russian money is in euro.
Still, same thing.
Not in US dollars, but euro and US dollars are kind of the same.
It's also a hodgepodge. It's also a hodgepodge of Russian, like public assets and privately owned assets.
The only way Russia can prevent that money,
it makes all the difference. Yes, it does. Don't know shit about banking.
Jordan, I have a question for you, Yura. Couldn't it be possible?
Okay,
for,
so what did they
Western,
do? Yeah.
For Western governments, couldn't it be possible to create an ad hoc law just to seize Russian assets?
Yeah.
Oh, they wanted to. Everyone's telling them
not
to do it.
They created the laws
But
that
the moment they do it,
it's not about law. It's about practicality to do it. Let's say,
they're going to create a law.
What they did, how they did with 1.5 billion.
That's
that was interest on this money in Europe. How did they do it? So basically, the money that needs to be paid to the account of Russia Federation couldn't be transferred because there is no SWIFT access to that account of the Russia, okay, in ECB. They couldn't pay that interest. So they had to create a new corporation that can receive that money. They had to enable the SWIFT connection
created by banks. Banks created, they can do whatever they want with it. Like, money is not like a physical thing.
No,
it's just something
banks
that
cannot do whatever they want. They have
the
the
banks
law.
agree this money
It's not because of SWIFT.
Banks can
it's not
do
because
it
of
whatever
SWIFT.
they want. Hello, oh man.
They can if they're allowed.
I think we can move on because obviously de-dollarization is happening in some way. It's on the horizon. If some dumbass decides to seize 300 billion from Russia, it's going to accelerate the process. I think we can all agree that it's a bad idea and it shouldn't happen. And if it does happen, bad things are going to happen, and we can move on. We don't need to worry about creating a law to do it. If whatever they do, if they steal it, it's bad, and it's going to have worldwide consequences. Doesn't matter how they do it. And yes, it's possible. You've all explained how there's some potential ways it could happen. I think we're kind of beating a dead horse.
Thank you very much, Vaughn. I want to actually add on what Vaughn said there, because when we're talking about de-dollarization, this is yet another black hole topic unless we actually have something to get into. So maybe
something to get into.
Yes, please.
Yeah, 300 billion. It's a lot of money, but if you scale it to the US debt, the US federal debt only, it's only 1% of US federal debt.
Right.
Only. Also.
So what's your point?
No, the only reason they're going after it now because Congress has stopped the money.
No.
So they
I don't get the point.
Get more money.
That's
why they're hunting for more money now, and then this is just sitting there, so they want to take it to continue.
What I want to mean is that the US debt if you take U.S. federal government debt plus U.S. different state debt plus private debt, all of it is around 100
Nobody
trillion.
is saying that
I
United
think
States cannot fund the
this
Ukraine.
is what will trigger the
Nobody
end
is
of
saying
U.S.
that the United States cannot.
dollars, economy, finance, positions. More than
You should remember that Trump was saying that EU has to take over the NATO financing, that has to contribute. That's one of the messages from 5 years ago. Then the next message is now again, EU has to finance Ukraine. It's political problem in US. It's not financial problem or anything. It's just political. They want to force EU to militarize. They forcing EU, just as we were saying earlier, how the EU is colony of the United States. Yes, it is. So they're forcing us, forcing EU to do that funding, to recreate, because ECB is not properly set up. US is forcing ECB to change its rules so it's a normal central bank, so it can become a normal central bank. That's why they're forcing EU to.
I have to go, and I wanted to say only one thing, that the problem. No, maybe the problem is that we're talking with a little of bit angry. We are too much angry. We have to speak peaceful and
Rocky, can I ask you something?
solving we have to solving problem peaceful. You know, I don't want to be,
I like
guy
you when you came in, but now I changed my mind because you're trying, this new.
You want fucking me?
No, okay. I understand.
It's a joke. I'm joking.
Branka.
It's true.
Please don't attack him.
I don't
Please
want
don't
to
attack
be
Italian.
the guy who play guitar and think peaceful. I have in my heart the problems of the world. I'm not the one who I play. I don't care about.
Serious. Don't take me too serious. I was joking.
But I like it's like a joke, but also an advice, and I like it. I have to go, and I wanted to say to you all that you have to speak with less anger and more. I don't have the word. Andrew, can you help me?
Okay.
Più voglia di creare.
Ciao.
Più voglia.
Will to create. More will to create. More.
Brianka, before you leave, please.
Oh, fuck off, you wimpy Italian.
No.
They're joking, Branka. Don't worry.
Fuck you.
Yeah, no.
I hope that was loving. I hope
Branka,
dropping. Okay. I want to hear about dropping.
Ciao.
You guys should go on a road trip together and hang out with some Albanian train
Vaughn,
hoppers.
shut up, Vaughn.
I only have one question. Branka, do you have you got the entry? Are you in the Telegram group with so we can we converse with you later, and the translation.
I want to ask Branka something.
Yeah. I understand that I come in the situation, and the situation is very hot, and I like it. I come in this situation because the situation is hot. I really like to got this kind of conversation. I like it, but try to find a friendly. Solving, I don't understand. If a Russian guy was here, I will say the same to him. Try to find a cool situation from everybody.
We have a lot of Russian.
What if we call you and you sing, and then we get in better moods?
What?
No.
Sorry.
No,
You
no.
come and sing, we get
Sing
into
Baggira
better
Rosa.
mood.
Sing Baggira
No,
Rosa.
I can bring my child also. He
no,
can
I
also
can't
play
say
music.
this.
Do you think
Una mattina mi sono svegliato. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono svegliato e ho trovato l'invasore. This is a political song in Italy, you know. I like
I know
the
the
song,
song.
but
I know the
not
song.
the political. No, it's.
Yeah, I know it too.
And so thank you to everyone for the conversation with me, and thank you, Andrew. Where are you, Andrew?
I'm here. I was looking for
You are shaming about Bella Ciao, the Bella Ciao song.
No. I was looking for something over there. And nothing.
Ah, ok. This is only una scusa. Questa è una scusa.
Remember, Brianka, remember to join the Telegram group.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Thank you, guys, and good night.
Thank you for coming on the open mic. Thank you for coming on the open mic.
Good night.
See you, bud.
And I've got something copying.
Yo.
Wait. I want to
are
say
you
something
drinking?
first. Wait. I want to say something first. I want to tell you some shocking thing. Brianka is not a DPA viewer. He discovered the DPA Open Mic on Twitch. So he was like, when you see his shocked face, because when you are saying things, right, he probably never heard before. Like, what?
I just had this mental image in my head. Can you imagine this poor fucker is just on YouTube and he's surfing around and he saw Vaz's shirt and he's like, oh fuck yeah, and he clicked on and then he's like, holy shit, what am I doing here?
Yeah, no, he's a cool guy.
Yeah,
he's very cool. Because
any guy
because
with a guitar is cool.
Yeah, you should watch Andrew.
And
don't meet him in person.
He sang my song, He sang my song. Yeah, so.
But what is the cool thing? So what's the cool thing is that he don't know DPA at all. He just pounced upon the channel, and then we were talking about military stuff. And then he got interested. He wanted to join the conversation, and which means that we have chance. We have chance to get more people into the community somehow, and I find that encouraged. It's just that it's funny that he don't know DPA. He don't know about I was covering Ukraine war and all of these things. He was talking to me in private chat. I was sharing all the links, and then he's like. Then after that, you all start to talk about 300 billion. His face was like, what?
This is why I love awesome. DPA. Great community. And things get really nice when Drew is on, Drew always defending China. And why always
China number one
about China.
No.
Too different, Two guys
the only real China.
Different
the CCP.
There is no real China. The only real China is the baby.
Why say China
if
is
he's defending
country?
China, that means somebody is attacking China.
Yeah, if you don't attack China, I won't defend it. If you attack Singapore, I'll defend it.
Okay, if he's defending China, it means somebody is offending China, right? If somebody is offending China because he doesn't know, it's the West is offending China. And Dri is from
I don't defend China. I defend reality.
Because he knows about
I
it.
defend
We don't know
reality.
it. Yes.
I defend
Just to
reality.
explain what's the truth.
And what's the reality?
Against the Western propaganda.
China.
It just explains what's the
If
truth.
you tell me the US is shit and don't ever go there, I'll tell you you're wrong. The US is a very nice place.
No, but I think the US is just scared. Like the US is just scared that it doesn't know what to do as number two. Like if you've checked this guy called Mabubani, he's some like economist professor, and he was like, the United States has never had to consider the idea that it's number two for 75 years. So you have to understand, number one. Okay, let me give an example. When the US loses its position as number one, I think it's going to be incredibly dangerous for everybody else, because
if you've ever been like when you were kids and you were in fights, and there's this guy who's always winning, and then he loses one fight. You do not want to be the guy that fights that guy next, because he's gonna take out all of his frustrations on you. So I just think that the US, once it's number 2, in like a decade or so, it's going to be incredibly dangerous for everybody else. Because if you fuck with it, it has a bone to pick with you, and it
or
needs
for
to
itself.
You know,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got something. I've got
Might be
something.
dangerous
I've
to
got
for
something.
yourself too.
You do not want to
we've been the
be
last 20
enemy
years,
number 2
right?
after China.
Yeah, we've been
What?
that way in
I've
the
got
last 20
something.
years.
I've got something to say. You know, these people, yeah, they go something in their mind. They've been power
Something
since
intelligent.
after the Second World War. So after that, they're gonna be in power forever.
Yeah, that's what they thought.
There is new people in town, and guess what? They are not white.
Yes.
The white ones, they say they don't look like us, Russia. The other one is China, and the other one is India. And guess what? They don't speak their language. They got their own fucking language. And they are taking over. This shit is scary.
Scary. And especially
it's scary for people who got this mentality about colonialism. It's really scary for them.
It's not even about colonialism. It's just human beings. Like, you're used to being number 1, you will not take kindly to being number 2.
And I actually have a response to that, because you will see this pattern very regularly. If you have a dominant factor, a dominant position that is waning, then it will be necessarily having to resort to the more repressive measures, which it did not have to do earlier.
Yeah, it's going to become very dangerous.
If you see,
guys, we're seeing all this happen now, though. Right?
If you see the power France have in Africa, in Francophone countries, we see the power they have in these countries. It's scary. But now these people is saying, "Fuck off! We don't care about your fucking language. If you don't want to deal with us, take your language with you." And the French government is like, "Okay, we're gonna do it." It's like something the people in Africa are happy to speak French.
Let me just add on to what Voz is saying.
I don't speak French anyway.
Like, if you want to know just how much power France has in like its old colonies, they have a treaty. Is it a treaty or a what? Where you have to keep 50% of your money in their banks, not just that. This is number 1.
All your money.
So you have to keep all your money in their banks. That's number 1. And number 2, when you want your money back, you can only get, I think, a quarter of it, and it's a loan. Like, it's your money, but I'm going to give you a loan on your money, and then you're going to pay a loan on your money in a bank that I own. And I just, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Hey guys, I just want to make a point about
that's how banking's that's how world financing works. It's not about not colonialism. That's how world financing works all over the world.
One at a time. Nunya had a point here. Let's just let Nunya come in here, and then Euro afterwards. Because I think only Nunya had a short point, I hope.
Okay, I was just adding that. Okay.
Oh, well, everything that we're talking about the last 15 minutes or so.
I want to say that's how financing works. Every country, when you sell something, your money stays in their bank, okay? But it's in your name, in your country's name. When you buy something from them, you get a loan, but it's only in your name. It never. No. You never buy with your imports.
You see, if you have
money that you receive from your imports. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Please, Joe, you're confusing.
Let me explain.
Jordan, you always make good points.
That's what he's confusing.
Good points.
You're confusing, Joe.
I had
you always make good points.
Confusing.
Always come up with good points, but you take too long.
I try to be polite.
No.
What I wanted to
Jordan,
say,
you're confusing. We are talking about
money,
a currency, a national
money stays
currency,
separate.
which is managed by French bank, French
Like I'm
national
talking,
bank.
Yes.
It's different.
if you were to buy the
Yes.
This is
CFA franc,
neocolonialism.
Same thing.
This
Why-
is neocolonialism.
Same thing.
if you wanted euro,
No, it's the same thing.
if you wanted to buy the CFA franc,
Wyatt, please. Put an order on this, please. Nunya was first. Let Nunya make his point, and then and then so he can continue, because I think he's kind of, I'm not really sure where, but let Nunya get it on here, because the Euro has a problem with this audio lag, and of course that causes an issue. Can you please just, because it's shouting, get Nunya on here, and then Euro, and then whoever else otherwise.
Coping, you need a microphone.
No shit.
Coping, why are you communicating with us through 1970s Soviet radios? Is that all you have in northern Norway?
It seems like it, because everything that I otherwise buy is supposed to be better. I have a microphone that's supposed to be better. No, it actually works. I have a microphone that's supposed to be better, it's actually worse. And so I kind of just lose hope at the end. I try here this Christmas with a variety of various microphones. It's just all shit. So yeah, you might be onto
Chinese
something.
ones. Get Chinese ones.
One
Remember
of
the
the best
conversation about
countries, you know? You
The
live in one of
European.
the best
They're
countries in
very
Europe and you
European
can't
country.
get a fucking microphone.
Isn't Plantronics European? Plantronics?
What?
Made in China.
Made in China.
So there's Nanya with like a beaten wife here. Okay.
Well, I gotta make the rest of you look good.
Everything is made in China.
Anyways, Nunya, let's get back to the open mic, please. Nunya, you had a point here. If you remember.
If I remember correctly, geez, I think what I was going to say was what we were talking about, once the U.S. realizes that they're no longer number one and they're number two. I think they realize that, and I think that they're trying to grasp and hold on to power. But keep in mind, everything that we've been talking about on here the last 20 minutes, the forever wars, the chaos, the shitty standards of living, all that, we've experienced that in the last 25 years. So I think when we go back long after we're dead, right, 200 years down the road, when the historians are writing about all of this, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think that they're going to point to the 99 invasion of Serbia as being the catalyst, and then everything that subsequently went from that would have been just a decline of the U.S. empire. But I think it all started there, and then everything that you saw after it, countries, particularly Russia at that point, they kind of looked at what was going on there and said, okay, shit, we gotta, kind of cover our bases here, so to speak. And then we had Iraq, then we had Afghanistan, we had Libya. I've forgotten countries that have been invaded at this point. So the last 25 years have been chaos. So everything that we're talking about that they're going to do once they realize they're number two, they realized that 25 years ago. They've just been trying to hold on for the last 25 years, and things take time, right? Like, we think about 25 years as being a long time because it's in our lifetime. In the span of history, it's nothing. So I think when the history books are written,
arguably the wars have been going on for a lot longer than that. I mean, there's that famous quote that America's spent a couple of years not at war during its whole existence. I wanted to sort of slightly change gears here and ask you guys, did you see Tucker Carlson talking about Mike Pompeo? Because this is kind of interesting. A court in the US yesterday said that Mike Pompeo and the CIA could be taken to court because what they essentially did was they decided to go out and murder somebody, right? And this is kind of interesting because the CIA has murdered a president as far as most people are concerned. They killed Kennedy, right? And this was a lot longer than 25 years ago. So this is what I mean. Like the history of violence and lawlessness by the powerful is pretty long. And I wonder if, the way Tucker Carlson put it was very good. He basically said, he's watching the television and he watches Mike Pompeo say that he decided that he was just going to kill Julian Assange. And the way Tucker described that was, this guy is using my tax dollars to go and murder somebody, right? How is that lawful? And that's a really good question, right? That is a really, really good question. Since when does working for the government give you a license to kill? I mean, in the UK, they've got all their James Bond fantasies and the rest of it. But if you live under a rule of law, since when do you get to go just murder somebody because they embarrass you with information? And I think that, this is a really interesting question that's come up, and it cuts to the chase of whether or not there is a rule of law. And the thing is, I agree that, that there is a lot of war for profit in the world, but I don't think it's recent. I think this has been going on for a very long time. And I really wonder what's going to happen with that case against Mike Pompeo, because he's just a government employee, and he seems to believe that he can just go murder people because he doesn't like them. Right? If there's a rule of law, he should go to jail. And if there's a rule of law, the CIA should probably be cleaned out. So I really think that there's an issue there to discuss.
So what I wanted to ask you, were we at war at the time when Pompeo did anybody in our government, did we have an official declaration of war?
Not against Australia.
I want to cut a bit. Dean Machine that is in the backstage, please look at the private chat. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Archimedes, how you doing, bud?
Yeah, good. I'll let you guys keep going. I'll jump in.
This is the thing also, there have been drone strikes that have killed Americans that have been authorized by government officials. You can't do that, right? There's so much gets allowed these days, and there's power creep in the halls of power. But this is murder. Yes, in war people die, right? But you can't go killing American citizens, not according to the rule of law, just because they were in the road, because they're collateral damage. And you certainly can't go around killing people because they embarrass you politically. Well, not in theory.
As you just mentioned,
operating under the idea that human beings are moral. Human beings are not moral. And the systems they create are also not moral.
Toby, as you mentioned, American citizen. Julian Assange is not American citizen.
Yeah.
He's Australian.
He's
one of you.
That's why. Same. Look at Guantanamo. The people they kept without a trial, without any proof, by torturing them.
20 fucking years.
Where are the rules of laws? It's not an issue because they make their own laws. Remember, the United States for several. I'm not finished. Thank you. United States for several times it's advocating for rules-based order. Their rules for their order.
Yeah, but that's
laws are made for being changed. They don't give a fuck. They went to Iraq. They went to Iraq illegally, according to international law. They destroyed Serbia illegally, according to international law. They killed Gaddafi, destroyed Libya illegally, according to international law. They intervened in Syria illegally, according to international law. They don't give a fuck. Because it's the one who has the biggest gang.
Always. So what happens? But what happens when that comes home, right? Because we're seeing now that Trump is being pursued, right, and under ridiculous pretenses. America is sliding into a situation where political people inside the US are going to just start gunning down their opponents. I mean, this is what happens. It's like you don't get to be a little bit pregnant and you don't get to drop off a little bit of the rule of law. Once you start authorizing dudes like Pompeo to go around murdering people because they embarrass them politically, where does it end? I would argue that it ends with a slide into civil war, not on any grand principle, but just because people lose their civility and they start acting in a really barbaric way. And arguably,
we are talking about United States. We are talking about United States. Come on. The history of United States was to make their own law. Who has the right of law has the biggest gun. That's United States. It's in the core of their history, of their existence.
I mean, I don't get what's so hard to understand. I mean, we're the big boys. We do what the fuck we want, and we don't care what anyone thinks. I mean, what's so hard to understand? I mean, it's wrong. That's the way it is. We're dicks.
Yeah, but you're talking about state power. What about if it's Mitch McConnell against Chuck Schumer? They just have a shootout in the Senate.
Like, do you remember when Julius Caesar attacked another country just because he needed to pay a loan? Like he was like, I need money, so he went and killed off an entire nation just for that, because he was the strongest. That's just how it works. Power is not moral. That's just how the US did not become evil today. It's always been like this is nothing new. Like it has always been fucked up. The only difference is that now
we can always find a reason to justify whatever we want to do.
Just look the way they go the country, and you're gonna know why they do
Vaughn,
that.
my point is, there is no we. Like, you can start off by having a we, it's us against them, right? But once you start like murdering people because they embarrass you, and once you start like
doing it really long, like
well, yeah, arguably they killed Kennedy and the rest of it.
I mean, if you could say the United States doing that, I mean, now you got India possibly smoking a dude in Canada. The Saudis smoked a dude in New York, supposedly. I mean, the rule of law is you don't do that, but other people see the U.S. doing it, so they're like, hey, why don't I do it? It's kind of a liberating thing too for a lot of these people, because it's like, hey, if they can do it, why can't I? I mean, India's a big country. Russia's just like Russia. You got a problem, just send some polonium by the fucking umbrella. I mean, killing people is no big deal. I mean, everybody does it. I mean, I don't even know why. And we do it, and we act like we don't. We act holier than thou. But we do just as much evil shit as everybody else. I mean, we just don't give a fuck what people think. Because what are you gonna do? Not take our dollar? You're not gonna do what we say? You got to kick us out of your country? No, you're not. You're not gonna do anything. You're gonna fucking do what we tell you. And if we're an asshole, then we're an asshole. I mean, things might change to where that isn't such a great thing, and people can leverage it against you. But right now, still, for the most part, we get away with what we want because of who we are and our position in the world.
You keep talking about we. I'm talking about y'all. This is all between y'all.
Yeah,
I mean, y'all, us. I mean, it's my country. I mean, it's my government. I mean,
so my question is, what happens when they just start shooting
we get away with what we want because of who we are.
The only difference is that now the guns are pointed inwards, not outwards. Yeah. But it's the same thing. Like, there's nobody changed. It's just a day in the office. The only difference now is that it's Americans getting killed, not some diplomat in Congo or some president in South America or something. Like, it's the same thing. Just that now the guns are pointed inwards, which is good for everybody else because they don't get shot now. You shoot each other. Fine.
Yeah. Let Mehdi speak. Then I wanted to say something regarding America and being world police essentially.
Let's bring the new guy in too.
Oh hi, Dean. Yeah, sure. Let him introduce himself. Of course.
Okay, there we go. I turned the mic on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just Dean Machine. I don't know. You guys, I watched it a few times now, and it sounds interesting. I got hate speech strikes and misinformation strikes and all kinds of stuff on my channel.
Based.
Been on YouTube for 11 years, I think. Chemtrails. I did chemtrails. Got hit right away on that one. That was when I started. So, anyways, you guys sound like you're talking about some pretty wild shit, about what's going on in the world and like the money, where the money goes, it basically is, right? It's all about the fucking money. You want to know what's going on? Follow the money. Who's the richest? What are they doing? How do they get that way? It's fucking crazy what's going on right now. And I basically just officially retired. I'm 61.
Oh, congrats.
You know, I just can't do it anymore. They want you to do all kinds of crazy, stupid shit, you know, that you know in your heart and soul it's fucking wrong.
Yeah, Dean, what are your pronouns, by the way?
Pronouns?
Yeah, Dean. Yeah, they need your pronouns.
Well, it would be there's male and female.
I think that falls under the stupid
I've been
shit.
married since 1990.
I think
Hey, Dean, you from upstate
That's a
New
question
York?
for the Italian guy.
It's not really. They always call it. It's not upstate. It's western. It's like the far end near Lake Erie.
I knew you were from Buffalo, man. I can tell the accent.
Yeah, it's Buffalo. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell the accent.
Buffalo, yeah. Yeah, I've been here for 61 years.
If I can have the floor, I want to respond to a couple of things about the rule of law and American empire. So I think that you know, from a certain perspective, right, we have to look at Rome. I'm glad that Daniel, you brought up Rome and Julius Caesar, because from a certain perspective, the experiment of Roman democracy was over, or was beginning to die, as soon as the Romans conquered Italy. Right, as soon as you become an imperial power, it starts to become a little bit harder to actually be a democracy. I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you have 3 people and you can go ahead and vote, and 2 against 1, then it's great. When you have when you're controlling an entire continent, when you're controlling an entire ocean, democracy starts to fray. And so does rule of law. Although those are separate concepts, I think that they're pretty much related. Because once you have the rule of one person, an emperor, he supersedes rule of law, and that's a natural thing to happen. As America became an empire, the concept of rule of law started to fail. And what we saw in the period from 1945 until today is America kind of doing this weird double game where we pretend to have a rule of law that applies to all countries in the world, right? But the only way that actually works is if you presuppose that there is some great power that is the judge, jury, and executioner of all countries on the planet. Of course, who is that? The United States of America. That was what we were trying to push as this globalist, right? That's how you can get a rule of law in the global order.
Yeah.
That obviously isn't working, and I think that you're right, Toby. It is coming home to roost, right? The ability for us to have an empire is going to lead to us losing our democracy. We're going to have, more likely than not, I think within the next 10 to 20 years, it'll be one man in charge of America, and a man, not a woman. A lot of things are going to return to normalcy. Democracy, I think, is an artifact of I put a super chat in earlier about this. I said democracy is an artifact of the newspaper era, when you had enough people that were educated that they could go and vote, and yet the newspaper was not so effective in controlling people's minds that they could just be dominated by the powers that be that want to control the media. Today,
I think I've been misunderstood a bit, Archimedes. I wasn't suggesting that everything's gone bad. I was actually going the other way. I was suggesting, you know, I was listening to Tucker Carlson talk about Mike Pompeo getting put on trial because he's just a government employee who wanted to murder somebody, right? That's a great step forward. I mean, we're talking about the CIA. They killed Kennedy as far as I'm concerned. They killed MLK. They killed a whole bunch of folks, right? I think it would be a great step forward for the rule of law in America if Pompeo went on trial. I think it would be great if Hillary Clinton died in prison as well. But, but that's a step forward for the rule of law, not a step backward. I don't think the good old days were all that great, right? I think that the rule of law is an aspiration. And I'm actually pretty optimistic about it because I think, most people are good and most people would like it. I don't think it's ever existed, but it's a nice thing to think about. It's like Vaughan, he's always cheerful.
I don't really have a problem with Trump winning in 2024 and ruling the United States single-handedly until he dies.
I think it's likely that the any situation where gets trial, those are going to be kind of temporary victories for the rule of law, because what's going to be behind that is somebody else who is abusing the rule of law to their benefit.
The Rothschilds are getting him.
Be putting these people behind bars. You know what I'm saying? I think the cat's out of the bag, and both sides are just going to keep escalating and moving away from rule of law. You could be right, Toby, but I don't share your optimism on that. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. I think it's normal for people to be.
I don't think the cat has ever been in the bag. But what I'm saying is, it's almost like the internet gives us a bag, and if we can just herd the cats into the bag, like I'm not optimistic, but I don't think the cat has ever been in the bag.
I just wanted to answer. It was a certain guy in the comments talking about, well, basically you were talking about earlier about the U.S. Not like enforcing the rule of law in the international in the international theater, but through wars that go against the rule of laws itself. But comparing them with the wars Russia has begun in its history, the examples he brought though were almost entirely internal wars that followed the dissolution of the Soviet Union.
Why is there two voices? Wait. Is it me or?
Somebody have a parakeet? How is that?
Oh, sorry, it's me. I'm confused.
Why are you schizophrenic? Are you schizophrenic or something?
No. So what happened is that I somehow
Wasn't me, man. I've been
the
muted.
audio on my Rumble, and then I was like, I hear two Andrews. I was like, I'm so confused. Who is talking? I'm so sorry. It's my fault.
Hey, Wyatt, have you started watching like those YouTube videos, like Korean beauty standards or something, with the bleached out hair? With the bleached out hair.
This is.
I mean, I kind of like it. It's kind of cool, actually. So I think you should spike it out.
You like it?
This is not Asian, Wyatt. This is bad taste. You need to change your hair, Keter.
Oh my God! Jeez.
Like, spike it
RL
out
USA. This isn't the whole e-boy thing. It's today, man. It's
yeah.
2024.
So, so maybe it's
how we roll.
People who will follow.
Hebrew boy, you know.
I mean, look at you, Toby.
I'm sorry too, but I'm an old man.
You can trace humans with your haircut thousands and thousands of years before. See?
Yeah.
Especially among
something
Jewish
ugly is
countries.
ugly. Something beautiful is beautiful. Doesn't matter if we are in 2023 or 24.
Toby, are you sure your last name has no relation to any Jewish Hebrew last names? Are you sure
Stuart?
of that? Yeah.
How do you figure Stuart is Jewish?
I don't know, man. When I first saw you, someone told me he's a Jew, and I was like, I saw your face, and that's the phenotype.
Yeah, I'm an indigenous Australian Jew.
No, an indigenous from Palestine.
Calm down there, Colonel Landa.
I may not be Jewish, but I do have a spiritual support dog that is.
Are you hiding enemies of the state in this house?
Toby's a lawyer, and he's extremely cheap, so he's basically a Jew.
It's a circumcised kangaroo, yeah?
Circumcised kangaroo.
That was good.
Hang on a second, guys.
What the hell were we talking about?
Is that a choker you're wearing, Wyatt?
Wait, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, okay. I was about to say the hair I'll let go, but if you start wearing a choker, I'm gonna have a conversation with you.
Yeah, what was that?
It looks like
getting dangerously into fairy territory here. Whatever.
I'm actually afraid.
I look like if I put some tattoo on my neck, I will look like really, punkish.
Yeah, but we were gonna have to ask you about your pronouns.
My pronouns is
sorry,
godly.
Fucking
godly
you.
And,
my pronouns are fucking you. Crazy.
So sorry for distracting you guys. I'm too handsome to.
I had to do it.
It covers all your voice with my handsomeness. Unfortunately, it's not my fault. I'm born with it.
Yeah. Look, I think that rule of law in America is pretty much over. I don't think that the American empire is over. I think people are a little bit too optimistic about that one. I think that the idea of like America as the global hegemon is over, but I think America will continue to be an imperial power, just not over the entire stretch of the entire world.
Yeah,
right?
they're kicking a certain player out.
No, I think the word imperial is wrong. I think it's just going to be a very powerful country with the capacity to do some things, but not imperial. I don't think imperial is the right way.
No, it is.
Imperial?
Yes, because I think America is going to carve out for itself. It already has. It's going to carve out for itself a set of countries that are vassals to itself.
But it has already done that. Like Europe is like this. Like,
exactly. So the imperial control over Europe and over Japan and South Korea, I think, will continue. Maybe South Korea. I don't know about South Korea. But the idea of America running the entire world in the Middle East and Africa and South Asia, that's not going to exist anymore. But America will still control Europe, most of Europe.
Why? I wanted to ask, what's the situation vis-a-vis America in South America? Because I never hear much about.
Oh, that too. America's not going to let anybody.
What happens there? Because I never hear much. Like, does it have power, or the South American countries have power? Like, you hear nothing about that place.
I don't
Basically,
think
you do what Uncle Sam wants, or you end up like in a ditch somewhere. That's generally the rule.
Look what happened to Allende, right? It's what's going to happen.
But that's slowly changing too. I think.
I don't know, man. I don't see South America as like on some kind of massive upward trajectory in power and population and economic potential. I don't really see how that's
South American countries are like the silent button girlfriend or something.
Brazil's a big country, like big population, big economy, big resources. Brazil's a bit of a power.
Yeah, but what happens? Like, does the US still have a
big trade partner of Latin America is China. It's not USA.
Somebody's
That's why I had to add that scary movie sound in there.
It's not Nunya. I wonder it's who.
No, I have my YouTube off, so.
Is it Andrew? It's
The
Andrew.
first economic
But it's not
partners
Andrew.
of Latin America
It might be Daniel.
It's called like.
Or is it Toby?
No, I think it's Dean actually.
What's
that? Yeah, Dean, just mute yourself when you're not talking, Dean. It's a bit.
I think that's someone breathing on the mic or something.
Mute in order. Daniel, Andrew, Dean, and
I only dropped it a couple of times.
Yeah, it's not Dean. It's not Dean.
Yeah.
Dean
Right,
I only
okay,
dropped
so-
it a couple of times. It's a
No,
good
but
mic.
that's a process of elimination. The process of elimination, that's the only thing. Just take the one person at a time, mute, and then we find out who, whatever.
Yeah, just make it a habit that if you are not talking, just mute, just in case, because we don't know what we are hearing.
Yeah, I do get.
Yeah, you are always muting me, Wyatt.
Yeah, I'm testing out, but it may not be you. It may be you. I don't know. My hair is not long enough. I want to like follow you.
Usually, if the only one person won't hear the echo when it's the person that's causing it, everybody else will hear it, right?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
If I may return to the topic
Let me
we
just
were
jump in.
talking
I'm sorry,
about.
Andrew. I just want to answer one thing about somebody said that Latin America, that China is a bigger trade partner than Latin America than the United States. I just Googled it, and according to World Bank data, that's not true. I haven't looked into this with any detail. Yeah, no, man, I'm sure that the World Bank is.
That's one of those French
crunching the
facts.
numbers. But look, I mean, the United States, it says $367 million, and China, or sorry, billion, and China $259 billion.
Suddenly
I
we
don't
trust
think
the
that's
World
really
Bank,
true.
do we?
Isn't China part
Yeah,
of
no,
the
of course. I'm sure, Andrew, that if it supported your point, you'd be trusting it. Look, man, give me a better source, okay? I'm just saying I googled it, and it's not true.
Me?
Yes,
I am a
you.
better source. I know. It's true. I made it up. Anyways, when you all talk about the American Empire, yes, of course, that's right. But you're using the wrong terms. It's not the we all know who the real empire is, and I would like to show you the flag I have proposed.
Oh no! Come on, that's propaganda. Don't do that.
No,
that's mean.
No, that's hate speech.
They will give you tomorrow.
Well, that's why I got it.
I see you shaking your head. It's a joke.
You will end up having big trouble if you speak truth. What Andrew just showed
You should be able to
is
say anything
truth.
the fuck you want, you know?
It's even the range truth.
People whine too much.
The painful one for many. Because if you analyze the elites of United States and also in Western countries, many of them, not all of them, but many of them are part of the tribe. Whether what I say is racist, anti-Semitic or not, is it a fact or not? It's a fact.
No, some of it is conspiracy. I think the Israel has a lot of power in the US. Yes, it can control politicians and everything, but I don't think
run everything.
Yeah, I don't think so. I just think it's money. I just think it's money. If they didn't have the money, I don't think they would much. I don't think it's as much power as you're saying.
If I got a welder,
I'll ask you. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. It's much better now.
Cool.
No, I
awesome.
can't.
Okay, then I'll use this one instead of whatever else.
It's very good now.
So when you're saying, like, for example, Israel, because Israel is very clearly the smallest partner, this is the one that is dependent. And I get the argument here that you have like lobbyists and so forth, but when you look into it, as far as I can tell, I mean, it's they have very strong influence where it aligns with U.S. interests, principally within the war economy, and then you have so forth. In Europe, of the U.S. decline, no, yeah, I can answer that one. Thank you. No, Takk kompis. The NGS is a fellow Norwegian. I will just simply always you guys so I can answer this. The answer of this one is going to be that Europe is going to be more intensively controlled by the United States, the continent, our neighbors, that is. And of course us as well, but us is less necessary in the first point, and our defense department is very, very fundamentally aligned with the United States in a way that the continental Europe is not. And the defense department has stated so. I'm pretty sure you can find it. And for that reason, they have actually stated it very clearly. The principle, you have to distinguish. In NATO, you have to distinguish the rest of the continental Europe from the UK and Norway. Norway and the UK are the principal difference in all of this. And, you know, think about Taiwan and so forth. And I don't really have to elaborate on this factor. But this is pretty much why Norway and the UK are, no matter what's going to happen, regardless, even if NATO is to be dissolved, which is, you know, I prefer. Probably, I don't know. But even if that were to happen, the last thing that were to happen is that Norway and the UK will fall out of the sphere of US control. When that happens, then the US is out of Europe. We are the last markers of that.
I think coping is very true. Because I'm also European, Andrew and Ariel. So we have had this discussion a few days ago on a private chat, and my position is a bit follow. Yes, coping is pretty much true about Norway. Actually, if Norway even try to get away of an alignment with the US, it will be one of the countries that will suffer the most. But he probably disagrees. But this is the way I see it, the way out Norway exists today. Without the US, it will really lost a lot of its importance. Now, about Europe, I have a different position than Ariel, but Ariel will probably be able to explain it, and Andrew as well, his position, which is mine, is Europe didn't always, in the last 40 years, align with the US. It had moments that tried to skip apart, try to present alternatives, to present itself as a different way, especially when the unipolar world was obvious. We saw the euro appearing as an alternative currency. We know that after the currency crisis of 2011, that the euro becomes just a mirror of the euro, that's of the dollar. That's something different. We see the European Union presenting itself like an anti-American position in terms of geopolitics, and then Russia came back and they didn't know what to do, so they just went to the US, and the sky's behind the table for them. And now what I see, this is my point, if Russia wins geopolitically, but really a certain win, Europe will spill apart, because many countries won't be able to survive due to their geopolitical situation. It's impossible. They have no viability whatsoever. And what people will be surprised now, these countries will be exactly the ones, they are the most Russophobic, the most racist against Russia there are. But in the past, they have lived at the cost of the Russians. I'm talking about the Baltic countries, I'm talking about Finland, and I'm talking about Poland. These countries, their development was very much based about an open market in Russia. And then we are talking about countries like the most Western countries in Europe, which are very less affected, but they are like Italy, Portugal, Spain, France. But they feel like this game is too much for them. They can't accept it. They are fed up because we don't have a history of hate. Be it in Portugal, be it in Italy, be it in France, we don't have an history of hate against the Russians. And so we don't understand what's happening here. How rational is this situation? So this was my position. Go on, Andrew, please, Andrew.
No. I agree with you in the first part where when you said that the Europe didn't always unilaterally submit itself to the US, because as an Italian, I can speak as an Italian. Italy was essentially reformed after the Second World War as a colony of the US. That's clear to anyone, even us Italians. We recognize that and we accept that a long time ago. My very own father was stationed in a NATO military base with American soldiers on it, and he told me how the American soldiers were able to get away with a lot of stuff they did. They broke down fences, they did bullshit around, and they got away with it because of course the US is in a lower position to Italy's in a lower position to the US. But there was a time in Italy when actually communists, which were obviously Soviet oriented, tried to get to have an agreement with the Christian Democrats who were running Italy, who were US oriented, through the figure of Aldomoro. Aldomoro was a Christian Democrat who was the prime minister of Italy, actually, and he planned on having an alliance between the communists and the Christian Democrats to basically get away from both Soviet and American attempts of influence, and essentially become quote unquote independent as an Italian nation. What happened is they found him dead. Some communist terrorists caught him without his bodyguards for some reason. They kidnapped him, put him in a fucking car, brought him all the way to a secret kind of bunker where they started making political statements about communism, anti-US statements, and then they found him dead in a car trunk.
Is he shopping woods?
Huh?
Bean machine, what the fuck? He's shopping wood.
Yeah.
On stream. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Andrew,
Dan's here, so why don't we get back to some Ukraine stuff and the mercenary or the Down syndrome guy?
Oh, you guys, did you know? Sorry, talking about Ukraine. Did you guys know that Russia asked for urgent security council meeting tonight? It's just happening now. and they are really pissed off about what the Ukrainians did in Belgorod today, where they used cluster munitions against the population, civil.
Was it cluster munitions?
Yeah.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I read that. That's what they claim. Yeah.
The Russians are really pissed off.
I mean, is any of this like make any strategic or tactical sense if you're trying to win? I mean, you got Down syndrome guys in the trenches and pregnant chicks and women, and then you got them backed up by 43-year-old men.
There we go.
And now you got assholes dropping cluster munitions on Russian civilians. I mean, why aren't you dropping those on Russian positions that are attacking you, stupid fucks?
Because it's the most dangerous moment of the war. The war is decided. They know they will lose. And instead of losing with honor, they are going to lose like the most disgusting people on earth.
Yeah. They're just like burn everything down, destroy
Make money
everything.
all the way till the end.
Be as scummy as possible.
The thing
Sorry,
about
again,
Ukraine.
machine? Can you repeat that machine again?
The finger.
You just said that they are burning everything. That's what the United States is doing, burning ground. They will burn the ground economically, financially, Europe. So if China or Russia came back to try to make business again with Europe, Europe will be totally economically and financially destroyed, industrially destroyed. That's the plan. And where I have a big differences with Prata, with your nice story about European Union.
Please.
Now we have CIA declassified documents.
I think the thing I find sad about Ukraine,
which was the guy who made the first construction of European Union, was a CIA paid agent. The European construction was made by the Americans, for the Americans, following the Monroe Doctrine and following the debt trap that the Americans allowed the Europeans to be in just after the Second World War to reconstruct Europe. UK just paid the debt trap 2 or 1 years ago. They just finished to pay that debt. But you have to realize that. Of course, it was sold to the European public as an alternative to US hegemony or something like that. But that's for public opinion. In reality, it was always a construction by the American for the American.
Ariel, let's go back to I want to listen to your opinion. So Vaughn has the feeling that everything, you also said the word burning down, but I don't find that Europe will burn down. It's just if they wish to, because you see, von der Leyen, she's not 100% there, supported by everybody. Europe doesn't have to go down. It still has the opportunity to say no, and the US also has the opportunity by themselves to say no, especially if Trump wins. But until Trump wins or until the European Parliament elections come, many shit will be done. I agree with you, but it doesn't. If people get aware of this stuff, they might stop it. Actually, go on.
I mean, take France as an example. Take France as an example. 40, 30 years ago, the industrial part of the economy of France was around 30%, 40%. Today, 2023, 2024, is less than 10%. It's very easy to destroy an economy, especially the industry of a country, but it takes generations to rebuild an industry, the industry sector. Look at Germany, how fast its industry is moving, is destroyed bankruptcy or delocalizations. It will take generations to rebuild everything. And in the case of Germany, it's even different because they kind of vampirized Eastern European countries already by putting factories in Eastern Europe, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and so on. So they were already kind of deindustrializing instead of keeping everything inside Germany for obvious cost reasons, but for greed reasons, obviously. But the result is now how weak they are. Germany has been just labeled by Bild newspaper a giant with clay of feet of clays.
Yeah. The damn Jews moved back in. Damn it.
I think the saddest thing I find about Ukraine is that actually it's according to like human population, like how human populations grow, what Ukraine has lost now is going to take, I don't know, like even 100 years to recover. Because if you've killed off those many people in your population, you're not coming back for maybe 2100. Like what they've lost is a lot more than just, I don't know, houses. Like I do not know what is in their minds when they were going into this war, but I just think that's the dumbest thing they've ever done. Like I can't think of a country doing a dumber thing than wiping out its half of its population for the sake of another country to beat another country because of another country. Because everybody knows Ukraine was about.
Well, that's because it's
NATO,
not a
two friends.
That's because it's
Daniel.
listen, Ukraine has the benefit of being so Russian. Like that's why it's easy for them to disappear, because it's the same with Belarus. If it was Belarus instead of Ukraine, it's not really fucking Belarusian people dying. It's basically a bunch of Russian style people dying.
Yeah.
They have no problem repopulating Ukraine because Russians are gonna raise Ukrainian children. Now this shit's gonna hurt them more than they expected.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Dan, too, from the Western perspective, right? You think about the West after fighting this Cold War against the Russians for 50 years, right? Ukraine was an integral part of the Soviet Union. Ukraine is the #2 country in the Soviet Union after Russia. This is not, fucking Moldova or Tajikistan or something. This is like they're
Right? So, mafia.
Now, and if you see this as a continuation of the Cold War, which I think I do. I don't think that our victory in the Cold War was actually complete. We defeated the Soviet Union, but we didn't destroy the Soviet Union. We weakened it a lot, but it was still a very fucking strong power. Really,
Russia's
it was a
not
superpower
the
still.
Soviet Union anymore.
No, it isn't. But when we were talking about the Soviet Union, we're fighting the Russians, right?
The machine. Can I pick up your thought?
The point that I'm trying to make is that from the perspective of the West, killing a Ukrainian is almost as good as killing a Russian. Because at the end of the day, you're still killing a fucking Soviet.
What are you watching,
right?
CNN?
So the machine. May I say something to you? The machine. Something substituted the Soviet Union. It was a community of independent states, and they were a free trade agreement. They were a single economical thing until 2014. Until 2014, this was a single economical unity. It was not very strong, but still worked. Most of the Soviet industries in Ukraine worked for the for Russia, integrated completely. They lost everything. So this is when the revolution, the Euromaidan, happened in 2014. The Ukraine lost 5 million inhabitants for immigration. They lost all their old industries. They went down. The space industry, the airplane industries. They were really one of the most important places, like Archimedes said, of the Soviet Union. So actually, the Soviet Union was still there in 2014. And actually, the community of
Finally kicked the rest of them Jew bags out of there, didn't they?
But let me ask
I watch Russian automotive channels, and that's a happy place. Actually, it's a nice place.
besides
Daniel, I wanted to go back to your idea, Daniel, because you said something very interesting.
I like Russia.
When the invasion came, they actually
was no invasion.
instigated migration from Ukraine. 10 million people left Ukraine. Who left Ukraine? Mostly women.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking to Daniel. Daniel, mostly women. Who can procreate? Who can have children? Women. They are not very productive because many of them brought her children with them. But actually, what the West wanted, because this Zelensky never worked for the God's sake of Ukraine, never worked for the God's sake of his countrymen. He worked for anybody else. They fundamental. Yeah, go on.
Can I just ask you something in the middle of that? Like, let me ask you, Prata, Dan, and Archimedes. Like, do you seriously think the decision to go into this war was actually like the Ukrainians that made it? Like, because this seems like a very decision to make. Like, was it really like them seated in a boardroom and like, let's start attacking the Donbass? Like, was that really their decision? Like,
it was a combination of two groups that took over Ukraine, right? It was this group that was totally bought and paid for by the West, particularly by Victoria Nuland, who was the mastermind of it. That are totally, they don't give a shit about Ukraine. This is like the upper class. Zelensky's part of that as well. He's completely bought and paid for. But then below that, there's another very important part. There's a group of useful idiots called the Ukrainian neo-Nazis, right? The Azov guys and all of them that are basically that were sold a total lie by these globalist American puppets, and they've been using them to run their military. And so those two groups are the ones that have screwed over the rest of Ukraine.
My answer is a little bit similar. Like, if you ask me, after having lived in Russia for 2 years, I've met a lot of Ukrainians in Siberia and a little bit of more in other oblasts closer to Ukraine. And they have nothing but good things to say about Russia. And they have the mentality that their country is burning, their country is doomed, and they understand that there is, in fact, some fanatical people who are fighting. You cannot convince hundreds of thousands of people to fight. They have to want it at least a little bit. And
that's what I was thinking. Because why would you?
Is like when we were training the Afghan military, we trained hundreds of thousands of those motherfuckers, but they gave up in 3 days. They didn't want to fight. Given the weapons, given the training, given the ideology, they gave up in 3 fucking days. The Ukrainians actually want to fight. They have something to fight for. I don't know what it is, but it would have been better off if they didn't.
I understand why the Ukrainians want to fight, because there's an invading force. But
no, Daniel. This is proven. So there is this very large meeting in Munich. It was on the 20th of February. It ended on the 20th of February 2022. And Zelensky said he was going to get nuclear bombs. And he was applauded by all the other commissions there, foreign ministers and so on. They applauded him. Russia was not invited to that security summit. From the 20th until the 24th, the COCR, which was in charge to watch the ceasefire from the Minsk Agreement 2, they accounted over 2,000 irregularity, 2,000 breach of agreement from the Ukrainian side. So what nobody explained back then, or in the Western communication, is that the Ukrainians start bombing the Donetsk Republic really badly, especially the capital, the Donetsk. And the 24th, the Russians invaded.
Uh-oh.
He froze.
His sound got taken. He said something bad. Uh-oh. The ADL's after his ass. Wait.
No, but Prata, you froze. Prata, you froze during your speech.
What I was saying is just that the OSCE reported back then, because they were the ones in charge to watch the ceasefire, agreed in 2015, the so-called Minsk Agreement 2, and they, from the 20 to the 24th, they reported over 2,000 breach of the ceasefire. The Ukrainians had to, they say, I don't know, I never really saw a objective number, but the Ukrainians had 200,000 troops in the Donetsk borders, and they started attacking the Donbass, especially the Donetsk city. And the Russians invaded in 2000 and the 24th of February 2022. And as we probably all agree, the Russians were not so prepared to invade it that day. They got their objectives, which was forcing the Ukrainians to have a negotiation, which they did in April 2022. And we saw a few months ago, we saw that document, but the Russians were definitely not prepared to come in that day. So they were also caught on surprise. And this is something that, sorry for taking so long, there was a complaint from Ukraine that complained that Russia attacked Ukraine with the grounds of genocide, and Russia said, no, we did not. We did not invade Ukraine on the grounds of genocide. We invaded Ukraine on the grounds of self-defense, because from the 20 to the 24th of February 2002, the Ukrainians breached the ceasefire agreements. So this is actually the official, from the Russian state, the official reasoning, and this tells us that the Ukrainians were the ones giving the first shot.
But do you think Ukraine will end up in NATO? Like, because I'm just wondering, like, is there any point taking an empty shell into NATO? Like, because it's pretty much an empty shell.
Of course, you shorten the distance between the border of NATO and Moscow if you want to launch a nuke. That's the main thing for the Russians. That's why they want the neutralization or Finlandization of Ukraine.
They just want to be
It's just a matter of.
They don't want the Rainbow Club in. You know.
Okay.
It's not just the rainbow flag and thingy. It's also about how many times a nuke, a missile, an ICBM or cruise missile with a nuke warhead can fly to Moscow. For the Russians, the Russian perspective, they are still thinking like that. You have to understand that.
Isn't that already like possible? Like, you don't
they're
need
not
Ukraine
letting happen what's happening here.
You don't need.
I mean, instead of 8 minutes, missiles taking off from Poland reaching Moscow, it's about 8 minutes. If it was in Ukraine, it will be 4 minutes.
I don't think.
And for the Russians, this is something very important.
But the Russians have. Don't you have like a triad thing? If you bomb me, I bomb you. Like, that makes no sense. Like, I don't think that can, because if I have a nuclear warhead, if you bomb me, I already know it's 4 minutes. So I make sure I have aircraft carriers or places where you can, like, these things.
Russians don't have aircraft carriers. They just have one, and it's useless.
Yes. It breaks the moment they try to use it.
And to add to what Prata just said, and to add to what Prata just said, in the 20th of February, 4 days before the Russians enter Ukraine, Macron had, the French president, had a phone call with President Putin, and that phone call was published in mainstream media in France.
But to what
and you
end?
see, and Macron told Putin, that's why Putin, because he made his speech to invade Ukraine or to make the war in Ukraine, the 22, and the 24, the Russian troops entered Ukraine.
Let me ask
Macron told the Minsk agreement. All my jurist specialists told me it's you can't apply that. Those means agreement. Like Macron is a just a piece of shit because he don't understand that the Minsk agreement were approved by United Security Council also, but whatever. And he say, don't move. He say to Putin, don't move, no matter what the Ukrainians will do as provocation. And then Putin immediately understand. The 22 of February, he made his speech. And then the 24, the Russians entered in Ukraine.
But
Daniel,
so all that was already very planned.
Okay, guys, let Daniel speak, ask his thing, because he is trying to.
Something. I wanted to interrupt you. Like, I'm just thinking, okay, fine. You have nuclear warheads in Ukraine. You can launch into Russia within 4 minutes. Why? Why do you need to launch? Like, it makes no sense.
If
so,
I may explain that.
There are no nuclear weapons in
Russia
Ukraine.
already knows you can attack it. Russia already knows you can obliterate. You both have nuclear warheads. Like, what's the... You see, there has to be something more.
Let
me explain why.
Putin said why. Ukraine blew their own shit up just like Israel did. They blew their own shit up.
When you have only 5 minutes for reaction, how many mistakes will you make? How long you're gonna verify if it's a correct launching from the NATO countries, launching of nuclear weapons? How long you have to verify that? Or if it's because so many times whenever NATO does some exercises, they always pretend to launch a weapon against Russia.
Yeah,
they always
I
pretend.
get that.
That's their exercise. The point.
You're missing my question. You're missing my question, Euro.
No, I'm not.
What I'm asking is,
Putin is also afraid it's gonna make a mistake and launch nuclear weapons just based on a mistake. That's what he said. Because you have only 5 minutes to respond.
Daniel, to answer to your question.
All their warheads, they can still attack.
Daniel,
like, if you bomb
Daniel.
most,
guys,
Daniel, to answer your question. You have.
I think we are talking about the round. Let's Daniel explain what really he's trying to say so that we understand why he's.
I'm just saying. So yes, you can bomb Moscow in 3
Daniel.
minutes. Make it 3 minutes, okay?
No, Daniel, I will try to be very quick. I will try to be very quick. Do you remember? Do you remember if let me answer his question.
No,
he asked a question. I would like to answer his question. But I will come up with another example. Maybe you wasn't born like me, but do you remember the Cuban Missile Crisis with John Fitzgerald Kennedy? Why the Americans were so angry to see Soviet missiles in Cuba? Because of reaction time. For strategic nuclear ballistic missiles, this is very important. It's not field soldiers with tactical, I don't know, special forces and so on. It's a different kind of thinking.
I'm gonna go now.
And the bombs, the nuclear bombs that are stationed in Europe are American bombs.
Okay, let them speak.
You have to understand that.
Hey, I wanted to say, guys, I think I wanted to say this, that a lot of people can talk about nukes when talking about Ukraine being in NATO, but actually, I think we're past the point of, oh, it's reaction time. No, because the world's gonna, if we were in a nuclear war, everything's gonna go pop off anyway. So this reaction, I think this is what he's referring to.
Let him fucking talk.
I think this is what Daniel's talking about. He's talking about why does reaction time matter? Why does it matter about the nukes? Actually, Ukraine, there's no way Ukraine is about putting NATO bombs in Ukraine. There's just absolutely no way. It goes deeper than that, and it's longer than the time than these 2 years have passed. I think nukes is the smallest problem that Ukraine has. I don't think that United States, if they wanted to be part of NATO, guys, you guys are fucking retarded. If you don't think they can go, Okay, they're NATO now, you fucking idiots. They could have done it a long time ago, but Russia's fighting it for another fucking reason. They have Finland at the border. They have all these other countries at the border. It's not about fucking nukes. It's about a sphere of influence, and we're just gonna have to relax and accept it. Okay, the nukes there's too many nukes, RL. They could fucking nuke. Russia could literally nuke itself and fuck the rest of the fucking world. So why does reaction time matter? It doesn't.
Why this reaction time matter? Because of the head of state. Imagine Russia being nuked while Putin is still alive, and Russia being nuked while Putin is dead.
Yeah, and then you just
of course, Russia will have the ability to launch all its nukes. Yes.
Hey guys, I'll tell you.
But it matters. Why. Same for United States. It's to protect the head of state, to protect the generals, the most important security people of a country, even if it's nuked, and the retaliation is assured. That's the thinking of those guys.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point something out.
Has a beautiful T-shirt like always. Look at the T-shirt of Voz do Povo.
There is no nukes.
He's always improving. That guy, I don't know what he does. He keeps printing T-shirts, and we all, what's this? I think Voz do Povo.
Hey guys, I just wanted to comment on. I just want to comment. Okay.
Country wants blowjobs. You are country wants blowjobs. That's the thing.
I just want to say something. The thing I find funny is that he says
you guys were talking about Ukraine join NATO. You know one thing: if Ukraine join NATO now, maybe they're not gonna have nukes. But trust me, in about 10 or 20 years, things gonna change. The way United States think they're gonna put nukes in Ukraine. Trust me, they will. They go nukes in Germany. They go nukes in Italy. They definitely gonna put nukes in Ukraine.
Hey guys, I just wanted to comment on what Dan and RL were
like
talking about.
Shirts.
Basically, I agree with both Dan and RL for different reasons. Yes, Dan, 100% agree. I 100% agree, Dan, that once one goes off, they all go off. So like you've got mutually assured destruction. 100% agree there. Why the wait time matters, I think it's more political posturing more than anything. It's for the Putins or the Merkels or whoever's of the world to say, we need a certain amount of buffer time for us to be able to react or not react. This is all politics. In reality, as to Dan's point, as soon as one nuke goes, they all go. Right. So whether you got 5 minutes or 8 minutes or 50 minutes, it doesn't really matter. But they use this whole time thing it's political posturing, right? It's for Putin, for example, to be able to say, well, if you guys attack us with longer range missiles, that means therefore we have to take more territory. That's how this whole political game works. So
I would add something. I would rate something very interesting. A few days ago, we were talking I hope the person that we were talking about is back there, but Jordan was there. And we were talking about the fact that Russia just with the conquested territories, just got 10% of more population. And if we look at the economical data of Russia, even if it is a poor economy, like people say, the thing is that 10% of addition of population to the Russian Federation, population that actually is quite younger than the Russian population actually is, well, the harvest population, is that they managed to increase the economical surplus of Russia in an incredible way. Not directly, but indirectly. And this is very interesting. So the Russians managed to increase their population. They managed to increase their economy. And this is also, until this is proved, because this is just an hypothesis, and as we know, guys, of science. There are many guys of science here. All hypotheses need to be validated with instruments of scientific instruments in methodology. We don't have. We are just making suppositions here. But this is something also important to mention. Why did Russia wanted to invade Ukraine? Many reasons. One of them, for instance, is to increase population. When Daniel was talking about populations, I also tell you, one of the reasons that the West wanted Ukraine to go to war, it was because of their population. But now they are scared. They are really scared. Because if 20 million Ukrainians cross the border to the European Union, which they will not, this is just fantasy, the European Union would collapse.
Plus, Putin can catch salmon with his teeth. I heard he did it.
Sorry.
Hi, guys. Okay. I think
Sergey.
the question I was asking is...
Sergey.
Okay, first of all,
hello, Sergey.
Hi.
Привет.
Can you hear me?
Where are you coming from, Sergey? Can you introduce you? Yeah, we hear you good.
Okay.
Sometimes humor's good.
Can you introduce yourself?
No, we got them.
I'm from Russia, and I just want to say that we have a new year incoming, and I want to cheer everybody that it's a big holiday, and it's a big holiday in Russia, so we are kind of in a relaxed mood.
Happy New Year, Sergey.
Do you like
Happy New
Vladimir
Year,
Putin
brother.
or hate him? What do you think about your president?
I'm just one moment. I will.
They're gonna get you. They're gonna get you.
He's putting his VPN on.
Don't go to any restaurants, man.
Okay, Sergey. What do you think about the new Russians, the Russians of the new territories, the Ukrainian nationals? How do you feel these people around you? Because they are everywhere, I presume.
We don't have people like that around us.
No?
Blink twice if you're in trouble.
I imagine
Blink
they
twice.
assimilate because they speak the same language.
Basically he's saying these people are Russian.
He's asking what's your
feeling?
What's your feeling toward the Ukrainian refugees in Russia? Did you meet any of Ukrainian refugees?
I haven't, but
that came over last.
But my wife had, and she had one refugee from Mariupol, and he shared his story about how it actually happened, with some interesting details. So we had some people from the war zone, let's say, like that.
How's life in Russia? Is
I
it
got to say, we are very interested in such stories.
Just living normally.
Sorry, once again.
How's life in Russia with the sanction? Are you find it difficult to live, or?
It's a joke in general. Sanctions is a joke. I don't know how to. It's a joke on many levels. Like we don't have any difficulty in living. Like it's not an obstacle.
Because you don't need the West to survive. Yes or no?
But I have a question, Sergey. That how bad are the sanctions? How badly do they actually affect the guys on the street? The economy is doing good, the companies, but what
nobody
about,
not okay.
Just ask
what
that.
about you?
They have zero impact.
They're not affecting you.
Zero.
This guy, he loves his country.
Hey, Sergey, tell us more about the person that you took in. Tell it, what sort of stories did she have to say, and what was her opinion on everything?
Sorry.
Can you tell those stories? Can you tell those stories?
Okay. Just a short disclaimer. Have some I don't know, patience for me because I haven't been practicing in my English for a long time. So and we have after all a big holiday, and I have some summer gone. So cheers to everybody, and I can share the story, but
cheers.
I need some time.
Sergey, can I ask you something previous to that? Are you proud to be a Russian? Do Russians feel proud to be Russians now more than before?
I think yes, but it's on some level predetermined. Like if you're born and raised in a way to be proud of your country, then no matter what happened, you will keep this attitude. But
well put, man.
But what do you think? What do you think about? What do you think about black people in Russia?
I actually watched some videos about black people in Russia, which have like they speak fluent Russian. Black people speak fluent Russian. A lot of people like that. They have some community, and they speak about like some difficulties in living in Russia, being black, and it's interesting to watch. How to say it's like we don't have racism. Let's put it this way: in Russia, there is no racism, but we are not adjusted to black people. Like we don't see it naturally. Like it's a big surprise to see. So people react in unusual, like they react in the way that will be awkward or to the black people.
If I may give you
anyway, hold on, anyway, Sergey, don't feel bad when black people say we find difficult to live in Russia. Trust me, we feel difficult everywhere, even in our own fucking countries.
So, he's a cunt.
Don't feel bad.
Well, Boz, you're going around with an "I'm a cunt" shirt on.
May I confirm? May I confirm something? May I confirm something? Guys, if you allow me, I will tell my personal experience. I studied in Moscow from 2018 to 2019 in the Pushkin Institute. It's a language institute. It was a very high prestigious university in Moscow.
On your life, didn't
you? And we had a Spanish friend that complained that he was controlled on the metro every week. I am also a quite tan guy. Well, I'm from Portugal. We have a strong sun, so we are very tanned. I was never controlled in Russia, never at all. And I realized that the difference. What
do you mean by controlled? I don't get it.
Questioned by people, interrogated by people.
Yeah.
In the metro stations, there was police people. There was
police coming to you, controlling you. Show me your paper. Why are you here?
Okay.
What are you doing in Russia, and so on.
I thought you were a liberal.
Wait, guys. If you want me to let finish, and then you will understand why I'm talking. And I think Sergey will agree with me. So I'm actually quite. Well, I study. I'm quite well. You guys know I'm quite self-aware of myself. Me and Jordan, we have exploded with RL. We have exploded with each other because we all have very strong opinions, and that's okay. And one of the things I noticed is that I was never controlled in the metro stations because people that look like Asians, people that look like Central Asians or look like Latin Americans were controlled at the time. Why would a Spanish person that looks like me be controlled in the metro every week? And the reason is because Russians respect people with pride. And when you walk with your head up, you're always respected because you have integrity, because you show that you don't, it's not that you have something to hide. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with that you are a person. And that Spanish guy was always walking with their head on the floor like he was hiding from everybody else. And that was, he was being, and I met African people in that institute as well, and no one had any problem with it.
Wait, he's got his hand up.
Where did I see that before?
Let me say something.
Well, the Portuguese are very proud. You know that, Foz do Povo. The Portuguese don't look down.
One thing for sure. You know why you, Jordan, and RL always eating each other? Because you are all fucking Europeans. That's what Europeans do.
No.
They never agree to anything unless the United States say, hey, shut the fuck up and do as I said. Am I lying? No.
Let me just say something. I've always
No, you're not right. You're not right. You're not right.
Let me say something. I've always found the discussion. I've always found the discussion about race.
He's gonna lose his train of thought. I've
always found the discussion about race a bit interesting.
I want to reply to Prata. And the man from Mariupol, there was a question from the chat. But I think that the main difference between the European approach to the order and establishing the order from the Russian is that we have bureaucracy as well in Russia, a lot of it, but it is lazy kind of a bureaucracy. If you understand what I'm saying, like if you do something wrong, but it's just really small kind of wrong, like it's just something that you can. So in this case, in Russia, everybody will just like, we don't see it. It's not important. If you do something wrong, but it's not important, we forget about it. We just
let me just say this. Speaking
and
from
the main difference between Russia and Europe, I think that people eager to find if some neighbor of them do something wrong, and how to say, and go to the high commissioner or somebody and write some letter, and like you get a fine for every little bad thing that you do, like witch hunt. Like
sorry to interrupt, but the word controlled is not. I don't know. Just a second. Controlled is not the right wording. You didn't explain. Is it your friend was stopped by police and questioned?
Yes.
Or just people on the police stopped him and questioned?
I was living in university neighborhood, so there were many international students. And actually, when we ever went to the metro, you see a lot of police people controlling people. Yes, you could see them all over a bit on the outskirts. No, asking the passport and controlling. Yes. I'm sorry.
Controlling.
Okay, let me say this.
Sergey, let me say this. What I'm trying to explain that the main difference goes from the separation of Christianity. Maybe I will put off a lot of people, just like in this. Like we have Orthodoxy, you have other branch, and the Russia does not have a mechanism to cancel people. Does not have mechanism to cancel people. We don't have any. We just keep
council
you
or
need to
cancel.
you need to read the British newspaper, and you're gonna change your mind.
So, my story
Council
was
or
going to be
cancel.
so.
What did you mean?
So, guys,
you have cancellation culture. You have cancellation culture, and Russia does not
cancel
have.
culture. Oh.
yes, and
Sergey,
I agree with Sergey. I agree with Sergey. So what I was going to ask to explain further is that I met several Africans in the institute, and one day there was this beautiful girl, because she's beautiful, and she was singing extremely beautiful. I immediately understood that she spoke Portuguese. She was from Mozambique, and I came to her and asked you, do you speak Portuguese? Actually, I was expecting her to be Angolan. She was from Mozambique. And then she told me her story about how she ended up there. It was a complicated family business, but she never had any problems at all. She told me that she experienced racism in Portugal, but she was really nice there because she never it was difficult. It was difficult, but she didn't experience it. That's what Sergey was talking about. She never experienced it as being racism. Okay, in Portugal, I think it's not that we want it to look like racism, but the way we make life difficult to people, it looks like. And she said to me, it doesn't feel like.
Prata, this kind of
can I say something?
This kind of racism you mentioned is only towards Angolan and Mozambican, because the way we got our independence was really, really hard for the Portuguese. Because if you say I'm from Cape Verde or Guinea-Bissau, Saint Tome,
it's easier.
Gonna say, it's fine. But because when you Angola or Mozambique, you're gonna say fuck off, man. They really still don't get the way we go our independence. That's why.
Okay, let me say this finally.
I'm not gonna say
wait. Sergey,
can I share a story about the guy from
what
Mariupol?
Sergey just said.
Mariupol.
Can I share a story about the guy from Mariupol? Because someone asked in the chat.
Sergey, please. You just said that in Russia, if you do small thing, cops don't see it. And in Europe, if you do a small thing, police will be very pleased to fine you. I can tell you my personal experience. It depends on the cops you end up with. You have some cops, you do a small things, they will be very happy to fine you and to make you problems. That's true. But it's not
every
a big
thing, they let you go.
You can face a cops, which is cool. It exists in France, in Belgium. I don't know in UK. In UK, they are just piece of shit. But but I went in Italy. I went in Spain. I went in Germany. I went in the Netherlands. I went in France.
Ariel, can you read?
I end up with cops.
What's this about Mariupol?
Very good.
Ariel, can you read?
Well, but
can you read?
Have you been in Russia? Have you been in Russia?
It was too fast. Oh, I've never been in Russia.
Okay,
no.
So
and around the world, only found out.
You seems to never be. You never go to Europe. It seems that you never been in Europe. That's why I'm telling you my personal experience.
I have been in Europe.
Sergey.
I have been in Europe, but I haven't encountered any policeman. Let's say.
Sergey. What's this thing about Mariupol that everybody keeps asking about? What happened in Mariupol?
I need to try to deliver the story about the guy from Mariupol, and I just need some time because my English is not fluent. Let's say.
Don't worry, we can hear voice. It's terrible.
Okay, so once September. Once the SMO started, and there was a big operation in Mariupol. We in Russia did not have much of information about what's going on. It's mostly was clash of two propaganda stories, and Russia doesn't have a culture of good media propaganda story at all. Like they just don't say anything, and so main story was the Western story, and once after some time we tried to catch origin from the place. Like if you have guy from the place, from location where something happened, it is much more trustworthy than any media story. Like this is our attitude. If you have a guy from the Mariupol, he will tell you much more trustworthy story than any media story, CNN or whatever. Like Kremlin, doesn't matter. You talk to the guy from the actual place from there, and you trust him because he go from there. So anyway, main things. Nobody told them to leave the place. That's the most important. Like everybody know that there will be a really big fight in the Mariupol between Russia and Ukraine, but Ukraine citizens wasn't warned to leave. Nobody warned them to leave the place, and it was already sudden to them. Like it just happened, and all the policemen, medical, like government in general, government of Mariupol, Ukrainian government, leave the place. They abandoned the citizen, and after some 2 weeks after that event, the fight in the Mariupol started. So they just tried to hide in some basements and wait out the fight, and they have no information about what's going on because there was no internet,
no electricity, no water,
and nothing at all. Like there was no food, there was no no civilization. Everything.
So, Sergey, question for you: were they supporters of, like, were they pro-Ukrainian or pro-Russian prior to this conflict?
They came to Russia.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing. I'm guessing they were pro-Russian, right?
No.
Okay.
The thing is that most of the people in this Ukraine territories, they don't care. They just want to live their life.
I've often gotten.
They don't care about politics at all.
Right.
They just want to live.
Right.
And they want security for their life. They want security for their children. That's all. Basic needs.
Maybe I'm wrong. Like, and maybe it's stronger in the western part of Ukraine. But every time I see an interview or anything of Ukrainian people, they just don't seem that vested into the conflict. And like I said, maybe it's more in Western Ukraine than the rest. But
I can explain a bit how this effect came into being. Like in Russia, we have this how to say alliance that Putin may represent, some alliance of the elite, and in Ukraine they are, how to say, they don't have any leverage to the West. They don't have like how to say, they don't have weapons like nuclear weapons. They don't have economic power. They don't have political power. They don't have basically anything to resist the West influence.
As you guys
can
probably
you
know,
continue your story about Mariupol?
Yeah, but I would just want to edit something before he tells. As you know, guys know, I'm sociologist, and I try to watch what was happening, not in Mariupol. I did not. I met many people from Mariupol in Leipzig, so what Sergey is saying it confirms what I heard, which I'm not going to tell. But what I watched about Melitopol and Kherson was very impressive, especially about Kherson. In Kherson, people were very careful about having any types of expression towards the Russians. In Melitopol, it was more easy. Most old people wanted to be Russians, point. Young people was more difficult, but in Kherson, the situation, the perspective was more conservative until the 9th of May came. In the 9th of May, which is the commemoration of the...
Can you get the story about Mariupol? Can you get that story going?
No,
this story...
It's about Sergey saying that people don't care. And people didn't care
That's fine.
about Russia.
That's fine. You don't have to explain it. You
I can
keep on going.
I can just end the story how we met this guy.
That's exactly it. Part one.
Like the first part that they just hide in the basement when the fight was in the city. They just hide for a really long time trying to survive, and that's it. After some time, they just figure out that they need to do something. They need to move somewhere to leave the place. Because what the options do they have? Like there is a fight in the city. They don't know how long this fight will move on, and they just need to leave the place. That's it. And they go to the... and they have no direction, like no internet whatsoever. They just go from the city the farthest as they can go. Like, and they don't even know from in what direction do they go. Like they just leave the city and go as far as they can. And after some time, they catch some Russian patrol. And Russian patrol say to them like they can go. Maybe they help them. I'm not sure, but in general, they give them direction where they should go next. Maybe they get some women and children into the BTR or some like vehicle, and they move them to other direction, and from there they some of them went to the St. Petersburg, and this guy from there went to the St. Petersburg, and where we have the opportunity to talk to him.
Did they go to St. Petersburg because they had family there? Did they have connections?
No, it's random, just random.
Okay. Your English is very good, by the way.
Yes.
Don't think it's not.
Yeah.
Sergey, I got a question.
Thanks.
I have a question. Did they mention anything about neo-Nazis or the Azov battalion? Are they real?
No, they just trying to survive the situation. Like
they didn't see anything or hear anything. So
they are not into politics or nationalism versus Russia versus Ukraine. Nothing like that. It was all the sudden for them that just nobody have any warning about what is going to happen. But suddenly all policemen or fire workers or government workers just left. And after some period of time, fights began.
So they knew.
That's basically what I covered as well. Like during my coverage, that's what I noticed. The stories.
When you are propagandist.
Sorry.
Not you, White. It's not you, Sergey.
Where'd he go?
So do you know where? Like, do they have a plan now? Is the plan to eventually go back to Mariupol, or are they just going to settle in St. Petersburg?
I personally don't talk with this guy. My wife talked with him, and I trust my wife. So.
Right. Okay.
Of course, you will trust your wife. That's why you're married to her. Something people in the West don't do. Trust me.
I don't trust my wife. That's why she's the mother of my child.
Sergey, did they say anything about the 2015 period? You know, the first.
Once again, I try to explain the attitude of these people, like people from the war zones, when they just struck with some violence and they just want to survive. That's all. They don't care about politics at all.
Sergey, a few weeks ago, Vladimir Putin said Odessa is a Russian city. What do you think about that?
This is a Russian city historically. Yes, that's true statement.
Okay, so you want that back.
He didn't say nothing. Everyone is wondering, are Russians gonna take Odessa when they say Odessa is Russian city? He didn't say nothing about taking it. The question is it Odessa Russian city? It's correct, but he never said if they're gonna take it. That's a difference.
Yes,
everyone think if he says Odessa is Russian city, that means immediately they have to take it. That's what West they think. But Putin just said this is Russian city, which is true.
Putin always correct and try to be correct.
Yeah. Yes, it's always truth. Specifically,
pointingly. If he says that Russia is like Odessa is Russian city, that's its correct statement, objectively. It doesn't mean.
Yeah,
I love the way how Russian people talk about their president. You know, something we don't see here in the West. We never see someone say, "Wow, I love that guy from France." What's his name?
Macron. Well, Sergey said so. Yeah, Sergey said
I love
something.
Joe Biden. I never see anyone say that kind of thing. You know, apart from the media, no one likes these people.
Sergey said something at the very beginning that I picked up on. He said something along the lines of how the Russian media wasn't really good at the whole spin and creating a narrative. And, I'm going to generalize 150 million people, but I would say that every Russian I've ever met is very straightforward. Like, they don't tend to lie. Like, they tell you exactly what they're thinking, and they tell you, what they're thinking, why they're thinking it. They're very, very systematic that way. So, in general, if a Russian tells you that they're going to do something, believe them.
Yeah, but he didn't say that they're going to take Odessa. They just said
when it comes to this kind
Odessa
of
is Russian city.
when comes to this kind of propaganda.
This is Russian city.
Something-
You should understand that the Odessa is Russian city. Is not it's not it's not a threat. In Western in Western sense, it may seem like a threat. Like if you say Odessa is Russian city, this is a threat. In your you
because West hates Russia. That's why they easily transfer their own imagination into that interpretation, like
projection.
threatening that Russia is gonna take. Yes, projection. Exactly,
Projection.
because of the hate. Yes, when you hate or love, you will easily project onto the object of the hate or love. So that's what happens.
Russian, but for the Russian, it's not a threat. It's just
of course.
We just acknowledging
Statement
that
of fact.
Yes, it's statement of fact. It's Odessa is Russian. Why? Like Google Odessa, and Wikipedia will tell us why it's Russian. That's all you need.
Okay. Sergey, I have a question. What do you think? Did you hear Prata was announcing that there's a Security Council meeting, Putin and all those
tonight.
like six people tonight?
Yeah.
Did you hear anything about it? Is this possibility about this shelling of Belgorod with cluster munition and about what I heard, it's about 40 dead already in Belgorod. I didn't check it late info on it, but it seems like there's already rumors that the Russian Security Council might declare Ukraine as a terrorist state. That would be a big thing.
I'm not sure.
I
but,
did see something earlier about there's another heavy round of bomber strikes going on. So I'm sure they'll, over the next few hours, we'll figure out what happened. But yeah, I mean, that, you know, they have this ordinance and they always use it on stupid targets. They never use their ordinance on anything. I mean, why aren't you bombing the Russians that are bombing the guys in Krinky? Give them a break, you know? I mean, help a motherfucker out.
Anyway,
it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
Anyway, when you guys are asked questions, right? Come on, man. Ask faster. You ask one question, take 1 full minute to ask one question, then Sergey want to answer. Then after that, he answer halfway. Yeah. Someone ask another question, take another minute again.
Every day we get
the question about what the question was about Belgrade or what?
Yeah, I think
about Security Council meeting.
What Prada said was that
I don't heard about meeting. My sense is that it's unlikely.
Well, I don't know what they'd expect the Security Council to do about it anyway.
I mean,
it's a waste of a Saturday.
No. I think you should they think about strategy in general, like a big picture, and if there was really terrorist act and they consider it as terrorist act.
Well, it's documenting too, right? The Russians are very systematic that way in documenting that, you know, if they want to lodge a formal complaint to the UN because Ukraine used cluster bombs, they're going through the process. They don't expect anything to come of it.
But if Russians declare Ukraine a terrorist state, that means it's a complete head. The war will end when Ukraine disappears as a state. That's what
I think.
But I don't believe so. It's a rumor. But I just wanted to explain what declaring something a terrorist state would mean. It's no negotiation.
Wait. Sorry, Euro.
Yes,
why?
it's already declared.
Where does that definition come from?
Okay,
it makes no difference.
In Russia, we have. Okay, we have the euro and de facto. How to explain like the euro and de facto? Do you know like
the jure and the jure and the legal and factual.
Yeah, it's from Latin, I think, from Rome. So
legal.
Two perceptions of the things, what is going on, like de facto what is going on, and the euro from the government perspective, what is going on.
Legal
and
perspective.
Yes, so for example, like West just don't get what SMO means. Like they always like trying to they don't try, but I, how to explain, like they have media power, and therefore they can claim that white is black and the sky is green, not blue. Like they just have a most loud voice in the world because they have big media power. So
they want to justify the action, and they want to present themselves as victims, not that they provoked, but that they are victims of a Russian attack. That's why
it doesn't matter what is true or false, because you have the biggest vehicle for the propaganda, the biggest in the world, the loudest one. So it doesn't matter what is true or false. What you will tell will be the truth, because your voice is the loudest. So
only allowed. Other voices allowed. That's what you mean.
So it doesn't matter what Russia says, and most of the time, nobody cares. Nobody cares. So if Russia
anymore.
And so if Russia,
when Putin speak, the entire world is watching and listening.
It's already all the time twisted, all around the world. So nobody care. Nobody listen in the regional. What I'm telling you, like nobody listen the regional, the origin, the source. Everybody listen to the proxy. And nobody
just
cares.
want to add to
commentary about Putin. Yeah, he's talking. Everybody listens commentary about Putin's speech. Nobody listens to the speech itself. Yeah.
Yes, yes. All people listen to the interpretation of the speech, not the speech
commentary
itself.
On it. Yeah.
Nobody have time. Nobody have time to listen to the source.
Sergey,
I did listen every Putin speech. I listened every Putin speech.
I'm also
in last 7-8 years.
That's okay.
I listen directly.
It's not obligatory to listen to the Putin. I am not saying that it's a must. I am saying that's just most of the time. Everything that he says goes through the the process of
comments,
misinterpretation of what he's saying. Like and in the end, you will have really twisted picture. Really, just it doesn't match to the original thing.
Sergey, let me ask you. Sergey.
Let me ask
people here in France are looking at YouTube video of Putin's speech, not when he talk about Russia for Russian specific internal thingy, but when he talk about international things, everybody is listening and watching Putin directly. No commentaries, because they want the truth, because he's the man of the year.
Remember what Daniel said when he joined in? He said he used to like Putin. Now he loves him.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You guys keep sucking up to the Russian guy here. Can you all stop? It's so disgusting, man. I can't take it anymore. I need to cut in. Sergey,
No.
everyone
I
will
wanted
suck
to
up
ask.
to you
I
because you are
wanted
the
to ask
only
him one
Russian here.
question. I wanted
Everyone
to
wants
ask
to
him
suck
one
up to you.
question that I've always wondered, which is like, so like pretty much everything we know about Russian politics is Putin. So in most countries, you usually know like who's next in line, like what happens if this guy is in there, who like where does the power migrate to if this spy is in there. Like, what do you guys have like
Lavrov.
internally? Or let's say Putin would like somebody shot the guy. Who would be next in line? Or does the country collapse or something? Like, what happens?
I asked this
You have
question
powerful
before.
like politicians.
No, there's multiple Putins, so we just get the next one.
Hey, folks, shut up.
Let him answer,
Let
man.
Sergey answer. Let Sergey answer, please.
I think the cycle will repeat, just like in Yeltsin Putin transition. Like when Yeltsin left the building, he said like, "This is my successor, and that's it." And
Okay, you guys don't even know who it is, because there has to be like some.
we didn't know about Putin either. Like nobody, like I think there is some illusion that in general in West, like you have some voice to pick who will be the ruler of your country, or like you don't. We don't either. Like we don't have the voice. You don't have the voice. We just accept it, and you don't.
Okay, I was asking because
this is something. This is something. Remind me of my country. You know, when the Angolan first president died,
I thought your country was
fuck off.
You keep saying we. You keep saying we in the West.
I never say we. Never gonna say we.
Hey, Daniel.
Yes.
Angolans are Angolans. They are not from Kenya. Angolans
When
have their own mind, and they are amazing. I'm sorry, don't say we. He says Angolans. Angolans are an amazing people. They are not Kenyans. Kenyans are also great, but he means Angolans.
Yeah,
great
I mean,
history, great story. Go on.
Let me tell my story.
Boss, go.
Yeah.
Bosch is a cunt by his own admission.
When Angola's first president died, everyone thought the next president is gonna be this guy, kind Angolan Portuguese guy. You know, everyone thought he was gonna be the president because he was intelligent.
Again,
he speaks the way the European likes and stuff. And then someone just came in. This guy is the president of Angola. Everyone, who the fuck is this guy? No one knew him. And then
again, when the previous transition happened from the Yeltsin to the Putin, nobody in public have any voice. Nobody. It just happened, and we told that Putin is our next guy, and that's it. And I think that's the good idea in general. Like you want somebody to rule that know how to rule, not some clown.
Yeah, actually, I have an opinion about democracy. When you guys were talking about democracy, I've always found democracy to be kind of weird, because you have a system where it is in the best interest of one party for the other party to fail. Like, that makes no fucking sense. Like, you have an opposition that it is in its best interest for the government in power to fail. I've never understood why that's a thing, because if the government does well, you will never be president.
So it's in your best interest for that government to fail. So you're going to have two opposing systems working for one entity, that's the population, but they themselves, their survival is bound on the other one failing. Like I've just always found democracy to be
When
kind of.
Putin, but when Putin became president, it was when Yeltsin resigned presidency and gave it to the Putin, and then only next year there was first election. So that was the difference how Putin became president.
No, I was
not in
agreeing
a
with Sergey that you shouldn't choose who rules you.
later on. So that's a little bit different. He was already president for a year when it was chosen first time.
Yes. That's what I'm told.
I'm just curious. What the fuck does this have to do with like an end of the year summary for 2023 and the fucking Ukraine war? I mean, yeah, this is all great topical shit, but for the last 2 hours, I mean, why are we summarizing the fucking Ukraine war in 2023? Why are we talking about goddamn Boris Yeltsin?
Because it was great.
Panelist of the year, ladies and gentlemen.
He loves America.
Gentlemen, if I may,
You're not dictator.
Because let me remind,
Speaker of the year, you're
gentlemen.
not a dictator of the speak.
No. That's beyond the point. One thing that is a little bit more important is the fact that we are closing 6 hours of the open mic, and while it lasts for a long time, right? So we have to be a little bit considerate of our host. And I think so. I mean, it's a bit like the appropriate thing to do, in my opinion. And we could go on forever, but until we have another host to be going on with that, how about we kind of start veering into not a black hole topic? Like, because that's what you guys are doing. Stick to Ukraine. Stick to, like, Yvonne actually has a pointer because it's a shovel. Most of the shit has already been solved out. We can concretely summarize what's been going on with Ukraine in a decently short time. So why don't we try that?
It's very interesting to talk about Ukraine, which is in itself a black hole.
What do y'all think of aliens?
Okay.
Please don't.
Thank you, Oriel. Thank you. You are correct.
No. Let me answer the alien question.
Gentlemen.
Let me answer the alien question.
No, Daniel, please don't.
Let me answer it. No, I'm just saying it's very short. Like, if you're Christian or Muslim and you don't believe in aliens, why? Like, the whole religion is built on a book about aliens. Like, so if you're Christian, they're aliens.
Oh shit, man. Daniel, I love you, man. I love having new speakers, but no more black holes. That's a black hole. That's exactly what we define as a black hole. It will go on forever. Hours on end. It will go on forever. No, like, yeah, I don't mean to be a party breaker. I would like this to go on, but let's have consideration. 6 hours. We're close to 6 hours.
Are we gonna do closings or wait for the new year's?
I mean, they are very fucked. Yeah.
If we're gonna do
in the Western media, they are telling that the Russians seemingly are waiting for to know who will become the next US president, but I don't buy that, and I don't know if whether it's Biden or another president, if they will continue to support Ukraine, to pump their billions more. I don't know with what weaponry, where are the factories, but it seems that in United States, the factories, the military industrial complex is beefing up. They are building new factory lines of production. So we will see. But then you have that Israeli Gaza mess, and they want to start mess with Taiwan and China. So I don't know. For me, Ukraine has become a side story, at least for now.
Russians don't wait for the new USA president, who will be the new USA president. They just don't care.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, just now I wanted to ask you a question. Are you from St. Petersburg?
Yes.
Oh, because just now I heard the story. What is the people around you think about the Ukraine war or the situation with the special military operation? Like, what's the sentiment now, right now?
They mostly living just their lives. It was for long that this conflict started, and people are adjusted to like they think about Happy New Year basically,
So,
and they don't think most of the time they don't think about
Sergey,
Ukraine war.
Do you know anyone that left Russia because of sanction? Was scared or something?
I have. I do.
And do you know anyone that came back after?
Not personally, but there is definitely a stream of people who return.
So these people that left, are they enjoyed themselves in the country they went?
Sorry, once again.
The people that left, are they enjoying themselves now? They left Russia because of sanctions stuff.
I just can you try?
Yes, you know the people. You know the people. You know the people that left Russia. The people that left Russia. So they living somewhere else at the moment. Are they happy there? Are they happy in these countries, or they want to come back?
I don't know. Like there is always people who leave their country try to explain the reasons why they left. Like if they have some bad time, they still explain that like the war or the Russia is the worst, like something like that. It's a explanation cycle. Like you do some decision and rationalization. Yes. So
You know, there is a guy on YouTube. His name is Sergey as well. You know, I followed him. He left, and now he's back. You know, and his stories is changing. When he left, when he was away, he was saying shit about your country, but now he's back.
Yeah, I mean, it's usual for we have people of all kinds. Like some of them hyper patriotic, some of them hyper liberal, and some of them go to the West disappointed and return. Some of them go to the West and they find themselves. Like it's whole spectrum. Like.
Hey guys, we got some breaking news here from that UN Security Council meeting. So the Russians have accused Ukraine, obviously, of terrorism, but also they're accusing the US and the UK of terrorism. So they're accusing them of aiding in this act. So that's something new.
This is not good, you know.
Where do we think?
Is too bad.
What we need is a really smart person on the panel. And no offense, guys, none of us are it. Craig, get on here. What does this mean geopolitically if the US and UK get, accused of that? And what sort of implications does that have?
Nothing is going to happen.
Okay, Toby, that's good.
Personally, I think nothing is going to happen. Yeah. Like the UN Security Council, the vote will probably get blocked because you'll have two sides saying two different things. Just like Palestine, it's not going anywhere. Yeah, you're just going to have a blocked vote. Then the UN General Assembly makes a lot of noise. The UN General Assembly probably wins, and then we go on to the next vote, and the next vote, and the next vote. Like nothing.
No. This is something else.
I get all that.
He's not talking about that.
Okay. That's pretty strong language, though, right?
Okay, we got a lawyer here.
This says that they were discussing.
But the West ignores everything.
Possibility.
But the West ignores everything that Russia says. So sorry. But the West ignores everything that Russia says.
So this is pointless.
It doesn't matter what Russia says, strong or weak.
Yeah, it's
No,
it's just pointless.
this
Like
means
it's like talking to the wall.
no, it's not pointless. This says that they were discussing declaring Ukraine as terrorist state. That will be a big thing, but they decided
But it's not
obviously
going
not
to
to do
pass.
it.
It only matters if it passes.
Not
It's not going to
to pass what?
Like
It's Russian
It's not the
decision to
word.
declare it.
Wait, wait, wait,
It's
wait,
not about
wait,
your
wait,
UN.
wait.
This is nothing
You
about
guys are
UN.
overcooking all
No,
these
no,
things.
Daniel, you didn't
Russia has
understand.
been, Russia
This
is
is
already
Russian Security Council, not UN Security Council. You understand the difference? This is the
Bro,
Russian
the Russian
Security
Security
Council.
Council, they will do their own thing. In the UN Security Council, nothing will happen. Even in the Russian Security Council, let's say they declare Ukraine as a terrorist state, still nothing will change. It's still the same
they'll
thing.
just bomb
They
it
still have
more.
to fight the war.
No,
the
that means
Ukrainians still have the trenches. The Russians still have to fight the war, fight through the trenches. It's still the same thing. Nothing will
It's the same
change.
thing.
It's just
I have a
labels.
question about. I have a question about the Suez, the Yemen. Do you guys think the US will actually get involved in that? Like,
nope.
Even in the mildest of ways?
No.
No.
They've already pulled ships out.
Yeah, the answer is no.
But what do you think will happen if Yemen does something dangerous? Like, I don't know, sinks.
Nothing, because USA hasn't go back up.
I will tell you what USA will do.
If France and Spain and Italy were with them, yes.
Yeah,
Not by
Daniel, what are they going to do to the Yemenis that haven't been done to them already? You know, when you have nothing, it's really hard to intimidate you, and that's what they are. They're not afraid of a couple of aircraft carriers. Doesn't matter.
If Middle West go nuts and price of oil will go really high, then USA will big win into comparison to the rest of the world, because they resell oil, so they will get all their margins.
They resell oil?
They resell oil.
The Yemeni?
USA resell oil. They trade oil. They resell oil. They have network of the distribution of the oil. So if the product of your distribution go high in price, and you are the main distributor, you get all the margins. So
Toby, you're muted.
You're muted.
If really high oil prices will be for the world, the main beneficiary will be USA as a network of the trading this high priced asset.
Sergey, I have a question about this. A lot of people who like to celebrate the Russian side of the war in the West, they have this imagination that Russia is still a communist country. But, you know, what is your perception about the oligarchs, or, you know, as we call them, job creators, you know, the wealthy people in Russia, the members of the United Russia Party who are major shareholders in military industries and also in oil companies? How are they perceived by the people in Russia? And is there any feeling that this war is making a certain class of people in Russia very wealthy and maybe even more powerful? Is there any sense of that? And how powerful is the Communist Party these days in Russia? Is it popular at all? Is it getting more popular?
Only private military production is Lancet producing. That's only private. Everything else is state-owned. And Gazprom is fully state-owned. Gazprom is fully state-owned. You should know that,
guys,
right?
I need to leave.
Come on, Toby. Don't be rude.
I'm not being rude.
Vaughn is about to look.
Come on, Vaughn, say something.
You say something. You look stressed.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, with the Russians declaring Ukraine a terrorist state, I mean, really all it does is just add another thing on the list that Russia can hit back at the West for down the road. And most of the world will, when it happens, if they get found out, most of the world will agree with them because they'll say, well, you did this, 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 and this, so Russia's entitled to X number of shots back. I mean, they're just going through the motions to make it all legit and file the complaint. So it's all recorded. So whenever they decide to retaliate, it's legally justified under the law, the rule of law, and the lawful rule, or or all the other bullshit that everybody says they support. But I mean, really, that's all it is. It's just another, add it to the Keystone Pipeline list and this list and that list. I mean, the West is playing a dangerous game, and I'm sure Russia's keeping tally. And at some point, that's going to come back. However, like I said, they ain't got to kill nobody. I mean, some diver sneaks out of a sub, chops a couple data lines between the UK and the United States. Have a nice fucking day figuring that out, fixing it. I mean, we played such a stupid game, and now we get to find out what all the stupid prizes are going to be, and it's going to be so much fun. Can't wait.
No, but
Toby, can you repeat the question, Toby?
They just set us up. They're sitting there turning the fucking Jack in the Box, and we have to sit there and wait to see what fucking pops out.
No, but
Sorry, Sergey. Can I respond to Sergey? Yeah, I didn't raise the question very well. I'll put it another way. What is the feeling in Russia amongst the people that you can tell about the profit that is made by the wealthy shareholders from war? Because whenever there is a war in any country, the people who own the companies that supply the military make money. And usually the poorer families supply the men who get blown up by artillery. And so this always creates tension in a country. I wonder if there is any acknowledgement of this in Russian politics and how popular the Communist Party is these days in Russia.
I think I didn't know such people in my surrounding like that tell that how to say the biggest problem so far was the price of the eggs. Like it was a joke recently in the Russian info field, like that the price of eggs rising, and we have a lot of memes about the price of eggs and so on. But in general, people don't blame oligarchs. How to say, like they don't make this casual link to oligarchs.
So people don't talk about the Russian military-industrial complex, like you.
They talk about different things, but not about like we suffer because of oligarch class. Something like that.
People don't blame them. People don't blame them. This piss off a lot of people in the West, because they do this kind of thing. So you guys go to the street and put him out. That's the plan. And so far, it's not working. And
I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to ask a question based on what Vaughn says, and it also ties into Toby's. Like I just read there's this. I was watching a podcast by a certain economist lady. Can't remember her name, but she was talking about the backlog of orders for U.S. weapons. That's up to $700, I think, billion, just because of the current geopolitical tensions. So you're forgetting that all of this could actually be intentional because the U.S. needs to recover economy. Like the more you have tensions in the world, the more people want weapons. So I do not actually think the US might actually manufacture not just the US, like they might actually create tension points. Like they might trigger a tension that will not actually get to war, but it creates that tension that makes nations be like, I need more weapons. And then by that, you have like their economies start to recover that way, because we all know the US, most of its economy is built on war. Like it's just a fact. So I actually
Is
think
it really the case?
So what?
I just want a data point to that. What you just said. The difference between Russia and the Western economies is really the Russian defense industry is state-owned. So there's no profit motive there per se. You know, and it's much easier for them to ramp up production. The government just says, go ramp up production, and they do whatever's necessary to make that so. Whereas when you're dealing with a private industry, you got to do tenders and all this friggin' government bullshit to get anything to a shovel in the ground, right? So everything takes longer. And it's also the reason why you're seeing $750 million stealth bombers, because they're just way overpriced. So that's a big distinction between the Russian complex versus the Western complex.
So, people, I want to do closing.
Prigozhin owned the military food
before
supply.
closing,
We're fucking close.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Do you live in India area in Kenya?
India area? Like Indian Ocean?
Yeah.
Like
No, the Indian community.
Yeah, okay. I live in Nairobi, so yeah, we have an Indian population here. A lot of them.
Yeah, I know there is a lot of Indian in East Africa.
Yeah.
I'm just asking because sometimes you get this mixed accent, you know. Sometimes
No.
Indian.
Their
Sometimes you
accent,
sound
their
Indian.
accent. Yeah, I saw someone on the comments say I sound Indian, and I also
Yeah.
talked to an Arab
Sometimes
guy.
it's just a mixed accent, you know. Sometimes
it's true. I also
know why.
noticed it. I also noticed that.
I have an Indian accent.
It's a mix, you know. Sometimes when you talk, you sound Indian. Not all the time.
Yeah, that's actually good. I actually remembered a while they were saying that we should have call centers here because we speak like Indians. But like that was funny.
I don't think that's the feature, you know, people looking for. Okay, I want to do closing
This is
because
funny. This is a joke. Is this a joke?
Because I feel that, you know, we have been going through too many black holes today. So let's do closing. And I would like to let Vaughn start first, because Vaughn is the winner of the Speaker of the Year. So Vaughn,
he can fuck off. He's a Yankee.
Hey, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone that voted for me, and like I said, everybody here, even the new guys, it's all a team effort. If it wasn't for everybody here, there wouldn't even be a show, and I wouldn't even be hanging around. You know, I love all these guys, talking to them and talking shit behind the scenes and sitting around bullshitting. And even if it gets heated, it's still all good. You know, like, subscribe, and share. Happy New Year. See you guys later.
Thank you, Vaughn. Sergey, closing statement. This is your first time here.
Yes, thanks you guys for being such an open place. It's I think that's the main achievement, to be such an open place in such a turbulent times. That's definitely worth to be fighting for, to be such an open place. And I'm glad that you that I haven't some opportunity to talk about something.
That's it. That you finish your closing. You never say Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. So, of course, Of course, I wish everybody a happy new year, and for the next year to be, I don't know, maybe we won't have full tranquil and peace between everybody, but at least it would be nice to be reasonable. I wish to be people to be reasonable in the next year, and at least trying to make some, I don't know, like understand.
Reasonable.
Oh,
He came to the
he's a
wrong
big
chat.
Oh no.
Yeah.
He was sending a message to Zelensky, and then
The
now
Putin
he
got him.
accepted.
He got Putin.
It's like, no, who are you to speak for the Russian Foreign Ministry? No, now he got stuck.
Yeah, it's the FSB, you know.
Yes,
Like
he asked Zelensky to be
KGB,
reasonable.
KGB.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Not to fight with
Yes.
Zaluzny. Tell him not to fight with Zaluzny. Yeah.
It's the Rothschilds, I tell you. It's the fucking Rothschilds.
Sergey already said, don't expect peace next year, and then, as he hopes that the other side will be more reasonable. He all said it already. So
Why would
and
you
then,
want peace?
got
Peace
intercepted
is
by
boring.
Pentagon.
Daniel.
It's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It was really fun to be here. I watched you guys for a while. Never actually thought of like coming on board, but it was nice. It was interesting. Like I enjoyed myself, and the accent is not Indian; it's actually typical Kenyan. Like most Kenyans who speak like me. I
Not the
don't know,
one I
because
know.
we were colonized by the British. So like I think that's where the accent comes from. So what? You wanted to ask something, Wyatt?
No, I tell
Okay.
boss to shut up.
Oh, okay. What else am I supposed to say? I enjoyed the conversations. I hope guys subscribe, like the video, and yeah, I'm good. And a happy new
We
year.
all
Happy
have
New
a
Year.
turn telling Voss to shut up.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was fun.
I
Vaughn
love
is
We should all
talking
have a
as
t-shirt. We should all
badass,
have a
very
love
bad.
t-shirt before we shut the fuck up.
I love
Vaughn,
when
what is
you
that killer stare?
starting on board.
Homicidal.
So anyway, Daniel, I already emailed you the link to join the.
I was reading super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
join the private chat.
if you join the Telegram, you're gonna be part of copying
All this
crew,
Yeah, you
because he
talk to all
loves
these
the
people
African.
every day.
He go African base there.
The what? The Nairobi base. I mean Nairobi is
Nah, it's the African. We go on. We go.
Oh, you're still saying
Also,
we
We go one Kenyan there.
We're doing closing, but thank you for all the super chats. That's awesome.
Prata, why you
Okay,
back?
boss.
Fuck off, man. We closing.
Yeah, why do closing? Boss closing.
Yeah,
Boss
okay.
closing.
Yeah, it's nice, I've been here. Why? I think I joined on 20 something, and we are on 59. Wow, almost a year, because there is only 52 weeks, and we missed 3. Well done, one for win. Even though you cheated to get there, I'm joking.
No, he
But
cheated.
you deserve it. And
I own stock in Dominion.
it's nice to see another African brother joining the panel. Please, I know there is a lot of you in chat because I've been watching you. Come on,
as
join us.
long as you don't say
You're like Santa. You see them when they're sleeping.
As long as you don't say
Boss,
we
real
in the
quick.
rest again.
Real quick, boss. Don't forget, it's also
One
good
thing,
to see a fellow African brother
one
win.
thing
An
you
open mic.
never,
Closing.
one thing you never gonna see me say. We.
Is we in the West.
When there is no we in me with Europe, there is no we. No, there is no we. I'm Angolan and proud.
And you said you weren't British. That sounded like
I will fucking never say that.
Gentlemen, can we please let the closing continue? I know Vosh likes to interrupt it. Let Vosh continue.
UK is a good country. Trust me. I love this country. I'm grateful the way I live my life in this country. But I'm not British. I'm African, Angolan. And I'm proud to be one. One thing I was saying about Angolan, gonna part of my closing. It's part of my closing. When Angolan first president died, people expecting a Portuguese Angolan guy to be the president. And they were like, okay. And out of nowhere came this guy. This is the new president. And everyone was like, what the fuck? Who's this guy? No one knew anything about this guy. So we were worried. Trust me, that guy stayed there for like 35 years or something like this. You know, he was good. He was good at the beginning until we changed when Soviet Union collapsed. This guy was useless because he tried to be American. This is one of the things I don't trust democracy. Okay, that's my closing.
You're killing him. He's distraught over here.
Yeah, I listened halfway. I got lost. Then I don't know what Voss is talking about. Now I got very confused. I thought
Yeah, me too.
You just agree. You just nod.
I was threatening Vaughn with my gun over here.
You just nod and agree. You just nod and agree.
It's only until the USSR appeared that I was like, oh, it's Angola. Okay. Euro closing.
Yeah, I was expecting actually this open mic to last at least till New Year in Australia. That will be only next 12 hours. Hello, we could have have done it, eh? Not only 6 hours.
What do you mean by 6 hours?
Yeah,
it's only 7 a.m. here in Singapore.
Huh?
It's
Yeah,
only 7 a.m. in
a.m.
Singapore.
In Australia, it's almost new year.
In 12 hours.
My 12 o'clock is gonna be New Year in Australia.
Yeah, 12 hours difference.
Sydney time now is 10 a.m. That will be 14 hours.
10 a.m.
14?
Oh, 14
Okay.
hours. Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that. Eh? No. Okay.
I'm actually more than
13 hours in New Zealand. Yeah. I
I think copying is gonna need more alcohol for that.
I can start slow talking so you can extend to that, maybe.
No, please. I need to go to bed.
We go Prata, we go RL and Jordan. We can do it, trust me.
Yeah. So implication of Russia declaring the Ukraine a terrorist state would mean that Russia will never negotiate with Ukraine anymore. The end of the world would mean the last inch of Ukraine is controlled by Russia. That's what declaring Ukraine a terrorist state would mean. But obviously, they didn't want to go that way. They're still opening for the possible negotiation, and some treaty to finish the goals of SMO. Right? That's still they're gonna do it. Even in a negotiation, they will demand it. Something like that. Not demilitarization of Ukraine. Basically, not allowing NATO forces to participate in Ukraine. That's demilitarization mostly means. Okay. So, and I want to finish why the Europe has problem with the transferring those 300 billion. You guys interrupted me so many times, I never was able to finish about it. So they had to create a computer with a Russian Federation on it that will send the message through the SWIFT to the Fed or SEB to transfer that money to someone. But as soon as they open the SWIFT for the Russian Federation, trust me, Russia has spies. they will program their computer to send message through the SWIFT to their account to transfer the money to the China. So that's what they're afraid. That's why they cannot transfer those money, because it's all automatic. There's no human involved on the end, on the account that directs it. It's all through the computers. So as soon as they try to transfer, they have to enable it through the SWIFT. And that means allowing Russia to control that account, no matter for how short time. That's why I'm sure every time there's a talk about transferring those monies from Russian account to Ukraine, Russia keeps sending, 10 times a second the message through the SWIFT to transfer that money to China's account. Trust me, that's 100% sure. But you can know that only when you know how the things practically go. Okay, so that's another one. So that's why they're not gonna do it. Okay, well, in Libya they had to send the person into central bank in Libya to do the transferring. Same in Afghanistan. There was a person in the central bank in Afghanistan, in Kabul, transferring those, sending the message through the SWIFT to transfer those money. There's no other way. That's the issue. There's no other way to do it. Yeah, you can imagine, but I'm telling you how it works. Okay, so that's one thing, and that means that Russia is gonna celebrate better New Year, safely, secured. In that's all about only talk about 300 billion and all of that. There's gonna be good big. I love how Moscow looks. It's it looks like they're competing with China about decorating the capitals and main cities. It just looks beautiful. And I hope everyone's city is gonna look that beautiful, just as Moscow is. That will be all. Happy New Year, guys. Have fun.
Thank you, Euro.
I wish I was
the Turkish
Andrew,
guy below me.
I wish I was Andrew uncle, to slap the hell out of him because of this stupid hat.
Yeah, you said it right, my uncle, because I'm too white to be your son, boss.
Wow.
Oh, but feel free to call me daddy.
No, I don't think I will. Well, just for closing, it was a great open mic as usual. Well, I mean, a little too many black holes, but that's fine. It happens sometimes. Just a few things. Number one, Vaughn, I did not vote for you. Matter of fact, I did not vote for anyone. You know why? I don't believe in democracy, even when deciding who the DPA person of the year should be, because it should be a superimposed decision made by our supreme enlightened ruler Wyatt. That's my opinion. Secondly, Merry Christmas, Merry late Christmas for all the Orthodox people, and Happy New Year. And another thing, since in the chat, I was looking in the chat and there's this guy called Revolutionary Resistance who's like talking a lot of shit, and then now it says I'm a troll, yet 10 times more knowledgeable about the world than these people. If you could give us the grace of enlightening us, because we are just fools and we're at your mercy of your knowledge, please enlighten us. Thank you.
I also have the cure of cancer, but I don't want to share with you guys.
Oh, please.
Now it's time for our favorite Portuguese.
Prata.
The colonialist.
And I actually didn't know that Angola was like Portuguese. I just learned that today. So thank you.
Really?
You can go on. Yeah, I didn't know.
Angola is Portuguese.
Even Africans
Angola
don't even know African.
That's right. Angola is
No.
Portuguese.
Like I didn't know. Like you see, Africa is huge, huge. Like if you need, like, it's big, it's huge. Like
Prata, you're muted.
I'm talking because you're muted. So until you unmute, I keep talking.
Yeah.
Like,
We're not gonna.
You're muted.
Stop talking.
Prata, my favorite African. You're muted.
Until you unmute, I don't know. Like,
Beautiful African prince.
until you unmute, I keep talking. Okay, so I was saying
Yeah,
actually.
now I'm talking, and you shut up. You just shut up. Portugal and Angola have a very special, dangerous, hurtful, and beautiful relationship. It's very difficult to explain to you guys.
Everything you said is true, apart from beautiful.
It's a closing. Shh.
So, we and Voss and me, so we actually agree a lot of things, but with different tones. And this is a beautiful thing. But let's go to the real world, because between Portugal and Angola, Mozambique, Brazil, Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé and Príncipe, and Cape Verde, we disagree agreeing. So we actually quite feel ourselves very much near. But this is something you won't understand. It's okay. So let's go to the real world. The world where things goes a bit more serious. When I discovered this forum long ago, this year, I was very pleased. It took me a while to get in. I got inside with a lot of nerves in myself. And I got inside. It was a pleasure to meet all these guys to whom I can discuss things that in my normal life, it's much more difficult to discuss with. I think most of you guys understand that it's very difficult to have such a broad understanding of geopolitics, of what's really happening to the world. We see it, we read it, and it's really unpleasant sometimes to even try to bring our friends to the discussion, which is very sad. But it was a pleasure to come in and have been able to do it. We happen to have here RL, with whom I sometimes flipped a bit, but I really respect him as a person for his ideas. And he's a great person. I really love. And he was not one of the persons nominated to be voted, which is a pity because he really knows a lot. Sometimes he has too strong opinions, which is very French, and I hate it because I'm Portuguese and never have strong opinions. I always expect my compadres to agree with me, hopefully. Hopefully. And then we can stage something strong and possible.
By the way, compadre me comrade.
Yes, it means something like we belong together, even though we are separated.
It's an English word, we know. It's an English word.
Compadre is not.
It's a Portuguese word that went to English. It's a Portuguese word that went to English, like many others. We are very strong. We are very strong. So, nevertheless, it was something really beautiful in my life that happened this year to be able to talk to you guys. And let's open a bit more these discussions, because if you guys come inside, you meet really people that go on the same wave. You can create videos where we can develop some teams and we can have really great discussions. So with Coping, Voz do Povo, Shadovi, Drew, Shu, we have been able to make really great videos about what's happening around us. And I think everybody of you guys that are there, they have been able to join us and find guys that have the same things in your head. You can make great presentations, and this is what we have had. For a long time, me, Shadovi, Voz do Povo, Coping, we made a lot of videos. It was really great. Sometimes we couldn't cope with ourselves because we wanted to talk so much about new things that we didn't have time for it. So, ending my presentation today with you guys. Today was a very difficult presentation, by the way. Very, very difficult. There was too many people with a lot of strong ideas because we are coming to the end of something new. Oh, sorry, the other way around.
we are coming to the end and something new is coming. So this something new is very promising. It should be embraced, not denied, not rejected. And that's why we all, I think, in our presentations, in our open mics, have been always inviting you to come in. And this is inviting you not to embrace this new world with open arms. Yes, it will be difficult. It will be violent, perhaps, but also will be promising. Daniel today said that in Africa, in many parts of Africa, at least the part of Africa where he is, which is not the one where Voth is, which is very different, Putin is seen as an hero. Why is he an hero? He didn't do anything heroic for the world. He's seen as a hero because he's liberating the rest of the world from a prison, a psychological prison. Can you be free from yourself, to decide from yourself, to have your civilization, your little cosmos around you, to be free? Yes, you can. And this is a beautiful thing about what we have been discussing all this year long, where we have been seeing the world developing. Wade made an amazing presentation where he said, well, my country, Singapore, might be losing the train. It might not really catching the train when it needs to go. We made a mistake. We imposed sanctions on Russia, not understanding really what was going on. But now we have to change it. We have to catch the train. BRICS is coming. Yes, okay, today. Argentina said they denied, they refused the invitation of the BRICS. Oh, okay, Argentina. Who is Argentina? But the rest of the world needs to pay attention. What kind of a world do they want to live in? And this is beautiful. We are building something new. And if this revolution doesn't end in the Third World War, it means that human brains got the best out of it. So I wish you all a wonderful New Year's Eve. I wish you all the most beautiful 2024. But I warn you, 2024 will be a very difficult year because the ones that are losing will do something bad. I just wish they don't do too much bad. That they understand they are just burning themselves. It was a pleasure to meet you all, guys. See you next year.
Friend.
Thank you, Prata. I like Prata's speech. His closing is very funny. No, his closing is like, your cat have died, your horse has died,
by the way,
can I say one thing?
We don't need to.
And then
don't give Nunya any time. Don't give Nunya any time. This guy is fucked.
No. I need to say one thing about Nunya. Nanya, I have. Why do you always wear sunglasses? Is it because you have reptilian eyes, or because your eyes are red from all the weed you're smoking?
I think it's a combination of the two, but I think it's also like I'm trying to create some sort of image for myself that's not working too well.
And by the way, once I was really unfair to Nunya, and I wish I was not. I really apologize to him. I tried to make it better. I don't think it worked, but nevertheless, we discussed on public, and we respect ourselves today. So you guys, it doesn't matter when you have different opinions, we can still discuss, and this is the beautiful thing about the Wade forum that we have here.
Unless you are cowards.
One quick thing. You know, this guy, the Iranian Vladimir, Iranian Putin. We never give him any credit. You know, he supports DPA a lot. Yeah.
Y'all have a happy new year. I have to go to Bomeland and hang out for a while.
Von, don't forget, yeah. When this finish, I need to see you in voice chat so we can talk
Yeah,
about
exactly.
what's going on.
I'll be there when I get to Bumland. I'll try to get some twerking action going or something.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all later. Happy New Year. Thank you, Wyatt, for everything you do and bringing the platform.
Happy New Year, Vaughn.
Piss.
Okay, Nunya, closing.
Oh God, geez, where do I start? Well, I guess 3 points. So first and foremost, if anybody's having any technical issues with the platform, please contact Daniel in our tech support center, and he'll take care of you. So that's point number one. Point number two, just to follow up on what Prada said. Yeah, we're like a big dysfunctional family here, you know, and it's actually a pretty good thing. Like we're the strangest bunch of people who will get together on a Saturday afternoon, spend our entire day yelling at each other, and then come back the next week and do it. So, you know, I'm thrilled that I found you guys as well. Prada, apology accepted, and please accept my apology too. I think if I'm remembering the incident that you're talking about, I think I went off on you, so I'm sorry. But you know, we're all kind of fucked in the head. Like we wouldn't be here if we weren't. So you know, to the people in the chat as well, like you know, the guy who was trolling, whatever his name was, you know, thanks for being a good sport. We're all part of the same family here. So that's second point I wanted to make, and third point I wanted to make is Vaughn. I think we need to look into this election and this vote because, like, it should be no coincidence that, you know, an American won it. So I think we need to go back. We need to pull that Dominion voting machine, and we need to do a forensic audit because I don't think that hillbilly deserved to take number one, and I think he rigged it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I had to say.
Nanya, didn't you notice at 1 a.m., 1,000 votes got just for him?
Immediately. Yeah, it spiked right up.
I wasn't expect to get a fucking single vote, and I was surprised when I got 6. I was in.
Well, you voted for yourself 6 times, Voss.
No, I didn't. I woke up, and it was already.
I voted for you 6 times.
You know, I was surprised, and out of nowhere, argument just boom past me because we had 2 votes.
So that's all I had to say. Like I said, Happy New Year to my dysfunctional open mic family. I love you guys, and I respect each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just disagree about the we are fucked up. The we there was not for everyone.
No. Each and
Not
every
Daniel, why are you not answering a call right now? Get back to it.
Yeah,
Daniel.
You got the accent, and you definitely are in call center.
So what?
You have the accent for the call center, so from now on,
wow,
you're gonna answer all the phone calls.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I have another job.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I'm making my closing statement. So first of all, Happy New Year. Happy New Year 2024. Except for Zelensky, because if Russia decide to label Ukraine as Ukrainian state as terrorist, I mean Zelensky will be an active target. That's the main thing to understand about it. And still about Ukraine, because it's a black hole. It's Ukraine black hole. No matter the amount of money you will pour in it, it will disappear. So 2024, a lot of money will be put in that black hole, and more death, more misery, more economic backlash in Europe. So not great, but fuck up. I'm gonna open a new bottle of red wine. I will be happy with that. So nice open mic.
Typical
we see
French.
new faces, talking with nice people. That was great. Continue the good work, Wyatt. Voila.
Since
Look
when
at
we're
that.
nice?
Voila.
Since when?
Look at that guy from NATO in the background drinking fucking cheap alcohol. Yeah, I'm talking about you, coping.
Oh, yeah, but he's from Norway. I mean, I'm looking at your boobs. You have big boobs.
You want me to take them out? Just for you.
No.
Oh my God! Come on. First, you have to shave.
Come on.
You mean shaving works?
Okay,
it
okay,
works for you?
Europeans, please don't become American where you come in this gentle obsession thingy. Then we've had enough of that for several hours with the Americans while they're on. Now they're gone. RL, please.
RL is finished. It's now your turn, copying.
Oh, really? Okay, well, in that case, I don't have much to say except, of course, a lot. But I will try to keep it brief. Number one, yes. 1 year of an open mic. All these cool people. I can only echo what my fellow panelists have said, and I'm simply not going to spend more time on that. The sentiment is just true. To those of you who have super chatted, very welcoming. To those of you who have liked, we like you much more than those of you who have not. And I feel like this closing for the New Year's should be actually longer, but honestly, if I am to be personal, I have gotten my share of coping. Much personal development has occurred when I joined the open mic 1 year ago, more or less. And that was like 1 or 2 months into it. I saw this Christmas, what have you, and now here, and satisfied. Drunk on whiskey, drunk on beer, fully coped. Happy New Year. Like and subscribe.
Slave Ukraine!
And Slava Depani. Fuck you, cunt. Fuck you, cunt. Slava Depani. 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 Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right.
Cocaine, yeah, cool.
And God bless Angola and the rest of Africa. The Europe can fuck off.
Slava black hole. Slava black hole.
And by the way,
bye everybody.
This shit black hole is offensive, you know. Why not white hole?
We made it offensive on purpose because we're extremely racist. Yes.
And you.
Yeah, the black hole is the thingy you have in your arse. Somewhere in the middle of your
let me help
bottom.
you guys.
Yeah.
Let me help you guys
Hey,
finish.
let's fuck off. Let's fuck off. Why? Look at his face. He's tired, man. It's 7 a.m. where he is. Let's fuck off.
People will say purple hole. People will say any color hole. But now it's the end of the open mic.
Bye, Wyatt. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you so much, Wyatt, for hosting us. It's been a great year. I cannot end my appreciation.
I hope my super chat is gonna be greater next year.
Thank you, Ruthlessly Efficient, for saying Slava Italy. That's it.
Fuck you, Andrew. You goddamn Southern Europeans are not worth any sort of Slava or anything.
Coping. I'm just gonna wait for all of Norway to kill themselves because we have very high suicide rates.
And that's why we're doing great.
That was a really good one. Andrew, you deserve the medal, the best open mic ever.
Bye, guys.
Take care. Bye now.
Right,
Cheers.
Thank you. So yeah, it's now my turn to closing. You see, I style my hair, to prepare for my closing. So it's the end of 2023. We are now officially we are on New Year Eve, at least in Singapore. So this episode 59. Yeah, we literally did almost no end of the year review. So all these guys bullshit me. because they say they're going to do it end of the year review. All they do was go into one black hole to another black hole to another black hole, but it's okay. So happy New Year, everyone. So I'm not sure if I would be able to do a sit rep later. If not, then it will be on the 1st of January. And so thank you guys for watching. And it was a very good open mic. Actually, in the first half. The second half, I don't know. I'm not sure why we keep going into the black holes. So anyway, then today is amazing. We have a lot of new faces. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 new faces today. So that is amazing. So that's very good. We have a lot of new faces. Hopefully they will join us in the open mic speaker lounge. And then yeah, what else? Yeah, it's 59 editions. So basically open mic is also more than 1 year old. So we have done a lot of good progress. So and congratulations to all the 5 finalists in the speaker of the year. Being nominated to the top 5, I think is already quite a recognition. And of course, congratulations to Vaughn for winning. And it's very cool because we can get the winner to have some speech, because I cannot get Putin to say some speech. So that's so too bad. So what else? Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do much videos because this is 7:30 a.m. in the morning. So by the time I take a sleep and whatnot, wake up, yeah, it will be a bit late for me to do any videos. So yeah, so that's I don't think I have the energy to do any videos. So anyway, I will see you guys in the new year, and I wish you guys a great 2024. And I hopefully I can do more in 2024. Not like I didn't do enough already, but I will see what I can do more. What else? You don't like the new look? What's all these things? Looking at the live chat, I'm so confused. So and yeah, hopefully we'll be able to grow the open mic much more. I think the whatever growth that we have is not at the level that I want in 2023. I expected more, but no choice, fighting against the uphill battle. And I think many of these Ukraine war channels are now facing it. Everybody is complaining about demonetization and whatnot. Cannot show war footages and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, I faced those things way earlier. So that's why Ukraine war reps never have any videos, or very seldom have videos, because I got demonetized before. So and yeah. So what else? I see people complaining about my hair, so irritating. The hair is gonna be gone, it doesn't last forever. And what else? And yeah, my brain is dead. I can't really think. Too many brain dead situation today. When listening to the open mic, like halfway I'm lost. So yeah, anyway, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Just thank you for the super chat. Thank you again for Iranian Putin for giving the free memberships to 5 additional lucky winners. It's like he's like the Santa Claus giving free memberships to people, and that's really 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 generous of him. And yeah, happy New Year to you guys. So yeah, I say that many times. Yeah. I gotta go eat my breakfast and then go and sleep. Yeah, so see you guys in the new year. Then next open mic, usually it's gonna be on the Saturdays. It will be on the 6th. I haven't decided what time. Maybe it's American time. We shall see how, or is it much earlier in Asian time? So I do not know. I can't tell for now. But yeah, and yeah, it's a very epic year. I'm very speechless, very touched by all this growth. DPA community have grown over the 2023, so that's why, yeah, I don't know what to say. When I have a better brain power, I will talk about it. Maybe in 2024 it's easier to talk. And no, Chinese New Year is 1 more month plus. And free Palestine is not free. It's very expensive. You know, you need a lot of donations to give to Palestine. It's not free. Anyway, just joke. Okay, so I don't want to talk about the negative things though, because I see all the closing. Their Happy New Year is also so sad. It's like your cat has died, your dog has died, your hamster has died, your goldfish has died. You know, but Happy New Year, and next year I expect your brother will die, your sister will die, your mother will die. what kind of Happy New Year wishes is that? But anyway, that's how it is. Yeah. Bye guys, and I'll put in the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update.